it's kind of funky because like I zoomed through a lot of work earlier in the month, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna be able to relax for the rest of the month, and then COVID came around my house, so I was forced into my own room as much as possible.
Oh yes.
So like
Oh yes.
just like sectioning out food and like, okay, when do I head outside? How do I go and ensure I have the food for the day in my room?
Yes. How do I do anything at all? How do I?
And then I'm like, okay, that's done. I'm sure I'll be able to relax now. And like that, and
Ah.
then the valley comes in, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, people are visiting tomorrow for the rest of the month.
Oh God, why? Oh no. Can't do it.
Okay, so that'll be fun.
Oh yeah.
Let me click that out. So I got
Well.
what were we talking about? So right, seems co-op, I suppose.
Yes. Seamless co-op. It got an update. I have yet to check it out.
Hey,
Um, but last time I played the 1.0.1, um, it went really well, even with 4 people.
oh really?
Yeah,
You're able to test on that? It's pretty sick.
yeah, it was fun. Had all 4 people. Even had somebody join in after some stuff had been done in the world, and we weren't sure how that was going to work. And it worked surprisingly well. Gives me hope.
It did. So I'm gonna check out now the patch notes for 1.10 or
Yes.
1.10.
Um,
Previously it was 1.01, so I guess a more major update.
yes, it
Fixed a
seems
bug
like a
which
more
caused
major.
some event-linked items, e.g. activated great runes, to not be given to guest players when consumed by another player. Fixed a bug which caused significant enemy synchronization issues. Fixed a bug which would prevent guest players from respawning their horse. Fixed a bug which can occasionally let players respawn even when a boss health bar is present. Fixed the lingering bug which caused connection issues when joining from certain areas. Fixed a graphical bug which caused NPC invader health bars to duplicate. We had that one, I remember,
Yes.
in the round table.
Yes,
Added
it happened
friendly
in the round
fire
table,
mode,
and I
which means you
tested
can
it.
injure other players, but they're not hostile. Added a HUD
Yeah,
icon to indicate when you're actively hosting a session and when PvP mode is enabled. Added
which is
visual
amazing.
indicators to accompany the separating mist item to make it clear that it's working.
Yes,
That's
all
pretty
all
sick.
amazing stuff. I'm very interested in the fact that they were able to add a HUD a hood a HUD icon.
Element, element thing going on, yeah.
Like
I'm,
that has previously been basically pulling teeth for these
yeah.
games.
So I'm curious how exactly that functions.
Yeah, me too. We should test that out at some point soon.
Oh yeah. And I also do appreciate the consistency it looks like in um like the update changes so far. It's been like what, 2 days between updates. Like we have the original release on the 27th, then on the 29th, and then the 30th to the 1st.
Yep, yep.
Which
And
is,
so,
yeah, I'm very much wondering how this mod's gonna operate in a matter of a week or two.
oh yeah, I think it's gonna evolve pretty quickly and pretty well. Um, just want to look at the mod page again. Total downloads have doubled, and the unique downloads are up over 100,000.
Hmm.
I am so happy for them.
Oh yeah.
I am so thrilled. It is lovely to see.
Shame is that as it looks like
Have you
Evertel
seen
and
any of
such
the
are still not quite. They don't seem to be mentioned in the channel I'm going anyway, so that'll probably come later.
yeah. Have you seen any of the response to the existence of this mod on Reddit by any chance?
On Reddit, no. There's
Mm.
been some mention of it on like YouTube and such, but not Reddit.
Oh man. People I was just browsing Reddit last night. People are not happy uh that seamless co-op exists. They are they are very salty about it because it's not the experience that FromSoft wants you to have, and it's destroyed much of the availability for invaders to be able to do their thing.
The thing is that that is all like categorically true. Like
Yes,
literally, it is true that this is not the experience that FromSoft intended the players to have, and it has um what is it disrupted the
yes,
invasion and current PvP status of the actual game.
oh yes, absolutely.
However, I do not think there's a fault of seamless co-op, more that it is a result of what people wanted from the game.
Yeah, this is the capitalist engine at work. People wanted this experience. Some crazy intelligent bastards went out there and made it happen, and people are really enjoying it. And so
Yeah,
they're choosing to engage with that over the original concept.
like I'm sure at least a majority of players, or at least a very significant fraction of those 140,000 that have downloaded this, would very much still enjoy being able to have PvP enabled globally
Oh yeah.
if it were available.
Yeah. I have no doubt that some of the people who are engaging with this right now either won't continue or would love to see the invasion style thing added at some point.
Oh yeah,
I have no doubt that there are people who want that. Um, Certainly, there are people who want that experience and do engage with it already because that's the
mm,
experience of the base game. I'm just I don't know. I am amused at the salt coming from people about this because
indeed.
I
I tried looking through like title results for Seamless, and I haven't found anything just yet. So I assume it's in different uh posts
I
I'm seeing.
think you're not allowed to mention it on the official Elden Ring subreddit. You're not allowed to talk about modding or anything on there. It is in their rules.
Oh
So
yeah, discussion of cheat hash margin disallowed. I see. Okay. Hmm.
yes, so you have to do it without saying it. But oh
So I don't think I'll be able to find that
boy,
off like a search result.
no, no, I don't think so. Which is a shame.
Yeah.
But I've been enjoying it the last day or two, seeing people whine about it. Because I don't think that the massive engagement with it will last long term. I think that people will choose to go back to vanilla when they're done with this experience and want the vanilla experience again.
Yeah.
You have the option to very easily do both. So, there's no reason not to go back. It's not like with Cinders, right? You have to go into your files and rename the .dll.
No, you just like launch the original game and ta-da.
Yeah, yeah. It's such an easy way to switch between, um, which is absolutely a credit to the state of modding for this game
Hmm.
with Mod Engine 2 and whatever sorcery the seamless co-op folks have done. Like it is amazing. the work that they have put in to make it easy for the consumer to do it and to give you the option to very easily go back to vanilla. And I think that's good, is that will encourage people to value both experiences and to go back to vanilla when they want the traditional multiplayer experience.
In a way, it's similar, I think, to uh, Elden Ring's initial reception versus the other Souls games. Like, it's not taking away the other Souls games as they are.
No.
It's more like people are wanting this and they're going to experience it, but once they're done with it, they can then choose what they want to engage with.
Yeah. And even more to a point, like the mod the modding scene in general, but specifically seamless co-op, only affects people on PC,
Yeah.
which is at best a third of the people that are playing this game total. This is not hurting like Bandai Namco or FromSoft's bottom dollar.
No, because I mean, you still need the game itself,
Yes.
and they're
And
not exactly gaining money from you being on their servers to PvP.
yeah, it's I don't know. I don't see a problem with the mod existing. And I'm certainly biased in that regard. I would be open to arguments about, is modding good or bad for games, and even talking about this specific one or any of the specific ones that people really like.
Mm.
Um, but I am just happy to see something be successful,
Oh yeah.
and I have not been presented with good arguments as to why this is a horrible, terrible thing, and it has destroyed PvP in the base game.
Because the thing is that argument feels no different from any other overall mod that you play offline to
Yeah,
engage with.
exactly.
Like the focus is different, of course, but in the end, if you're playing Cinders on Dark Souls 3 or Seamless Co-op, Elden Ring, and you're playing offline,
Yeah,
then technically you're still taking away from invasions, but
yeah,
that's because there is an experience there you want to gain.
yeah. It's up to the individual as to what experience they want, and if they don't want to engage with the invasion system, they're not going to. In
Yeah.
Elden Ring, more than ever, because you have to choose to be active as a solo player to engage with invasions.
Mhm.
Otherwise, invaders are only going to invade on gank squads, basically. And, there's plenty of problems with that. Rivers of Blood.
Oh yeah.
um, and all of the cheese strats that people have come up with, which are pretty inventive on their own. Like, there's certainly a lot of creativity and taking advantage of the systems that are in the game to create the PvP experience of Elden Ring currently.
Yeah. The
Which, if the
conversation feels more like general perception for modding versus like Siemens Co-op in particular. It's just like a different lens to take it because it's focused exclusively on multiplayer.
yeah, yeah,
Oh, not parry.
I'm so bad when it comes to parrying spears.
Like it's always like a bit weirder than you expect. Like, okay, now he's gonna swing. It's like, nope.
Yeah, and you have to wait for the tip of the model to basically be past your head
Oh yeah.
before the parry frames start, let alone when they can engage with your shield. Because the hitbox for the parry is relatively small from what I remember looking at it in Dark Souls 3. It is very small and very right in front of you. So
Oh
if
yeah.
people are not smashed into your face, you cannot
You're
parry
not
them.
getting that parry.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just to I suppose then cap off Siemens Co-op for bit. Uh, I'm very glad it's getting updated. I'm very glad it's getting recognition. The conversation with
Yes.
mods is interesting, but it feels no different than, or at least not much different than other mods that have released previously.
Yeah.
The whole
I
thing about it is that it's something that FromSoft could apparently easily implement on their own,
yeah,
but
if like some magical
they definitely
bastards
seem to
were
choose
able
not
to
to.
do it, then you cannot tell me that FromSoft couldn't do this if they wanted to. And if they
UI
wanted
elements
to
and all.
get players who wanted this experience, then they could.
Yeah.
They could even put in like an item or something to give players the choice of being able to engage with multiplayer in this way or not.
Hmm.
They have made their multiplayer system. They don't want to change it, and that's fine. But if players want a different experience,
They're gonna get it.
then yeah, here is that different experience that players want.
Yeah. That's just human nature at work. If you deny some people something that they want and they want it enough, and there's a person out there who's willing to provide it, people are
For
gonna get it
free, no less.
for free.
Like, you cannot tell me that the people behind this are strictly making money off of this. Yes, they I assume have a Patreon or whatever. Um, but you give people money on Patreon or donate to their PayPal or whatever because you like the stuff that they do. This is no different from what companies could do. Like,
Oh, that's wholesome. So I went to check out their mod page for Seamless if they had a Patreon of some sort, and they have the buy Luke UA coffee thing. Have you seen that before?
yes.
And wow, there's some very recently, 2 hours, 4 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours ago. Like I'm gonna keep scrolling until I get to 24 hours ago,
Nice.
and I just hit it.
Yeah.
I had to open up like a few more tabs of it, so it would get me to like just yesterday. Love the seamless co-op mod paired with the item randomizer to stop my mate beelining for the strong stuff.
Oh
Please
man.
don't stop working on the ER seamless co-op mod. Many bugs at the moment. I'm sure you make it. Thank you so much for your work on ER co-op. I haven't had this much fun with the Souls game since vanilla DS1 Invasions. It's amazing. My son and I are currently playing it. Keep up the great work. Because, yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't hamper the experience in any way. It markedly improves it.
Yeah.
There's, of course, probably things to be said for balance, which is why we also tried it out, the Reforged hard mode.
Yes,
But
which I have comments on because some of the updates to Reforged and whatever have addressed the extreme difficulty of hard mode
oh yeah,
with other players because Seamless Co-op has done balancing themselves,
mm-hmm.
and then to have Reforged do balancing on top of that, it like stacked, I think, a
A
bit
bit
higher
too
than
much.
they were anticipating.
Oh yeah. But just in general, yeah, I think and FromSoft could definitely do this. They have the tools, like the literal tools themselves to make multipliers for this if they so wanted to.
Yeah, they have the Havoc engine. Like, there are people doing this, for free, having basically no resources. And FromSoft has all of the resources. Why? Why? And clearly, our interpretation to be taken from this is that FromSoft wants this specific experience, which you can certainly, say, and you can try to have the idea of like authorial intent. But I don't know, man. I am a death of the author kind of person. I think once you create a piece of art, a project, or whatever, and you put it out into the public, it no longer is yours exclusively. Like,
The art remains, but it iterates through
yeah,
like a
it
human.
and it doesn't really matter
Again,
what your intent for it was. It's like if
yeah,
I write a story and my intent for this is for it to be the next Lord of the Rings, but it's just a penguin on a chair, or it's about a pedophile. It's like, that's not going to change what the content is
Oh yeah.
and what experience people are going to get from that. And if people want a different experience, then they're going to do what they want to get that experience.
Like obviously the work itself remains as it was intended,
Yeah,
but because we're people and we iterate on stories, we make new things with old things. It's just how stuff goes. Like who knows how many versions of any ancient Greek myth you could conjure up out of a
many.
book or seven.
Yeah. I mean, what is it?
Those are essentially just mods of the original story.
Yeah, pretty much. I can't remember what the cited first story is. Gilgamesh. That's it. The Epic of Gilgamesh. Like, when you look at that basic story structure, how many times have we done that? Like
Many.
400 billion times we've iterated on that story. That story is basically like the poster child of the superhero genre, if you can call it that, that exists in media now.
That sort of larger than life hero.
Yeah, and I don't hear anybody saying, "Oh man, the
Bro,
Marvel
Spider-Man's a
movies."
ripoff of Gilgamesh.
Yeah, the Marvel
It's
movies
taking
take
away
away
from
from
the
the
audience
original
of
experience
Gilgamesh.
of Gilgamesh. You know, it's like that's a stupid thing to say because they're different experiences, and if people want those different experiences, then they will make them and they will seek them out. Someone wanted the experience of a Spider-Man story, and so whatever intelligent bastard it was that came up with it made it,
Yeah.
and other people read it and liked it and
And
wanted
then
to share that experience with other people. Yeah.
those iterated on themselves. Like we have the original, of course, Spider-Man comics, but then those became other comics, and then those other comics became their own like different movies with their own different spin-off movies with their own different spin-off movies that
Yeah.
results in stuff like Spider-Verse, which is a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off of the original character.
Pretty
I'm
much.
not, yeah,
I
because not
I
only does it take inspiration from the Spider-Man films, but it also takes inspiration from the original Spider-Man comics and
yeah.
the iteration of Miles Morales, who also took iteration from the original Spider-Man comics.
Yeah, I gave up trying to follow the comics in any like coherent sense long time ago. I like them, but man, there's some shit in there. And
It's very
with
much,
how many times it's been iterated on, it's it's very
yeah.
hard because people, when it comes to Spider-Man specifically, right? People like the story of Peter Parker,
Hmm.
and that story has been told to death in the
Oh boy,
comics. There
many,
and
many times.
people can't even agree, and I love seeing the arguments about this isn't my Spider-Man, this isn't real Spider-Man, and
Well,
it
they're
was
all Spider-Man.
yeah,
You can
like
wear the
wears the
mask.
spider suit, has the spider powers, goes by the name Spider-Man. It's Spider-Man. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Like
I don't
the
know.
the best thing to me about like those different iterations is that it provides a Spider-Man for everyone. And like, of course, we're using just Spider-Man here, but obviously this applies to many heroes or iterations upon like there's kind of archetypes or representations of like what people want to be or who they see themselves in.
Oh yeah,
And Spider-Man
absolutely.
is just like one of those. And it's the most recent, the Marvel version. I know a lot of people don't like that, and I can definitely understand their reasons why. I understand why people like
Oh
the
yeah.
Tobey Maguire films. I can understand why people like the Andrew Garfield ones, even though they're pretty categorically shit
Oh, they're
on their
so
own.
bad. I love them, but they're so bad. Andrew Garfield is the best part of those movies.
Oh yeah. I also
Uh,
much prefer his suit design, like something about
I've
like the long spider I like a lot.
yes, yes, I like the longer eyes on that one, and the sort
Oh
of
yeah.
darker eyes that he has on the suit. Yeah, I don't know. I like those movies a lot. They're really bad as stories. They're really bad, but I like him a lot, and I definitely have a huge crush on Andrew Garfield.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh, my man. Oh, he's a really good actor too. So it's like it just helps all around.
So yeah, like to keep going on that, like I know a lot of people don't like the Marvel films. I understand the reasons why. I understand what
Oh
people
yeah,
feel like they were missing compared to the originals. I understand
yeah,
like
and
those different things about what people feel. But personally,
it's
I really love that version of Spider-Man. It feels like a version of Spider-Man that is around like my time and what I've come to experience getting into things.
yeah. I think that
But
there are certainly still relatable stuff to like the original '60s Spider-Man and his story. But I think that the current Marvel one is a really good and relatable one as well. And especially when you look at it in the spectrum, in the context of the rest of the Marvel Cinematic Universe,
mhm,
I think that his story is really really good, and he's probably the most fleshed out Spider-Man that we've had on movie screens to this point.
right. I definitely think that a large part of that is due to the context that No Way Home allowed for the character. Like, okay, this is definitely his origin story, like all of it, these three films.
Yes.
And I like that approach because it's definitely very different from what else we've gotten, where we had like a fully established Spider-Man by the time one ended, or maybe by the middle of two in the Amazing Spider-Man's case.
Yeah.
And that's something great too. I love seeing a fully fleshed out character at work against recognizable villains.
Oh yeah.
But I also, like I can also appreciate that they took a different route for the new one and maybe realized that they should take that route on the second movie, or I don't know what the plan was from the start. Who knows how much change up there was
Yeah.
with
I have no
production or
idea
as the movie's released. But
how
just
much.
just for now, I'll say that this was the average plan by the time the first movie wrapped, you know.
Yeah. If we go on the idea that the general arc that Peter goes on over the course of all three movies like was planned out roughly from the start, then that's great. And props to John Watts, because I think he was writer director for at least some of them. I know he directed the last one. I don't know. Props to the writers and John Watts, the director, for those. Like to get all of those parts together. I applaud, and especially if the plan was not set out from the beginning, and they sort of picked up, oh, we want to push him along this general arc in this movie, and they made it up by the time No Way Home came out, and they were like, yeah, we're gonna sort of complete his arc into what a lot of people consider to be like the traditional Spider-Man.
Hmm. And like
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
appreciate
They
that
did good.
direction a lot. I have no idea how it came about. I guess I'll give them the benefit of the doubt as writers, but of course, I suppose we both know how often that can be on the seat of your pants, or
Oh yeah,
just fucking going with it. Okay, we got this. This is working.
yeah. It's like basically the entirety of Star Wars was written on the fly.
Oh yeah, and sometimes it works. Sometimes it
Oh yeah,
definitely does not. It definitely does not. And I'm
yeah,
very glad that this iteration worked in that respect. It was
yes.
able to tell the complete story it did.
It's like oh, what was it? The Mission Impossible movies. I think the last one was like they wrote and shot the action scenes before they had written anything of the story, which is like a really sort of dangerous thing
Mm,
to do if in terms of
yeah,
wanting a good story, but they did really well in tying it all together. It's it's a good movie. It's a
like,
real good movie.
I'm sure a lot of people would prefer like different hero iterations. I know a lot of people love the Spectacular Spider-Man show. I know a lot
Oh
of
yeah.
people love Tobey Maguire. I know a lot of people love this specific comic run or this specific comic run that they found, and they just like adore how it's told from beginning to end.
Yes.
And that's exactly why I think a hero genre like this is so special because it provides a framework that a lot of people can iterate on and invest in.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I think the hero genre is almost something inherent to humans, is that they just really like and grip onto those types of stories.
I would think
They're
so.
they're really great for, giving people a good framework of this is what good morals are. This is what good people do. So they make tough choices. They do things that are better for, everybody else over themselves. They make mistakes. They try to make it better. You know, they're really good for that kind of thing. Um, and they seem to be something very desired and inherent to the way that humans write.
It is. And I think like even like folk tales or folklore and different kinds of things, if you go into like very more traditional um uh, vocally sure what I know there's a term for that, but like oral history, that kind of thing.
Yes.
Like they often carry a lot of these similar elements, like something I suppose from American history, like something like John Henry.
Yep.
And I'm sure many cultures have their own version of this kind of character or this kind of stories, like someone who did something so grand that his name became legend.
Yes. Absolutely. I think that is a pretty consistent thing across human cultures, almost in the same way that the idea of a spiritual plane and beings that exist beyond the human understanding that have control over the environment, or whatever. It's
Mhm.
like whether this comes as the result of humans trying to understand the changes in their environment and put it in a framework that they can relate to and figure out, or whether it's just something that we like doing. It seems to be fairly consistent.
It's definitely why folklore and oral history and stuff like that can be so fascinating to me because it's very distilled elements of like what people are trying to understand
Yes.
and how they imagine it. It's great often. Like if you've ever read the original Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark by Albert Schwartz with art
Uh,
by Stephen Gamble, I
I
I think it was
think
around the
so.
90s. He got very famous for being banned from a lot of scholastic book fairs and
Oh
libraries.
yes, yes, yes.
Like those books were indeed terrifying, mainly through the art, which I adore now for how it looks. I gotta show you some of those sometime. Just it's fantastic the way that artist draws out the stories or lack thereof, the stories themselves. Like the feeling of all the folklore and like writings themselves and how they're carried out through the art is just grand. And it feels mysterious in a way. It's definitely why I appreciate games like the first third ish of Inscription because
Oh
it also
yeah.
deals in that kind of folklore, more natural element of what the fuck is happening? Why are the bears
Yes.
trying to kill me?
Yes. Yeah. Folklore is very interesting.
Right.
Um, all of this to say, humans iterate on stuff, and they will make the experience that they want there to be if it doesn't currently exist, or even if it does.
I appreciate that this entire conversation could technically be regarded to Elden Ring in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Like the stuff about heroes and all of that, like how we're planning to implement the legendary legacy wondrous talismans. I no clue the name.
Yeah, we'll figure that
I'm gonna
out.
call them legacy talismans for now and hope it sticks, like they did with the dungeons.
Yes.
So legacy talismans, like the way we plan to incorporate those, like that's very much around the idea of here, like sort of a power fantasy. It's in that same vein of like feeling like you're earning a legend, I think.
Yeah.
Like different, of course, from how Devil May Cry or something like that may incorporate a power fantasy, but I think it's in the same vein and invoking the same feelings just through a different method.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It's interesting like to think about, especially like in because I think Dark Souls does do the power fantasy thing overall, but
Yeah.
not definitely not in the same way. Like the idea of overcoming these like literal gods is very power fantasy in its nature,
Oh, yes.
but it's
But you have
going
to
about it in a
work
way
for it.
initially like it demotivates you while pushing you to keep going, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I think that Dark Souls definitely gives you the power fantasy vibe and aspect to it. It's like, you know, here is your opportunity to kill God, but you have got to earn that shit.
Oh yeah, you have to earn it every step of the way.
Yes.
Like healing's not free, attacking's not free. This is all for that purpose of making you feel like you earned that victory.
Yes. Everything that you do is a struggle. And when you have accomplished that, you've risen to the challenge, you can feel very rewarded.
Hmm. Now here's the thing, because with that conversation in mind, and I've been looking at, of course, the Nexus and stuff recently with stuff like the like the less commitment weapon attacks mod that I remember you saying you had gotten, even stuff like Swordsman, which does
Yes.
a little bit of that as well. And it got me like to wonder like that the focus of the Elden Ring in comparison, because I definitely feel like it's changed question mark.
Oh, I would say the focus of the series has absolutely changed. We have moved away from the power fantasy that you have to earn to a straight up power fantasy within the skin of a Souls game. Because you are so much more powerful as a character in the world of Elden Ring and even in Dark Souls 3. Like, you move faster, you roll faster, your roll has longer iframes. You know, you are much more capable as a character in this world than in Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls. In
Oh
both of
yeah.
those games, you are shit. You are dirt on the bottom of someone's boot.
You walk
And
with the speed of molasses and you roll with the clunk of a metal tin bag.
yeah, we'll go with that. Metal tin bag, I like that. But yeah, exactly. It is a steep upward climb to get to any renown in the world of the original Dark Souls. Like you are nothing in that world, and that is reflected in the abilities of your character. And your challenge as a player is go through this world, conquer the challenges before you, even with the limitations placed on you that are not placed on the world around you. And because FromSoft has really been pushing towards like faster stuff ever since Bloodborne, they're like, oh, we gotta go fast. We gotta be Sanic.
You gotta be standing speed.
Yeah, we gotta go fast. We
Because
gotta.
obviously that's invigorating. That in its own way invokes that feeling of like excitement. People really get drawn to that
Oh
because
yeah,
it's a really nice rhythm.
it is
Like the
absolutely.
dodging and the weaving and the attacking, like that all flowing in seamlessly.
Yeah.
There's a reason like people adore that. It gets mega appreciation. And of course, as a developer, you want to respond to that because in a way, that's what you're all about. Is you want to make something an experience that people gravitate to and respond to.
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
Because like you don't really respond to Ceaseless Discharge or the Centipede Demon
not
or
no, Izalith
or
in its entirety is.
like the Taurus
Eh.
Demon to a maybe to a lesser extent. The Gaping
I
Dragon for presentation maybe, but its
I
gameplay is
don't
not
know.
quite.
Gaping Dragon is presentation is okay, gameplay not so much. But I will go to bat for Taurus Demon. Taurus Demon is
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
I think it is relatively well designed, and it.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Does it give you that same exhilaration as, of course, Artorias, or even like, oh God, what would be faster paced battle? The Iron Golem? Nah, nah. I can say Iron Golem.
I mean, I like the Iron Golem fight. I like
No,
a
Iron
lot
Golem,
of
perfect,
the.
good.
I don't think that anything in Dark Souls 1 stands up to the absolute pillar that Artorias is.
Yeah,
Like,
like I was
Artorias is
thinking
far and
fucking
away
Sanctuary
the
Guardian,
best.
but I really don't like that fight all that much.
Yeah, I'm very iffy on Sanctuary Guardian.
Yeah,
It's
it's very fast
fine.
paced, but it doesn't feel like it's not
Yeah,
Artorias.
no. Sanctuary Guardian, Artorias, kinda Manus, and Calamite are like pushing the limitations of the animation speed in Dark Souls 1. Those
Oh
things
yeah,
are absolutely moving at the absolute fastest
they're
that is
smooth.
fair to the player.
Oh yeah,
Like they are practically booking it compared to everything else in that game.
and of course this is no like huge revelation, but people adore Artorias to this day. You can probably see people ranking like highest in their overall boss list, maybe secondary to something like Gale. Who knows?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
Just
I
like in general, like Ishin, he's consistently put up there with some of the greats, despite being in uh at that point Dark Souls less nuanced active boss system.
yes.
Like he definitely can't challenge you to the point that Gale can. In like in direct comparison, he's much simpler, even if he doesn't quite feel that way once you're so used to Dark Souls 1's combat at that point in the game.
Yeah. He has far less moves than Gale. He's far more predictable than Gale. He's only got the one phase. Yeah, he's a far simpler boss, but he is absolutely like the best designed in Dark Souls 1.
Hmm. And so you got like a huge amount of response to that. People love that. They still do. Very unironically, very unapologetically, and I can definitely see why unironically. I'm probably making that sound like I'm leading up to a bad thing for Artorias himself, but I'm not. I genuinely love that fight quite a lot. But that's the thing. That's why, of course, I've seen a lot of people compare every more active fight in the newer games to like an Artorias rehash, like how that one guy said Margit was an Artorias rehash.
Yeah, I don't understand that at all.
Yeah. Like if anything,
Cause
that's one of the reasons I really like Margit is because he takes a fast, active approach, despite
yes,
not being the sword and shield man of Dark Souls 3 renown that kept that same active speed. Like he wields a cane, the motherfucker. He has a tail.
yes, yeah,
So I suppose my thought is like, especially considering like the challenge of how do you keep endgame feeling difficult while not being overbearing. Like you can't really
yes.
boost up damage too much, otherwise it feels artificial.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really boost up the complexity of the attacks too much, otherwise it just feels unreadable. Which, you know, people don't like. Obviously, there's a balance, but that balance is already struck really well earlier in the game.
Yeah,
Like with something like Margaret. That's a really difficult one to press to fight, but then you make it over him. And so, of course, the big question is, where do you go?
Yeah, that is the challenge that FromSoft faced when it came to designing this game,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know that they answered that question very well. It's like, where do you go? Well, we go to bullshit,
Yep.
input reading, and, heal punishes on absolutely fucking everything. And we crank the damage up so that even if you have 60 vigor by the end of the game, you can only take 2 hits. Congratulations.
And
Yeah,
even I
I
think for people like in the modding scene, like who discuss around this game a lot, cannot they don't really have an answer for this either because obviously with the Soul series like being I, I can't say at its core, but like it definitely has major elements of like power fantasy.
oh yeah,
It is about overcoming challenge.
especially if you do a magic build.
Oh yeah.
That is power fantasy to the max.
Oh
I
boy, yep.
have become God.
I have become God, fear me, mortals. Malekith the Black Blade, more like Malekith the Black Shit on my stained boots.
Yeah, we got there.
In the end, it came around. So, yeah, that's just the thing is
In
like
the
even
end.
people who are criticizing the decisions made by FromSoft in like even us like trying to come around to the difficulty of Endgame and how to change it so that it can feel in that same vein that people really like out of FromSoft's difficulty.
Yeah,
And like the balance that felt like it was working really well in early to mid game. Like as far as I've seen, no one really has a straight answer beyond like getting rid of the bullshit that is there.
yeah,
Because at the end of the day, I don't even think there is a straight answer with how the game has established itself and the systems that it works with.
definitely. We are pushing the limitations of the combat system that FromSoft has made.
Hmm.
Like this combat system that they clearly really like and they want to
And
stick to.
and
They
the
are,
players really like too, because
oh yeah,
again, I'm sure you can agree with this. This is one of some of the most satisfying melee combat in a video game.
oh for
Like
sure,
there's better out there for sure, like very specific melee focused games.
yeah. Like
And of course others made by FromSoft that you could argue are much better feeling. But for like a game of this scope, no better melee combat exists.
I would agree with that. Um, especially and this is the difficulty that comes with it is because it's skill based.
Yep.
Like when you make a combat system that is inherently skill based and not numbers based,
Like that feels good, but it is
it
inherently restricted.
yes, it feels good, but it creates a huge problem for you as a developer trying to balance the game for everyone,
Hmm.
which they clearly wanted to do with this. They're reaching for the biggest audience they've ever done. They got the biggest audience they've ever had, and they tried to make it as broadly appealing as possible. Of course, they didn't quite succeed.
Nah.
Um, if people like Quantum TV or anything to go on, a game that isn't made for everyone shouldn't be made. Fucking bullshit that he spewed.
Oh boy.
Um, but you know, it's it is the most accessible FromSoft game since Dark Souls 1, I think.
Hmm. And that
I
was the game with like a literal menu-based difficulty option with being able to like kindle for more assisted bonfires.
yeah, yeah, and it's like the difficulty in Dark Souls 1 is super intuitive. As soon as
Hmm.
you understand the system at play, you're like, "Oh, I perfectly get this."
Yeah.
Once I have some humanities, I can make the game much easier for myself if I want to. I don't have to. It's 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 right there for the player to decide as they wish. And I don't know
I,
why we ever moved away from that system.
I still find it funny. That's a literal menu-based difficulty option, and it
Yeah.
still fits so well within the game world that I never even considered that until I realized it around the difficulty conversation about this game. Like
Yes.
this game.
Yes. It is like these games have always had a difficulty um, management system. So right, you always have the option to grind to level up. You always have the option to do this thing or go get this item that will make it easier. Like those exist to you, and once you become aware of them, you can take advantage of them or not.
Hmm.
Um, the the game gives you options, and this game gives you way more options than any of the others have, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
I love giving players options. I don't think they balance them well. Ashes of War and the Spirit Ashes being
But the options are there. The systems are in place.
yes, yes, they're giving players the option. You have this choice. You can make the game easier for yourself by engaging with this or not. Um, I think their mistake is in trying to scale some of the difficulty of encounters based on the assumption that everyone will be doing this. And if you're not doing this, you're basically just like hurting yourself.
Hmm. And
If
this,
you're
along
not
with the
using
fact,
Mimic Tier,
yeah,
you are doing a disservice to yourself.
and this along with the fact that, of course, the combat system is judged based on its like mechanical reactability. Like an attack is bullshit because it's not humanly reactable. Like
Yes.
Godric Windstorm or a Beast Clergyman's double swipe thing he does,
Yes.
which means that those options are removed from the are like or at least should be removed because they don't conform to the idea and presentation of the skill-based gameplay system.
Yeah.
So it inherently limits what you can do with the system because it leans mostly towards it being based around the player's skill.
Yep.
That went very roundabout. So I apologize. That's difficult to follow.
It
But
it's really difficult to design a hard game and to iterate on it as many times as they have and to have gotten the audience that they have and still
mhm.
make it hard every time.
Oh yeah,
I think Sekiro is a great way for them to change up their formula and to make something really hard. And they did, and it works really, really well.
it's hard. That game is hard. Like even now, I suppose, or even to veterans of the Soul series itself, that game is hard to learn and to master.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I should also mention that it suffers the same problem because once you master it, that's pretty much it. Like that is beating the game
yeah,
on the long term scale. Like once you master that combat system,
yeah.
like
There's nothing
you
that the
can get
game can
tripped up
present you.
every once in a while. But yeah, that replay value is just inherently gone.
Yeah, although I guess that aspect of it leans into the power fantasy thing. And so when you
Mhm.
have a skill based thing, once you've learned it,
You have
the
achieved the
challenge
power
is
fantasy.
gone.
Congratulations, you are God.
Yeah. And I don't personally, I don't see there being a problem with creating a game with hard to master mechanics that gives players like easy to learn, hard to master.
Hmm.
The drifting mechanics in Crash Team Racing or in Mario Kart 8, it's like they're not hard to learn to use.
They're hard to master.
They're very hard to master to get the timing right
Yeah.
and to really take advantage of it at the best times. Like that is a skill, and I'm more than happy to reward players with the use of that skill. It's like, congratulations, you have done what I have set out for you to do. You can now go through the game and destroy it if you want.
So,
I
so
give you that
here's the thing.
option.
Like my whole thing about Sekiro is this: how do you make a sequel to Sekiro that is harder while not being bullshit to Sekiro's combat mechanics? And then say like that gets popular enough to warrant another sequel. How do you im improve upon that
Yeah,
to make
it's
that more difficult?
it is a
That's
difficult
pretty much the
challenge.
problem that the Souls series is faced here with Elden Ring.
Yep.
And I think it's circumvented with Sekiro or even Bloodborne because it relies on different things. Like you're mastering that individual game and that individual style of combat.
Yeah.
Well, with Dark Souls, we've mastered that combat iteratively for the 5 games if you count Demon Souls.
Yeah. Yeah. I have I have I'm not great at these games. I'm
Uh,
pretty good at them at times.
Me
Um,
neither.
but I have fairly well come to understand and mostly master the combat system within them. It's
You
like I
anticipate the
understand.
imp around the corner, for
Yeah,
I suppose lack of a better word.
yeah. I have figured out the game. I understand the
Mhm.
gameplay. Let me at it. Give me the challenge. I know most of the mechanics. I have figured out how to figure out the mechanics I don't know. Um, I understand the commitment time with swings. I understand the pros and cons to blocking, the pros and cons to doing XYZ. There's a lot there. I wouldn't say that it's an exquisitely deep combat system, but
Yeah.
it I understand it. I have essentially roughly mastered it. I'm not, no hit run
Speed
level.
running. Jesus.
Yeah, but I know how to play these games. I understand them relatively well. So I feel like the difficulty is just in learning each encounter.
Hello, Jen. Yep. And yeah. Because of course muscle memory is also a huge part of the difficulty to these games and how they scale.
Yes.
Like Dark Souls 3 became very much easier for me as I played it more because I knew what to expect. Like I knew there was an enemy around this corner. If I hit it this many times, it was already dead. It's like just depending on the weapon usually, but generally that was what I needed to do, and I knew that. If just by like muscle memory from going through that area so many times.
Yep.
And I knew this boss, like I had become accustomed to it so much that I didn't really need to consciously think and consider what I needed to do because I could just like beat it
Yeah.
once I knew what was going on or what I was working at.
Absolutely. I
And so like Dark Souls 3 became much more boring because like if I was going through Undead Settlement, it's less about the experience of Undead Settlement and more like, okay, this enemy's here, this enemy's here, this enemy's here, this enemy's here. Grab this item. Okay, now I'm done with the area, move on. That kind of thing.
yeah. And I would still say that that is like a level of mastery over the game is
Mhm.
learning where the items are, which items you want to get, which ones you don't, and even learning like what is the correct pathway to run through this engagement so that I don't have to fight them. Like speedrunners definitely have mastery over the level of engagement that they choose to take with the game.
Oh yeah.
Some of the things that they have to do are insane and very difficult, and that adds a different layer of difficulty and replayability to the game.
Hmm. So
And I think it would have been wise of FromSoft to lean harder into um, giving their audience options for the difficulty instead of reaching for bullshit to make it difficult.
hey,
It's like give people modding tools. Give us some like weird stuff that we can base speedruns around.
Oh yeah,
You know, give
because
give
those are
us
often
little tidbits.
really
We'll
good.
find them.
Oh yeah,
You've trained us at this point to tear these games apart piece by piece into the code at this point.
50 hit invisible wall that was actually patched, so that's good.
Yeah. Like you've taught us to take apart these games. Now give us a proper setup for that. Lean into it. Rely on us for that. Not to say that you shouldn't put content in your game, but you don't have to make things bullshit to make them hard. We
They,
are
here's, all right.
we are
We
somewhat
are.
capable of moderating our own difficulty levels.
Oh yeah, emphasis on somewhat, but also emphasis on capable.
Yeah. Or, you know, just go back
We
to
are
the
mimic
difficulty
chair
system.
using idiots around here.
I I say somewhat specifically in like the case of ash spirits.
Uh-huh.
It's like using those a lot of times is easy mode. If you use Black Knife Tish, you sometimes don't even have to move to beat a boss. You just let her do it.
Oh yeah.
It is categorically easy mode. And so a lot of people's responses, well, just don't use it. And I don't think that's a very good response when this is a tool that the game presents you that destroys the game.
This game is also all about tools and like what you use.
Yes.
Look at that
So,
flail. Freaking
yeah,
bring me my flail.
this is the first time I've ever gotten one of those.
That's pretty sick. I didn't know that existed.
Neither did I.
Look
And
at
it
that
has,
windy. Wow. Bonk.
oh yeah, wind and a bunk.
So
Yeah,
so here's the thing with all of that. Um, it was in a bit of a way preemptive, but also think like emphasizing the importance of figuring out how to difficulty scale in this game properly. And if we can, I think I want to maybe focus the stream around that, as it's a pretty game branching discussion that might need to also conform with like maybe like baseline elements in the game being changed around. Because I think that's where this game really falters on itself, is that it can't really figure out. We have a difficulty thing set up here, and how do we scale that? How do we scale that so stuff feels fun and fair and okay?
yeah,
Like where you'd want to experience this part of the game again because you're engaged with the difficulty it presents you.
yes. How do we encourage players to want to go back and do this again? How do
I
we
was
make
thinking
it
about
so that this specific engagement
it's
um,
fun,
or
yeah,
encounter, yeah,
or
is
engaging. Yeah.
yeah. I
Like
screwed
it
up
fits the
using the word
standard.
engagement, but yeah, it is to make this
It's hard to
encounter.
say because it's like often like it's not really fun in that sense of the word.
Yeah, it's not puppies and rainbows and balloons fun,
I use
but
engaging because like you'd want to come back to it after you're done. You're like, I love it. I like this experience and learning it and mastering it, and I want to do it again. That kind of thing.
yes,
Like
yes,
maybe the Abyss Watchers isn't fun per se, but it is engaging.
it is super engaging.
Like that's how I put that, even if it can technically have a lot of uses and be oversaturated in its own way. But that's just how I'm using it here. Like this. This is engaging.
Yeah, yeah. This is engagement right here. Is uh,
Engaging gameplay. 10 out of 10.
yeah. Let me whack this thing that apparently is an NPC so that I can get my FP back.
Nice. So there was one thing I was thinking about, a way to go about this, and it's kind of drastic in a way, and it goes off of that one conversation we were having on the first stream about possibly scaling effectiveness or like mechanical effectiveness with weapons in terms of like cancel windows and things as your stats did. So like, and it also came about with the like the swordsman mods or reforge or like that the one cancel window mod, of course, that you're using. And
Yeah.
it came about like, what if we had a system? Maybe this could also be combined with stamina, as it also serves a bit of a similar purpose. What if we had a system or push for a system that as you progress through the game, your skills with your weapons got more effective. So like at the very game, at the early game, you're much more maybe like Dark Souls 1 sort of speed. And the enemies around you kind of fit that speed as well. Like your attack windows are pretty long. You don't really have that much stamina, so it's very much more about the that that world's fastest strategy game kind of thing.
Yeah.
But as you progress through the game, your cancel windows improved, but so did the speed of the enemies around you. The scaling isn't really through damage so much as it is like testing your mechanical skill in comparison to where you were in the early game. Like, can you handle this if you're improving as well as your enemies? Like the knights have gotten more adept at combat as you went through the game. Like they can chain together attacks more freely, but you have better utility to deal with that.
Could be interesting. I don't know if we'd be able to like apply that to the game, but I can definitely see that being an interesting and engaging way of the world growing with you and increasing the difficulty kind of naturally, while still
Mhm.
giving you, you know, ample opportunity to respond in kind.
Because I feel like with other utilities that we're also thinking about proceeding with here, like deflection and other tools like that, like the summons, the revamped kind of summon system, or
Yeah,
like the different way to go about it. I think this method could still work since the damage wouldn't be scaling all that much. It's more about like the moves that enemies can be putting out at you. Like the damage scales because they can get more hits in. That's because this misbegotten was in this area, now it's in this area. So you'd still be able to deal with it even if you chose not to level up or how chose not to increase whatever stat it would that increase your cancel windows with the weapon. So you could still combat the game effectively in the same way an SL1 run might have difficulty with going through the game now.
yeah, I can kind of see that. I think we'd have to walk a very fine line because we may end up recreating ADP again.
Oh yeah.
Um,
And actually, now that you say that, it is very similar to ADP in theory, isn't it?
a little bit. It's like here's this thing um,
That increases your
that,
effectiveness at the game.
yeah, and increases your options
Mhm.
as a player to not take damage. Because Dark Souls 2, for all of its faults, was pretty good about letting you block stuff.
Yeah,
Like you had that as an option.
in general,
But if you want to stay on the offensive, like you're
you
just
want
gonna
that roll.
dodge,
Yeah,
and so you
you're
want
getting
those
that roll.
iframes. So we will have to be very careful about that if we choose to go about it that way, to not recreate ADP and just
Mhm.
create a stat that players will want above anything else. It's like, oh, I need to level this to level, 30 before I can bother
Anything
doing anything
else?
else with
Yeah.
the game.
So, in that case, yeah, I could definitely see it, especially if it was tied directly to a level up stat.
Yeah.
because then like even you could bump that in the early game, and
It
it could
so
potentially become much more effective for you than HP might, because you can get in way more
yes.
attacks than the enemy could around the
Yes.
stage of
So
the game.
what if it isn't tied to a specific stat? Yeah, all the bad guys. I got myself in trouble here. But what if it wasn't tied to a stat, but rather your total level? It's like if we made it increase by X percentage or X, frames to increase the cancel window. I don't know if that's even possible, but say that it was possible. If we did it every 5 levels, you get this increase in whatever. Then it's not tied to a specific stat. It's just as your character grows.
Yeah, essentially gaining like the experience, obviously.
Yeah,
Then your character grows along through the game. I could see that certainly working for sure, but I could, um,
I
of
think it.
course, obviously, I just and I'm glad that you pointed out like the ADP thing, as I would that immediately became much more interesting. And it's like, oh shit, yeah, that's bad. It's definitely not what
Yeah,
we want to. So yeah, like because I want to focus on this at least for a majority of some time, as I think it'll be a very important discussion to just get as much information on as we can.
oh yeah,
I think back and forth on this, just attempting to get the best idea we can on discussing would be really good right now.
yeah,
Actually, it could potentially give us something very important to like center around through the rest. So yeah, let's keep going with that. The problem I could see, I think, would be in encouraging farming in general, like
yes,
away from a specific level. We already know, of course, that farming is not exactly the most fun thing in the world to do.
no, and I think that this game pushes you to farm more than anything except for maybe Bloodborne, because Bloodborne pushes you to farm just so that you can have blood vials.
Oh yeah. You're reminding me of my attempts at Orphan of Kos. Ludwig less so because of that one dude who drops 5 blood vials, guaranteed.
Yes,
Go first fight.
yes,
The that why not do that before every fight? But okay.
yeah. I don't know. That's one of my bigger problems with Bloodborne is how you can just run out of blood vials.
Oh yeah. Like okay, I guess I'm farming now.
Yeah,
Yeah, farming is not really fun. It encourages tactics that I think feel at least uh very against the player in an and again artificial way, like how HP might be.
yeah. It is. It's like here you just arbitrarily have to have this in order to continue playing the game. Good luck getting that. Go
I
out
I
and
think this could
struggle
definitely
for a
be
few hours being bored.
alleviated with like the level up reward system that we're also considering with like the catacombs and mines rewards and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
So that way, like farming itself is less required, and just general exploration can get you something guaranteed, regardless of the cost to leveling at that moment.
yeah. I definitely want to really continue with that idea
Hmm.
and see what we can do with it. Especially as I've learned about all of the unused icons in the game, like all of the dream icons, all of the mist icons, all of the
Ooh,
stuff
yeah,
that just
we'll
still
definitely be
exists in
able
the
to figure
game.
out a way to figure those out.
Yeah, we have some choices for some items that we don't even have to come up with icons for
Oh
to
yeah,
put in the
that'll be
game.
fantastic.
Yes.
So I'll put it going through like every level you get as a good maybe. It's I think much better than tying it to a specific stat while
Yeah.
still relegating the experience of your character. But I don't think it'll work unless we have that like level up reward thing.
Probably not. And this also may interact in a weird way with the level cap idea that we were toying
Oh,
around
that is
with.
true. That is true.
It's like we'd have to balance it around that, which I think we could do. It's
Oh
like, oh,
yeah,
you just won't get
like
any
we
more
could totally just
rewards.
like straight up cap it off at 150, I guess, or whatever it was that we planned the first cap off to be for the first run.
Yeah,
And like every point after this is just for levels. So you don't need to worry about cancel windows anymore. But even still, like 250, how would everything scale in between that? Since we're talking about like frame cancel windows here.
yep. I don't know. There's
Is it like in multiples? So like every 30 you get another frame off? And like that feels weird. That
it
feels
does feel weird.
yeah.
It's a tough thing to balance. It's like,
So I think leveling tying it to leveling just in general can work. Both. Yeah.
yes. Yeah, the one that I just died to is a boss technically because it's behind the fog gate.
hmm
Um, but you can
This
also
game has a
find
lot
him.
of annoying
Yeah,
enemies that can also be bosses,
yeah, and it
depending
has a
on
lot of reuse. This
yeah,
guy
where they are.
is a boss, but is also just a random regular enemy elsewhere.
Where's the
So,
flail thing you got earlier? I just noticed that.
yep,
Like, it's like the same weapon. Yeah,
I got it
that's
from
the
that
thing.
guy. Well, the
Okay,
one that
so
was.
the tying it to the leveling thing can work, I think, although I think it might have a problem with feeling a bit disconnected from actual leveling itself, and especially if it only increased like what once every 30 levels or something like that, once every 20, who knows?
Yeah. However, it is that we I, my brain wanted to say bundled, but I don't know if that's the right word. However, it is
And
that we said if you get this amount of levels, then you get so many frames off of your cancel window.
so, how about something instead of that? What if we tied it to specific things you could find? Like you get like different like talismans in a way, but once you get them, there you just collect them. You have it. Like
Yeah.
how you get a skill in Sekiro. Like you had this,
Um,
and your ultra great sword class weapons, their recovery is increased or decreased by one.
we could potentially do that. We could even do it in a roundabout way of saying like thinking about Sekiro again. Oh, if you get 4 of these charm things, then you can get this big boost to your
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
abilities as a player. Um, oh, I
It's certainly difficult.
the problem that I foresee with this is the problem that exists within Sekiro is like once you're aware of this, if you want to help yourself as a player, you will actively seek out wherever it is that those are above anything else. Like getting those 4 charms made it so that I can take a few more hits. I'm going to prioritize getting those over anything else, and certainly over any engagement with the story and whatever. It's like, give me this so that I feel like I can make my way through the game. So we may run into that problem of like, well, we've just encouraged our players to run blindly through or to check, the wiki or the changelog or whatever, only to find that so that they can play with whatever they think is an acceptable base.
Okay. Okay, I see that. And I'm going to hazard and like I definitely see the reasoning behind it, why that's like a bad thing. So I'm going to hazard a guess at why it might be and how we could possibly circumvent it in a way, because obviously, yeah, I don't think it's possible like to totally disregard that, just like you can't really disregard farming.
Yeah,
It's an inherent part of collecting a resource to do a thing.
yes, absolutely. And I don't even know if I would fully say it's a bad thing. I think it's just something that we have
Like,
to.
yeah, to have the choice to be able to do this if you want to, I think we sh we shouldn't discourage that.
Yeah,
But it's more about, I think, making an alternative that is fun. Like that helps the player engage in the world more than farming would take away from it.
yeah.
So
And
it's the same argument, or well, not really the same argument, but like it's the same concept I think behind discouraging piracy is you really just got to make the way to get the content more accessible to people,
yeah,
and they'll
people
go
will pay
through.
for stuff. People
Yeah.
want to pay for stuff as long as it's easily accessible. But
Hmm.
when you make it difficult for them to get to it, they're just going to go with the easiest possibility. And
Yeah.
if they don't have to pay for it, then that's inherently easier, even if it's slightly more complicated to get it. It's like, oh, you're
Hmm.
telling me I have to download a BitTorrent thing, and I have to go to this website to download the thing, and I can have the movie? Well,
Oh,
that's easier
oh,
than having to pay for 5 different subscription
Paramount Plus.
services. Yeah, it's like
Like,
that's absolutely.
yeah, if you make the alternative engaging, or at least simplistic enough that it can more easily integrate into like the decision, then they'll go for that. And it's less about trying to criminalize piracy or whatever, more about making this alternative just like, hey, it's okay. This is here. You don't need to do this.
Yeah,
That kind of thing.
most people don't want to pirate stuff.
Oh yeah.
They just want to have easy access to their
I'm a
movies.
fan of role playing Blackbeard. I
I
got my
I
whiskey and my
and
scurvy on my
yeah,
teeth.
yeah, most people don't want to sail the high seas.
No, it's
Um,
just like, yeah. Most people just want to do the fun thing, but they also don't want to feel like their time is wasted
yeah,
or like their effort is wasted. So like,
or their money is wasted.
and that's where I think we could go about trying to make sure that works. Like, or at least works better than like just players feeling forced to go for this immediately every time. What if we tied it to like a system like how you would get great rooms or even great rooms themselves?
I can see that as like a it so tying it um whether we do it mechanically is like as an item that you get in your inventory, and just having this
Mhm.
in your inventory gives you this boost of whatever. However it is that we do it mechanically is like the reward comes from beating the story bosses essentially.
Yeah. Or like
Right?
even like
Or beating any of the bosses, I guess, because you and I have agreed pretty well that we want to encourage exploration.
mhm.
Um,
Like that is a huge part of this game's strength and a huge a portion of why people find this game so endearing in comparison to maybe something like three, or even why two might still remain in people's rosters because exploration, like that joy of being able to go out into the world and do what you want to do. It,
yes,
it's very nice. It's
it
very
is.
cool. He's so
I
cool.
I loved even the first couple of times running through this game. Like I loved exploring and going to the new areas and stuff.
Hmm.
I still really enjoy the elevator ride down to Seofor River.
It may be
Like
slow,
there's
but like the presentation it gives you just jaw drops.
oh yeah. Oh
Like
yeah.
I've probably like seen variations on Lane Down screenshots and like looked at Lane Down so much, but it's fucking Lane Down. When you get that first view, it's like, this looks like concept art was brought to life.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, the important part is exploration is a huge part of this game. Encouraging like valid exploration that rewards the player for how they want to take their character and their journey is, I think, very important. And I think
I
it could be
agree.
tied, like like say it was tied to something like the Rises or the minor urge trees. Like you only get a few of these in each continent,
Yeah. Yeah.
and
Or
they're
even if we
technically locked off by some challenge to get to the next area.
so let's an idea. Let's go
Okay.
extreme.
All right.
We tie it to every single minor dungeon in the game. Every cave, every mine, every catacomb. You get this thing, and when you get 4 or 5 of them, you can trade it in for this item. It's
Hmm.
essentially heart pieces, you know.
Right.
Just
When in
building on
doubt,
that
Zelda.
idea. Yeah, right. Uh, just building on that idea. It's like, oh, I don't have to engage with every single one to get myself to a better place. I just need to do enough of them.
Hmm.
Ideally, we want people to engage with every single one because we want to make them engaging as much as we can.
Yep. But in a way, I also think that's like a tall order for both the player and for us.
Yes, for
Maybe,
sure.
maybe, and I'll say this, maybe less so for us, because can you imagine trying to force everyone to go on a 200-hour playthrough every time they want to play the game, just to
Yeah,
be able to get their completionist thing out? Like,
yeah,
very good, especially if it's all engaging, and that's great. But I definitely don't want to burn people out just to get the stuff that's worthwhile to them, you know?
yeah, yeah. I I definitely recognize that most players do not function like I do. The reason that I've done like 7 playthroughs of this game is because I, you know, want to test everything. I want to do everything,
Hmm.
even the stuff that really isn't worth it. I will do just because that's the kind of player that I am.
And no, I certainly see that, and I can definitely see why
But
uh
you're
that would work
right.
out. But
People don't want to do that, and people shouldn't have to put in 200
yeah,
hours just to like experience the full
like
to feel like they've experienced the game.
maybe let me say it like this. I I want to give players, and of course I think you agree with this, is the choice to go with the content they want to go with. Like they want to do this amount of dungeons, or like and this amount of dungeons that feels right, and then they can be on their merry way with the tools they have acquired,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then be able to beat the game. And maybe next time they can do something different, and they can feel like they got something unique out of that, or worthwhile out of that from what they got, even if it's like a different set of dungeons, and it's like only a third of the ones in the game or less than that. It's like, okay, I got what I wanted from this, and I can make my playthrough work, and I can make my playthrough work the way I want to.
yeah, yeah, definitely.
So of course it's a balance because then like, okay, well, what can you sort out to each dungeon so that not everyone feels required, but all of them feel useful, and that's actual pain to get right. But
Yes. Well, I as crazy as it sounds, I actually think that putting some kind of reward towards this idea of you know and again, this is assuming we can make this work because I have no idea how we can do that. You'd have to, I think you'd have to copy like the TAE files and
you know the spellcasting dexterity stat.
yes,
I think hooking onto that, but for melee, basically. Like you increase
maybe,
this stat and this cancel window gets shortened. Like this particular one. Like from
yeah,
a max to a minimum.
oh, maybe. Would I hope there's some way to do it because the
Oh yeah.
increasing dexterity and increasing your casting speed, right? It only affects the first of the 2 animations required for every cast.
Hmm.
It only just boosts the speed of that. But the fact that it can dynamically boost the speed of that TAE file suggests to me that there is some ability to dynamically affect it.
Yeah. Because
Um,
like the way it's sorted out in the tape from what I remember is that and like you've experienced like the Blender video editor now, so you know how it works. Like there's a whole bunch of tracks sort of
yes.
vertically. And like every video file in this case would be like a cancel window or an event. Like
Yeah.
this video file and the length of it determines the parry
Yeah,
frames is active for, or how long this attack can damage versus how long it staggers. And
I've
this event,
modified the attack animations in Dark Souls 3, so I'm
okay, yeah, you
pretty
definitely know
familiar with.
this all works.
Yeah.
Sorry, a bit too much explaining there from me.
Huh, that's
And
good.
from what I'm aware, the cancel window pretty much works in that same way, where it's a few frames that the stat is told like, okay, you can work between this at the max and this at the minimum. Like if you have no dex speed stat, you start at this and that's the full animation. But if you do have the max, then you go to the all the way to the other end and you start from there, pretty much. Or that's the cancel window, and just scales between that.
I I hope we can make it work because I
Yeah,
really like this idea of showing a growth in the player.
and it's definitely the, and I want to explain my reasoning more for why I think it would work, even if it might not be perfect. Because obviously, I don't think me being a dummy could figure out a perfect solution to this problem, even if with as much time to think about as I have.
Yeah, I
Thank you,
don't think
Jenna.
perfection is a thing that we can achieve.
Yeah, just just about as good as we can do, and we iterate on it from there.
Yes.
So, and the reason I think this will work is because a few things. One, it's skill based while still being stat based in a way. Like you're still working within the skill confines, and like you're allowed to react as you are usually allowed to, but the restrictions on that free up as you go. And like you're
Yeah.
as you keep going, like you're given more ability to work with uh like the more free time slots that you get. Oh God, I'm having a hard time explaining this.
I mean, we're not taking away anything from the vanilla experience
Yeah,
to create this idea, right? It's like at the start, players will have the same amount of cancel windows and iframes and whatever that they have in the base game. If they've played the game before, they know what they're working with.
hmm
We just want to give them a reward for making it through the game as much as they have or exploring as much as they have and take up some of the restriction on their movement abilities to,
yeah,
you know, try to even out the odds when it comes to end game stuff. Because I don't think that you need um, larger cancel windows for beginning and mid game. I'm sure that there are specific instances somebody could point out, and I could be like, well, yeah, it would be nice to have that
but
in
no,
mid game.
that would definitely be for end game or so.
Yeah, it's
So
like
here's
this is something to reward you by the
yeah,
time you get to end game with the work that
because
you've put in prior.
I'm sure that you could attest to the fact that fighting, especially end game bosses, with the I'll say improved because shortened or lessened just doesn't feel weird, or it doesn't feel right. It feels weird to say because like
Yes.
technically it's shorter, but also technically it's more.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say improved, and you'll know what I mean. Like the
Yes.
experience itself is improved. Like the end game bosses and their pacing feels much better to fight around because you're also then fighting at their speed
Yeah.
more so. But it also doesn't feel like it's taking away from the player or like unfairly benefiting them. Like it's not so much HP that you can essentially ignore their attacks or anything like that. It's
Yeah.
it's something essentially like more mechanical freedom to respond, and that's the scaling as you go.
Yep.
And my words are twisting around, and I swear I'm making this sound like ADP.
More words.
No boy,
Mugwin.
more years. They, that here's the
Marjorie.
reason. I think it's different from ADP, and I'll try to word this as best I possibly can. Is that you're not given more opportunity or like for increasing this, you're not avoiding attacks better. And this is why I don't want to put in like roles or anything like that.
Yeah.
Like you're not yourself better, you're given more freedom to be better.
Yeah, you're given the ability to respond faster to things that enemies in the game do.
Yes, yes.
And it's vastly different from ADP because my biggest problem with ADP was you are basically forced at gunpoint to upgrade it if you want to help yourself because your iframes that you have at the start of the game at the highest is like 9 frames, where in Dark Souls 1 it was like 13
Ooh.
for the MIDI roll. Like, holy fuck. You have massively hindered the player's ability, especially with the way that hitboxes work in Dark Souls 2 and how chunky they are and how janky they are. Like, you have taken away the predictability aspect that was
Yeah.
there in Dark Souls 1. And so if you had kept the frames the same amount as it was in the base of Dark Souls 1, but you gave the player the option to still increase it, I think it would have been overall better received.
Hmm.
And there are certainly people who wouldn't have known about it. And it wouldn't feel as bullshit to not upgrade it.
Yeah.
But because they hinder it so much, it's like if you don't want to suffer, you will upgrade this.
Like let me put it like this. You're still going to be needing to roll at the right time to avoid that
Yes.
attack. That won't
Yes.
change. But your ability to like operate outside of that does change.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
it changes what we're planning to do specifically gives you the option to attack the fire giant with a jump attack, but still be able to roll out of the way,
Mhm.
or attack a troll and still be able to roll out of the way when they try to smash you.
Yeah.
Like we're
In a
we're
way,
trying
this is
to.
why I said it's similar to stamina in a way, as it's a bit of the same concept, but applied more mechanically.
Yeah, stamina, getting more stamina if we ignore the equip load just gives you the option to attack more and to be able to
Hmm.
roll out at the end of it.
But you still got to roll the same. You still got to roll the same timings you did before. You can roll more,
Yes.
but that won't save you from damage. Just like the cancel one does. You can attack more and you can attack more freely, but you're not going to be able to avoid the damage unless you apply the same skills you did before.
Yes. You have the responsibility to still
Yeah.
get yourself out of the way and time it right. We're just giving you more of an option to be able to do that so that you don't have to, back away from Melania 40 meters because she hasn't done bullshit dance in the last 10 seconds. You know? It's
Now
like,
here's what I'm thinking, is that along with this change, like being able to move faster uh, through the end game, I think we could make it so that you move a bit slower around the early game and get to your like vanilla level in mid game as you get into Liurnia, maybe around Caelid.
interesting. Are you talking about like movement speed or.
Not movement speed, the cancel window thing. Like it would be
Hmm.
slower than vanilla, and problem maybe also actually with a stamina change, so you have less stamina in the game. But this would mainly be to emphasize the difference so that we don't need to boost the cancel windows so far that it seems a bit um, like it doesn't look right. I should say, like compared to the timing of the animation itself.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like that goes against like my problem with ADP is that it cripples you at the start of the game, forcing you to level
Mm.
up. And so I don't want to cripple the player just for the sake of giving them options later. Like players will notice the difference.
Yeah,
I can tell the difference when
like you
the
have the mod installed, even if it's
yeah,
just a few frames.
yeah. Even if it's a few frames, I can tell the difference.
Yeah,
I maybe can't totally spot it, although I do think I'm relatively good at that. Um,
because it's game feel. Like even like
yeah,
the slightest difference there can like really feel the world, even if you can't like figure it out, put your finger on it.
yeah. You can feel out the difference even if you can't necessarily see it.
Hmm.
Um,
Alternatively, I think maybe because like I understand your point with that, like especially powering people down compared to early game, and like that if that comparison effectiveness means that you feel just that much more helpless in endgame, which I don't, especially for like the validity of an SO1 run, I don't think would be great, or like the equivalent of an SO1 run for this, like
yeah,
running in that like lowest cancel opportunity. It might just be better to start the player off with less stamina.
well, I inherently we're going to do that
Yeah.
because as we've talked about, we want to like increase the stamina cost of most things, if not everything.
Yeah.
It's like about the only thing that I'm not, already tied to as an idea of let's increase the stamina cost is like rolling.
All right. Yeah. Like I think
And
that would serve around the same effectiveness and purpose, like making the player feel slower and kind of sluggish
yes, absolutely it will. It
without making the player feel unable to like unable to fight properly as they if they get into end game with the
yeah,
same thing.
it
Like of
it
course the
will
intention would be that they did this, but not to not to a point where it feels unfair to them.
yeah.
Maybe very difficult for sure, but not like unreasonably so.
The hope of this is that it will encourage players to be slower and more careful in the beginning of the game,
Yes.
and it will make putting points into stamina actually mean something other than fashion.
Yeah. Without, of course, changing the mechanical feel, unless for the better around early game or around late game.
Yeah,
Like you still feel slower, but you're still obvious. You're the guy. You're the guy who's gonna make it.
yeah.
But you still
You're
feel like pretty fast mechanically. And
oh yeah,
then that like and with that you can feel your skill increasing as you get in the end game, along with your like your ability to put in more hits and the speed to do that. Yeah, I think that'll work a lot better than just outright decreasing them. The outright making the recovery feel worse
yeah.
in early game.
Just just having things cost more stamina will make things feel more sluggish, especially for
Mm.
players using larger weapons. It's like if you choose to use a great weapon of any type, you may not be able to
You'll
fire off a
feel
full
that stamina
combo.
cost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I as much as we want to encourage and power up ultra great sword type stuff and colossal weapons,
The
uh
comparison is important here.
yeah,
Like
there's going to
I
be a
think it's
stamina cost to that kind of a
yeah,
thing.
like it's important to the idea of like just in general, I think for any kind of weapon, but especially in the case of colossals, it's important to the feeling of power you get later that you feel weak in the early game. Like of course
Yes.
that this is area is still doable, but you have to feel weak otherwise like that point that you're making with the story of defeating gods and demigods doesn't hit right.
Yeah,
You
I
don't feel
should
like you're
not.
improving. You just
I
feel
should
like you're
not.
facing more bullshit as you go.
Yes, I should not be able to start as a vagabond and swing the colossal sword
Six
six
times and then
times.
roll.
Yeah, this is a problem. I know that everything in the game moves faster, and so FromSoft has basically given up on the idea of stamina and it meaning anything. But if we can balance everything else around it, especially in early game, and encourage players that, investing in stamina actually means something, then it will be
It
much
just
more
goes up from there.
rewarding later
Yeah.
game.
So I think then we're in agreement that decreasing stamina, or like, sorry, increasing stamina cost, especially around the
Yes.
early game. So you feel like much more kind of slow and sluggish, while keeping the mechanical feel of the vanilla game. But then around mid game or so, you're allowed to improve your cancel window and stamina ability as you go in order to be fully prepared for end game, where then enemies are a bit more free in how they're able to respond to the player then, and it'll feel better. It just it's just the fights themselves, and we wouldn't really need to rely on damage so much
Yeah, I think so.
as keeping the pacing.
You're giving the player this option to be able to avoid taking damage,
Hmm.
and so you don't necessarily need to force them to get good. Otherwise, they'll die in 2 hits, no matter how much health they have.
Yeah, it's get good in a different way because you're getting good with the options available to you,
Yeah,
which I do appreciate. This also, of course, might need to actually be balanced with by maybe giving the enemies more HP around end games to keep the pacing of the battles and stuff. But
potentially. Yeah, I think there are some enemies that have like way too much HP, and then there are some that just don't have enough. Like I'm always complaining that Malekith just doesn't have enough. But like we talked about last time, just pushing him into phase 2 earlier may solve that feeling almost entirely without increasing
mm,
his health. So we'll play around with that and see what feels right.
yeah, that's more moderate balancing terms. So, but I feel like the
Yeah.
basic structure of the pacing is figured out at that point. Like we know what the intention is and the purpose from this point in the game to this point in the game.
Yeah.
So then I think the next most important question is how will this be done? Like, yeah, how will the player improve the cancel windows? Like, how will they get the item for that, or however it comes around?
Yeah. Um I do like the tried and true heart piece method. Get 4 of this and you can craft this,
Hmm.
and once
Hmm.
you have this in your inventory, it boosts by X amount. Like it adds, 2 to 3 frames onto the cancel window,
Oh
and we
yeah.
can spell that out as clear as we can to the player in the item description and in the description for the mod project itself.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like this is how we've
Even if it
changed
like
this thing.
sounds a little bit weird in comparison to other item descriptions, I would want it to be as concise as possible.
Yeah,
Like just saying,
I'm
all right, this improves your cancel windows. You'll be able to hit better. Dumb tarnished.
I'm not against putting numbers. I know that FromSoft is afraid of putting numbers in their descriptions for things, but I'm not.
Oh yeah.
Increases attack by X percentage. I don't care. I don't care. I would much rather that the player have this information, even if it breaks immersion a little bit. I don't care. So I'm totally fine with in the item description saying to the player, increases cancel windows for attacks by X frames or whatever. And we may not necessarily be able to do it as plainly as that, because like the daggers have just shorter animations overall than the larger weapons, and so it may look really funky to, by the end of the game, increase your cancel windows by 6 frames. Versus the colossal sword, where increasing by 6 frames might look fine. So we'll have to look at what the changes that can be made to the cancel windows are and form it around that. Because my current understanding of the mod that I'm using to do that does it on an individual level for the class itself. It's like this weapon class, I've increased it as much as I can to make it look realistic and logical that you would be able to cancel out. So we'll have to play that by ear and maybe do it proportionally. It's like you can increase the cancel window by a third of what it currently is. And that is what works for the different weapon classes and how they work. Oh dear. Is my internet dead? No, okay. Internet is not dead. That was good. Had a bit of a scare there. Okay, cool. I am glad that you can still hear me. Twitch is showing me a thing that I've never seen before, so I don't know. But whatever. Mechanically, how we go about increasing the windows. There's probably a couple of ways that we could go about it. From like a logistical perspective, as there is when it comes to solving anything in this game. It's like, oh, how do you make stamina more important? It's like, well, you can do that in a number of ways. Increasing enemy health is one roundabout way to do that. Increasing the amount of stamina that, it costs you to do anything is one way to do that. Decreasing the amount of stamina that the player gets overall is one way to do that. It's like, which of these 7 different ways do you want to do this? And yeah, he's on mute right now. I assume he had to get up and go take care of something, so I shall continue talking instead. Mwahaha. You have to put up with just me. And choosing between these different options is, I think, a matter of playing around with each one and seeing which one feels the most intuitive and which one feels best. Which is, it's unfortunate for someone like me who wants very objective ways of categorizing things. But sometimes you just can't do that, really. The objective bit is the logistics, and the subjective bit is, does this actually work the way that I want it to? Does this feel good to play? and that will require time, testing, and data. Ideally, we can get a big enough group of people who try out the mod project. Um,
Oh, 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 there we go.
Hello, welcome back.
I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, I had to get up quickly and take care of something. There was
No worries at all.
yeah.
I've,
I
I've.
apologize for dipping out so quickly.
That's okay.
Not proper science
Science time.
streaming procedure. Very unprofessional of me. I will have to
How dare you?
file in my
Be filing.
unexplained absence.
I will be filing a motion against you with Twitch. I don't know.
I don't know.
There's probably some better way to say that, but I got out of academia for a reason. I'm tired of bullshit.
It's just okay. Now I gotta remember this very specific terminology I need to use, or I'm going to be sued.
Yep. Yep. Precisely.
Good boy. Okay. So yeah. Right. I don't know what you were talking about actually, but and I'd be remiss to have you miss out on explaining your point or what was just going on.
I was talking about how to do something mechanically, with the idea being like, how do we increase the cancel windows? How do we improve them in a way that feels good for the player? And there's probably a couple of ways that we can go about doing that. And so it's trying them out and collecting data and seeing which one feels the best to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because I started with the point of you can do it frame by frame, right? It's like each item that you get increases the cancel window by 2 frames. But for something like the knives, which have relatively short animations, that's going to look janky compared to the colossal swords.
Yeah.
And so you have to either accept the jank or you have to do it maybe proportionally. It's like this is the max amount that we can increase the cancel window and still have it look good. Now we break that up into however many, and so each item you get, you do not have unlimited arrows in the game.
Technically, but also technically not.
Yeah,
You
you
can
can
you can
craft
often
them.
craft as many of a specific type as you want, or even
Yes.
buy, I think, infinite, depending on if you have like a certain bell bearing or something.
Yes. Most of the merchants sell them at an infinite amount, as far as I remember, except for specific ones. Like you can't buy infinite amounts of Saint Trina's arrows, I think.
Ah.
Sleep is
But on
super
your player character,
underutilized.
you cannot have infinite. You only have a certain amount, usually however much
Yes.
you can afford.
Yeah, you are capped at 99 per death run. And so when you've, you know, spent several, if you pick them up off like an enemy who drops them, then those get put back into your immediate use pocket. But you have the immediate use pocket and then you have the stored pocket. And the immediate use only gets fully refilled when you die or when you rest.
Mm-hmm. Nice. I think the best way here would be to do it probably proportionally.
I think so. And so I probably am going to want to get in contact with the person who made the mod that I'm using and, see how they went about it and ask them if I can sort of copy their homework a little bit. Be like, this is my idea. This is what I want to do. Um, do you have any advice? Do you have any suggestions on how I can make this work and not look jank as hell?
I could also see um like specific case cancel items like for this specific animation or Ash of War or kind of thing.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Like this
Um,
applies for all dagger Ash of Wars that are applicable or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd want to split up the items across that kind of thing. I think I would want it to be broadly all over, because then you're putting people into the scenario. Oh, you're more than welcome to interrupt.
Oh yeah, no worries.
I like talking about things for a long time, so I'm happy to explain concepts and ideas and go off on tangents where it is needed or feels logical to do so. Um, and now, right,
So maybe not for specific
proportionality.
like
So I don't
at
want to
work
split
and
it
thing.
by I don't want to split it by weapon class, because then you're going to be in the same way that it's not as rewarding to find a memory stone
Ah, right.
when you're doing a melee build.
If you're doing a classical build, you don't want some for daggers.
Yeah, it's gonna feel like, well, this was a waste of fucking time,
Yeah.
um, which is totally fair. It's like, oh, this is a thing that I could use. The way I would look at it is like, oh, this is a thing I could use for a different build, but I'm not doing that right now, so I don't need this. But if you say I don't need this, and you've just beaten a boss or done a catacomb to get it, you've wasted your time essentially.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't want to split it by class. I would rather do it proportionally. I think
The only
it's like,
the only way I think to circumvent that if we did do it by class would be allowing the player to choose where they put it.
yeah,
Like if you got an item and you were allowed to say, okay, I want to put this towards colossals, or I want to put this towards this kind of weapon, then I'm going to be using this run. Or maybe I want to experiment with this one, so I'll put it into this just to test it out. Who knows?
yeah, I can definitely see that. A problem with balancing this that may come up is PvP.
Uh, yes.
It will be very difficult to have it feel balanced for a player who's at the beginning of the game or hasn't engaged with finding these or using them if they have found them. To do that and still keep up with a player who does have that access to them.
Mm, my best thought is that in the same vein that there's a PvP meta level, I think there would also arise probably a PvP meta for what maximum cancel window is allowed for this, or if any
Yeah,
are allowed at all.
yeah, I definitely would agree with that. Are you aware if if there is a bad boy server that you get put onto when you go online modding? Because that was the way it was
Yeah,
with
that
the
was
old
the case
games.
for the old games. I don't think that is here anymore.
Oh dear. All right.
As far as I'm aware,
Okay.
if you're removed from the game, then you are removed from the game. It's online functionality.
Interesting.
I, I'm gonna see if I can confirm this.
Yeah, because I don't know yet. I haven't gotten myself banned because the modding scene is wonderful and allows you to automatically go offline with mods as you see fit. And Mod Engine 2 is an amazing utility. Thank you, God, whoever came up with that. It's like, man, the team that put that together is amazing.
oh yeah. Mm.
So yeah, if there's still a bad boy corner that you can get put into, we may have to really be concerned about this. If there is not still a bad boy corner that you can get put into, then the most we'll have to deal with it is around whatever seamless co-op comes up with.
Yeah, for its PvP.
Yeah. Um,
I wouldn't be surprised, of course, if people came up with their own rules for that kind of thing.
yes, I absolutely guarantee people will.
I could certainly see like encouraging a certain sort of rule set. Like maybe in PvP, that system is disabled, and it's either set to the minimum or maximum,
Yeah.
or just like I suppose, yeah, the minimum then, because that would be base game stats. In the same way that I know talismans have different effects for PvP or non-PvP.
Yes. And it would be nice if the game told the player that, but
Oh yeah.
FromSoft isn't about that.
No, no, no. All that's gotta work in the shadows, in the deep secret underdark realm of numbers and technicalities, like how poise works
Yes. Why would we tell our players how the mechanics in our game work? They don't
for the
want that information. They don't need that information.
mystery, of course.
Yeah,
We gotta get Scooby Doo on the Elden Ring case.
pretty much.
I guess. Hmm.
Get good old Scooby Doobius in here.
Proportionally, I think would also be interesting as it would allow for just like one upgrade affecting, of course, all weapons as deemed fit. Like any cancel window that can be cancel windowed, it's moved up by a frame.
Yes. Yes. Like, for every weapon class, we evaluate what is the maximum amount of frames that we can drop from this without having it look jank.
Hmm.
Okay, we take that and we split it. I keep going with thirds, so I'm going to keep doing that. We split it into thirds, and so you can get 3 of these items total over the course of the game. And once you have all 3, you have achieved the maximum cancel window.
Upgraded bonus side you can get, yeah.
Yes.
Hmm. It's certainly interesting, I think, because especially if then that is 3, then that's very specific places throughout the game that this would be increased at.
Yeah. Well, I think it could work if we did the heart piece or the charm system or whatever. It's like you can
Mm-hmm.
find 12 of these items, and when you found 4, you can get this significant upgrade
Oh yeah,
to
true.
your cancel
Just
windows.
essentially just splitting it up
Yeah.
so I can all feel like
Um,
it's working towards this. Because it is a very big upgrade
yes.
generally.
It is a huge upgrade, I think.
Yeah.
Um, Even with as small of a time as it is, like the the difference in iframes between the regular roll and the quick step is 1 frame, but players still feel that difference.
Yes.
Like
Especially when you're going from like the default to the maximum.
yes, it is a huge difference as far as gameplay feel and what it is like to use it in combat. So I think even it being a third of the maximum allowed for each weapon class will be, you know, a lot. Even probably a fourth of that would be a lot.
Mm-hmm. So then, in the case of splitting up into, like, say, 12, or who knows, 8, just depending on how the split works out, where would they be? Where would they go?
Um, I do like the idea of them being in catacombs or caves or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like the idea of putting them in the rises. That's a neato idea because I like the rises a lot. I'm certainly biased to like them because my first playthrough was a sorcerer, and so every time I found one, I was like, "Oh yay,
Ooh, ho, ho, ho.
something useful!"
Another
Uh,
spell.
yeah, which a lot of other people didn't have because they played
Yeah.
melee. Um, So I'm biased in favor of the Rises. But something like that, where there's a limited amount of them, where it's easy enough to look at the map and see it and understand intuitively, oh, this is where I can potentially get this thing
Oh
that I
yeah,
want. You may create a problem of oh, I want to rush to find the thing, or put them at minor Erd trees or whatever.
yeah,
Um, Minor Erd trees would be a pretty good place for them, I think, because you can. I'm gonna go on the assumption that people don't know the map as autistically detailed as I do. So people don't necessarily know where all of the Erd trees are as soon as they walk out of the hero's grave in Limgrave. It's
yeah.
like most people probably don't
You
have
like you would
that
check your
level of
map to
detail.
just be sure. Okay, is this here?
Yeah. Um,
And then use that to
so
navigate where you want to go.
yeah, but you can see the minor Erd trees as soon as you're in the area, and
Yes,
it's a lovely natural
landmark
way of
kind of
guiding
thing.
you towards something.
Hmm.
And so I think it would be of benefit to the player to put it in specific landmarks rather than in random places.
Yes.
Because we could do it like they have cookbooks, which are just fucking everywhere. It's like, oh, you didn't pick up the random thing in that fort
Turns out
in
that
the
was a
corner.
cookbook.
Yeah, it turns
Allowed you
out
to
that
craft
was like the
textures
most
fast.
important cookbook in the entire game.
Oh yeah.
It's like, oh, you didn't buy that cookbook from the dude underground who sells soap? Well, you can't continue Alexander's quest. Fuck you. You know? Like,
Yeah.
having it be in the same way
Like
that
a
when you see
significant
ruins.
landmark.
Yeah.
Like you see this and you're like, okay, I'm definitely gonna want to go here because it feels like there's gonna be something useful here.
Yes.
Like you know there's something useful there.
Yeah. In the same way that you see ruins and you're like, okay, I know that there's at least one cave thing underneath it.
Hmm. So, in that case, what if we work backwards? Like, what's a landmark in the game that doesn't really have that kind of use to it for all builds? Because the minor
Um,
trees do have the fact that they offer you the physic tears, the
yeah,
orb thing, whatever they are. Like
yeah,
those are
for sure.
useful on all builds depending on like how you use them, but they're buffs they can apply considering everyone has the physic flask.
Yes. Or at least we assume everybody does.
Yes.
So I guess the main things that it's like this doesn't work for everybody is the mini dungeons, but there are a whole bunch of those, so we'd have to like choose a specific set of them. Um, there is the rises, but I don't think there's enough of them. I don't remember how many there are in the game. I think there's like 8, maybe 6, something like that. Another thought I just had is there's the stone sword graves that have the like songs written on them.
Oh, that's true.
Those don't really
Mm.
get any love or attention in these games or in this game because it's just strictly there for lore. So there's that potential. There's also the rolling carts. Those are pretty easy to spot. I know where all of the routes are for those. There are 4 of them at most, I think. So that's something we could do as well. We could put them in there.
Good do.
And legacy dungeons, the stuff you get in them is like not necessarily applicable to every build, but you find a lot of varied stuff in them, so
Going through the map and selecting, or like the on that map and selecting things that have like around like above 10, but maybe below-ish 15
Yeah,
significant locations like that, trying to see what fits that criteria.
yeah. Well, if we had some number that was reasonably able to be divided by like three, four, or five,
Hmm.
then that would work. I think. Um, there's also the churches, which have the sacred tiers. Those are
That is
useful
true.
for all builds, but I feel like the churches just kind of don't get enough love.
Yeah.
They're an interesting location in the game, especially lore wise and their implications. But I don't think they would be right for this.
That's Marvel.
Um, certainly,
Oh, no, okay, right. Okay, that's that thing. That's what that does.
I think an aspect of this is that it would be cool to lock it behind a combat challenge. In the same way that in Sekiro you have to beat the mini bosses in order to get the charms, the prayer beads. That's what they're called.
Right.
Um,
Um,
it's like this is a thing that will help you with combat. To earn it through combat makes sense to me. But we can set up that kind of a thing anywhere.
difficult. It's rather difficult. I'm looking to start. What I've currently highlighted is the Everjoust, there of which there are 11 in the game, 10 if you don't count the one in Consecrated Snowfield.
Interesting. That has potential.
Uh, the Sacred Tier churches, of course, there are 12, I think. That looks like 12. I'm not sure how many of these are in churches, but there are 12 you can find in the game.
Okay.
On the overworld too, so I'm assuming they're all in churches.
I
On the
think
right,
so.
the minor Erdtrees, there are 11 of them in the game, with 12 if you count the Erdtree itself.
Yes.
Well,
Also
11 if you
12 if
don't
you
count
count
the
the
one in the Consecrated
minor,
Snowfield.
the Erd Tree Church or Temple or whatever it's called in Altus. Technically doesn't have an Erd Tree in it, a minor Erd Tree, but it
Ah,
has
yeah.
like a minor Erd Tree. It's minor in age and in size.
So yeah,
Keep it
there's
away
one
from
in.
Moog.
Oh boy, oh boy. There's one in the mountaintops. There's one in Caelid, one in Dragonbarrow. One in Weeping Peninsula, one in Liurnia, two in wait, sorry, one in Limgrave, two in Liurnia, the lakes, one in Gelmir,
Yes.
and two in Altus Plateau,
Yes.
and then of course one in Snowfield. That's half the thing. Yeah, I keep forgetting how many rises there are. I don't think there's one that shows how many rises there are in the game. Oh wait, no, Memory Stone. If every Memory Stone is in a rise, then there are.
There's one
Nope,
rise
there's one in
that
Round
doesn't
Table,
give. Yeah, because there's one memory stone that you could buy in Round Table. There's at least
and there's
one or
that
two
rise.
merchants that you can buy them, and there's one rise that doesn't give a memory stone.
Looks like there's two actually, because there's that one rise in Snowfield that doesn't, I think,
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
and that one on the Moonlit Plateau, Moonlit Altar that
Yes.
gives you Rennie's Dark Moon.
The
And I think
moonlit
there's the other
area or
two.
whatever it is.
There's no sorting for the rises themselves, so I'm just going off of how many
That's
memory
weird,
stones are in the game.
because the rises have a map icon, so I would assume that the Fextra Life map would include them.
Oh, maybe on Fextra Life. Uh, Because yeah, I was using the Map Genie one.
Oh,
So let me check the. Let me check that world. I want the map.
give me that map again.
No, that's difficult. Okay, you have the locations thing, but you do not have a sorting for rises themselves.
Why? They're so cool.
Astrobor, bosses, consumables, flask upgrades, keys, locations, maps, materials, NPCs, NPC invaders, shields, sites of grace, spells, spirit ashes, summoning pools, talismans, upgrade materials, waygate weapons, no rises. They're part of locations, it looks like. That's painful.
Unfortunate. I am
What if
shocked
I
and
just looked
appalled.
up how many rises there are?
Yeah, I'm sure that someone somewhere has this information.
I yeah.
Um, but I like the memory stones being in the rises. However, if you're not doing a magic build, you're not going to go to the rises. I've
Six,
done
seven.
2 melee builds. On both of those, I didn't even bother activating the map icon of the rises. It's like there's no point for me to go here. I'm not going to.
Hmm. So it's like there's just like around eight rises, I guess.
Yeah, I remember it being like 6 to 8, somewhere in that range.
Barring the one, of course, in Snowfield, which we're not using since
Yes. Have we even mentioned that on stream? I don't
I don't
remember.
think I don't think we have.
Yeah, Consecrated Snowfield is getting to boot. Fuck that place.
It's just no matter what, I can never see any reason to keep it because all its stuff can be distributed everywhere else. Like everything it does, like, just do it somewhere else. Why does it have to be its own area?
Yeah, its own very empty, very useless area.
Oh boy. Like I don't know what it does that mountaintops couldn't do. Like pack that with stuff. Back it, back it up.
Yeah, yeah. You could absolutely put more stuff into mountaintops and make it far more useful than consecrated snowfields. And you don't even have to, like, you don't need consecrated snowfields to get to Haligtree.
Yeah.
They're not
Or
physically connected.
Mog,
Yes.
Mog Palace.
Mug.
Anything it leads to can be is basically teleported.
Yeah. So
Even
it's
like how
not
you get
needed.
there is a teleporter thing.
Yeah. It's not needed.
Yeah. I wish we could make the I wish we could make the rise thing there go to Mogs, even though that would make no sense.
Yeah.
Just really bring in the DS2 energy. Even better, make the elevator go up and you
Oh
arrive at Mogs.
god. That hurts my soul. That stupid fucking elevator.
I can still never piece it together. It just doesn't make sense. I've read like a lot of attempted explanations,
Mm-hmm.
but nothing about Iron Keep being above Harvest Valley actually makes sense.
No, it
Like
doesn't.
the only possible explanation that could work is that Harvest Valley itself is built into a mountain with that leading to Iron Keep at the top of the mountain, but it's not.
No. It's just bad. It's just bad.
Congratulations, you have arrived.
Or aliens. Let me pull out my Jufro. Aliens.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm. This is not History Channel.
This is definitely not Harvest Valley connected to Iron Keep.
That's okay. You don't have
I
to.
swear we could just put the entrance to Haligtree and Altus near Shady Castle or something that
Yeah,
doesn't need
why
to be
not?
there. Take the
Yeah,
Ardina gimmick and give it to another town.
Shaded Castle. Put the Halig Tree teleport in Shaded Castle. It
Oh
makes
yeah,
perfect sense for it to be
it,
there.
ha- it has the thing there already, like the poster, the painting.
Yeah,
It actually gives
I
a purpose to Shady Castle.
yes. Other than hey, you need to do this, kinda, not really, to do Millicent's quest line.
So yeah, we put the portal to Haligtree there. For the Mog portal, hmm, who maybe some trading Shining Grounds. Nah, that'd be dumb.
Yeah, I don't
It's like Mog is like
know.
put it there, like, oh, I'm gonna put my illusion here so that no one will ever know I made it through this very convenient portal.
Yeah, we'll
There's
find
like
some place to
caution
put
tape
it.
all over it, like do not cross.
Maybe maybe the Blood Rose Church in Liurnia. We could put it there. Um,
Ooh, right, maybe.
I don't know. There's plenty of other places we can put it
Yeah.
that will even make more sense than where it is in consecrated snowfields. Like, it
Why
doesn't
is
make
it
sense to
there?
be there, and yet it is.
Yeah. Like it just is there because
Reasons.
in like the only thing that like attempts to make it reasonable is the fact that you get the blood invader. But other than that, it
Yeah, the
nothing about
Blood
it connects.
Invader, the couple of Albinarics that are there,
Oh right, yeah.
and oh look, there's some blood on the ground.
Oh wow.
Ooh. And there's red flowers in this. Isn't that cool, guys?
World
Isn't
building.
that cool?
World
There's red
building.
flowers here. That makes me think of blood.
What if we
Oh
put in
man.
Caled just in the swamp over in Caled?
Yeah, we could definitely put it in Caled.
Yeah. Like probably around where like Commander Neal is or something.
Yeah. There's plenty of other places it can go. It does not have to be in consecrated snowfields. Consecrated
Yep.
snowfields does not need to exist.
Hell, we could put it with the Great Pot Coliseum.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Considering
could.
there's nothing else there. We
No,
put stuff
not
in there.
yet.
Let's go.
Although, um, looking at Sekiro Doobie's videos, there is stuff inside the
Yeah,
um, inside the Colosseums.
but there's no stuff there now, so might as
Is it
well
not
put
there
something there.
in the current build of the game?
I mean, well,
I thought it
not
was.
in the way I think we'd be able to use, because it's very unfinished looking, at the very
Yeah,
least.
it is. It is definitely unfinished. But a lot of the changes that we want to make will have to wait until we have map editing powers anyway.
Yeah.
Um, and so if we have map editing powers, then let's just
In the
you know
Coliseum, like you
yeah
got to beat someone in gladiatorial combat to
yeah
unlock the portal to Moggers.
yeah let's use them because they're there and they're pretty cool. They're
When they
interesting
when they
landmarks.
beat them, the announcer says it's truly a Mogwin moment.
You are truly my little Mog champ.
That's even more disturbing.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Only half following this conversation.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm glad. So, God, like all that to say, where are we putting the cancel window thing? I feel like the best options we have are the minor archeries, the rises, the resides,
The Rises.
or a type of dungeon or
Yeah,
something.
yeah. I think all of those could work.
I feel like
Um,
it could fit into the caves, it could fit into catacombs, the tunnels. Well, the tunnels already have their use, and catacombs
yeah,
we could give the level up thing, but mines or maybe caves.
yeah. We'll we'll see. Um, I like the idea of the minor erd trees the most right now.
Isn't like their whole landmark
Yeah, it's
like that you're naturally drawn to?
yeah,
We could also like switch around um the purpose of the Earth trees. Like we also give the physics stuff to the rises.
oh yeah, we don't have to keep the physics at the erd trees.
Yeah. So we give
Um,
the physics stuff to the rises and then give the Earth trees themselves the cancel window upgrade.
yeah, we could do that.
So so the rises have something more for all builds while still being like magically attuned with the physics.
Yep. Yeah, I don't
And
know.
with like
There's
yeah,
options.
yeah, there's definitely options. I feel like just placing it out at each and whichever works best we can keep. It's like around the same purpose anyway, just like these specific locations that you only get a few of in each section of the game.
Yes.
Um, yeah, definitely not for the demigods, I think, because obviously they're while they'd be cool, like, and certainly it would fit along with the theme of experience like that you gained fighting the demigods. Hmm.
I don't know. I
I think I'd prefer to just make the great runes better themselves.
yes, I would rather make those more of a reward for the player than to dump the player with a bunch of rewards just for beating a boss.
Yep. So, and that, how about in that aspect, with the whole cancel window thing figured out for the most part, conceptually? But why not talk about the great runes themselves?
Yes. I think that is a good segue. Great runes. Wow, how did you fuck that up?
They are
Um,
certainly not very good.
no. No, they're not. Why is it that the first one you get is the best one? It's the only one that you should use, basically.
Yeah,
It's like you have that, and then I guess Radon's, which gives you like a shit ton of extra health,
yeah.
but you still have to use a rune arc in order to get any of that, and they don't make that clear. I I don't know how I
It,
feel about the rune arc system with
yeah,
that.
it's rather ungood and just makes like a rare material really get that you know the one where like I'm gonna save this for the final boss. We are at the final boss. No, 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 no. The final boss.
Yeah, gravity. Gravity is the final boss.
Just
But
pop the
yeah,
rune arc as you're falling
it's
down the cliff.
it's uh, it's worse than the embers,
Yeah,
because at least beating a boss rewarded you with an active ember state. Beating a boss doesn't reward you with an active rune arc state.
we could do that. I
We
wonder.
could.
Like defeating a boss gives you a rune arc thing, which would
Yeah,
also give you another option maybe to seek out bosses in the overworld.
yeah, We could absolutely do that. I think that would be something to add, um,
But that
especially
would
with
mainly be
the.
supplemental to rune arcs, or
Yes,
sorry,
it's
the
not
great
going to
runes
fix them.
themselves. Yeah, they're
Um,
still kind of as worthless as they were before. Now they just proc more often.
yes, I think it would be far more interesting to have like the rune arc be a way to unlock the full effect, but you still get some effect at all just by
Yeah,
having the great rune equipped. It's like for Godrix, oh, you get 2 levels added to every stat when you equip this. But even that feels like, oh wow, you've just made every other rune arc feel like shit in comparison.
so we might
Um,
have to like wrap or like reinvent how they work
yeah,
in
I
some
I
respects.
think we're
Let
gonna have to
me.
change Godrix entirely. It's like the rune arcs are essentially a fifth talisman slot, right?
Yeah,
Um, but you can only take advantage of this talisman slot by using the rune arc. Sorry, the great runes are
yeah, yep.
the fifth talisman slot. Yeah, I can Sprecken's a good English.
Yeah, let me pull up all the individual and contracts, Millennials, Radons, Margits,
Murg-
Rickards, Mog, and the Phantom Great Rune. Obtained after using the Mog's Great Rune and invading another world. Oh, okay.
yeah,
So
I
yeah,
don't.
those are the only ones that matter. There's Godrix, Millennials, Dons, Morgots, Records, and Bog.
Yeah,
Now, what do
that's
these do? Graduate Great
Godric.
Rune gives you the 5 levels per each. Yeah, raises all attributes by +5.
Yep.
Easy, simple. Millennia's is interesting.
I like
While the rune is
Melania's.
active, getting hit will activate a small window of roughly 5 seconds where dealing damage will slightly restore HP to the amount before you got hit.
Yes.
Self-inflicted damage does not trigger this. Only enemy hits can trigger the rune's effect. The amount restored per hit is dependent on the type of attack and your weapon class. Total damage does not affect the restored HP, but rather the damage modifiers of the weapon attack performed.
I
Getting
like that.
hit multiple times in a row will reset the restore point to the amount of HP you had after the previous hit. E.g., if hit 1 reduces you from 500 to 400, and hit 2 reduces you from 400 to 300, you will only be able to restore back up to 400 HP by dealing damage.
Yes, it's the Bloodborne rally system essentially,
Hmm.
with a little bit more limitation because I think Bloodborne still let you get for like a second after
Yeah.
getting hit a second time. It still let you get back health beyond that second hit's amount. But I don't know for sure.
Blaster Krypton's Tears healing is reduced by about 25% of normal while the Secret Rune is active.
Yeah, that's an
And as of
interesting
current
choice.
patch 1.04, testing confirms that the rune effect seems to reduce all forms of healing by the same amount. So Blasphemous Blade, Taker's Cameo, Assassin's Crimson Dagger, etc. are affected by the Great Rune's healing nerf too. And the effective incantations by 30%. Interesting.
Yes. Um, I'm not sure that I like that it hinders healing to give
I
you
don't.
the Bloodborne rally.
Yeah.
It's an interesting choice, but it also feels like, oh, let me cripple myself to pretend I'm playing Bloodborne for a second.
Oh, you guys want a Bloodborne sequel? Here, fine. Take it. Sure.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, man. I think you could have a much more interesting trade off to having the Bloodborne rally, especially with
Yeah.
how spammy enemies can get, and if you can only recover health from the last damage that you took.
And it's like, well, what's the point? What's the point of
Yeah,
this?
it's like, oh, this guy just hit me 5 times and took out most of my health bar. But how nice of you to let me get back the health from the very last hit.
And that's the only effective way of getting HP back.
Yeah,
I
I don't
feel
know.
like this rune would be markedly better if we just took out the healing nerf.
Yes. Yeah. Took out the healing
Like,
nerf, and
and yeah, so the rest of the functionality is kind of weird, but at least then it's just like a straight up bonus.
yeah, and we can come up with a idea for um, what is the value, because I would want it to be active if you equip it. It's like you equip
Hmm.
this and you have the rally system from Bloodborne. This allows more aggressive playstyles to work a lot better.
Yeah.
Um, but then if you activate the rune arc, what is the bonus that you get from that? It's like, do you get more effective healing off of each attack?
Mm.
Do you do more damage? Do you also inflict scarlet rot? It's like, I don't know. There's options, but ideally I want each of the great runes to be like, here's this option to add to this playstyle.
Yeah.
You want to do a tanky build? Oh, well, this great rune like increases your shield stability a lot, or this increases your active poise a lot, or whatever. It's like something that caters to a specific playstyle, or that can help you add a mechanic to a current playstyle that you're doing. Like, I haven't used Mogs a lot, but I understand that it's important for doing invasions and PvP type stuff, and it comes into play more when you're doing that versus when you're playing solo.
Hmm. I could see like when you have the rune arc or when you have a rune arc enabled, it becomes not about like the previous attack, but just a time limit, more similar to Bloodborne.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Maybe then at the trade-off of like decreasing other healing sources by 25%.
Maybe
Maybe. Yeah.
we'll have to we'll have to play around with what is a good trade-off to gain this thing.
Yeah, this is a surprisingly good rune concept. I like it. It's just
Yes.
implemented really poorly.
Yeah. Locking it behind, oh, I have to use a rune arc in order to do this,
Okay.
and I
And my
can only
healing is
get so
eradicated.
many of them if I'm not engaging with online stuff, and
Oh
my healing
boy.
is crippled. It's like,
Not
oh,
good.
thanks, game.
Thanks,
Thanks
game.
so much.
The Pitiful Hunter.
Yeah.
Radahn's great rune. Raises HP and stamina and FP by 15%. So not by stat, by percent.
Yes. Which I guess I'm okay with. Like, in concept, that feels like a fine way to do it. And you could be, when not activated with the power of a rune arc, it does it by 5%. But when you activate the rune arc, it does it by 15 or 20%.
Hmm.
Like, I can see that. That
My
seems like a
problem with
fine
Radahn's
thing.
great rune is mainly in the fact that Morgoths exist, which increases health
Yes.
by 25%.
Yes. It's like, oh, so you just made Verdun's worthless then. Okay. And also, that specific power coming from Radon, like the biggest, chonkiest man in the game other than Fire Giant, arguably at peak of his power, one of the most powerful characters in the universe.
I love how Morgoth, who in the game is kind of laughed at as a boss for his middling HP, has the 25% health multiplier rune.
Yeah, yeah. It's like you really didn't put enough thought into the distribution of these types of things.
Morgoth didn't use his own rune.
No. And like why not have the increases health by a flat percentage, go to Godric and have the increases all of your level stats by like 5 go to Morgott.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't isn't that a better reward to get later in the
Especially.
game
Oh yeah.
rather than at the
Sure.
first story boss?
Boy. Who then just makes it so that you equip this and only this for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Why?
So, oh boy. So more Gots and Radons. I kind of want to take out like the big HP buff thing.
Yes. We are totally changing Morgott's.
Yep.
It
Even if we move it
is
to another rune. I
yeah.
just I want I don't like that Radon's rune, which by itself is good, but the fact that Morgoth's exists means it kind of invalidates its use case in most regards.
Yeah. It's like I if I'm doing a build where I want more FP and stamina, I'm going to put points into those. And especially because you've disincentivized me from engaging with this rune because oh, I have to use the rune arc to get the benefit. Oh,
Ooh,
and
ooh, ouch, oof,
I'm
ouch,
pretty
owie.
sure that FP increases more with Godric's. So
Well,
if you care about FP, you're gonna use Godric's because 5 levels
maybe,
of FP.
yeah.
Pretty sure that's
Once
more than
it that
15%.
applies really once you hit that soft caps that Radon's becomes more important because it's percentage based. So
Yes.
it's gonna take effect no matter what level you're at. Which is why I like percent versus level increases. But
Yes.
yep, uh, I want to like rework Morgoth's almost entirely. Like you give it some
Yeah. I want
nice.
it to have something new and something that's fitting of Morgott. It's like maybe relating to the curse that he has. It's like
Mm.
having this increases arcane or something. And when you activate it, it also applies the slightest amount of death blight to your attacks.
Death
Something.
Bite may probably not because like considering it is his great rune, it kind of exemplifies the fact like the Golden Lineage and the Lord of Landau thing per the description.
Yes, you are correct. So,
So it doesn't feel like at least lore wise his omenness would be a part of it, mainly due to the fact that it is the Elden Ring.
yeah, that's fair.
Like I think it would like purge that as like weird as weird as it because like it is the exemplification of the Golden lineage itself.
Yeah. Certainly proper golden lineage rather than Godric.
Hmm. Though to be fair, Rykard's and Malenia's are both have like their own inflection on it.
Yes,
Like the fact that Malenia is half rotted and
indeed. What does Rykard's do? I can't even remember.
it restores 80 HP plus 7% of your total HP upon defeating enemies.
Oh, again, why do I have to have this locked behind using a rune art game?
Since the health restore only works upon killing an enemy, the rune is effectively useless against most bosses.
Yeah, that should be per hit. I mean, not 80 HP per hit,
No.
but like, why game? Why? Why did you do it this way? I don't understand.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm. Don't even get me started on Mogs, which
We
requires a few paragraphs to get right.
Yeah.
Mog's Great Rune allows the user to grant the blessing of blood to summon spirits from spirit ashes or legendary spirit ashes or native monsters bosses from an invaded world. The blessing of blood makes it so every time those blessed by it kill an enemy, the user of the Great Rune will be healed by 10% of their maximum HP. Additionally, where blood loss is inflicted on the vicinity of a blessed individual, he, the blessed individual, will gain damage buff similar to that of Lord of Blood's exaltation for approximately 20 seconds.
So what does that mean?
Okay, so the blessing of blood has the following effects. A subtle red smoke aura envelops those affected. This is the indication that blessing of blood effect is active. Each enemy they kill while you are in close proximity heals you by 10% of your maximum HP. This effect stacks with other lifesteal effects and look the same as them, like the Talisman Taker's cameo. Whenever they inflict the blood loss status effect, meaning that the damage attached to the status is triggered and the status bar filled, they gain a damage increasing buff similar to, and presumably stacking with the Talisman Lord of Blood exaltation. Should the spirit be the mimic to your ashes with that talisman equipped. Visually, this effect looks like red vertical lines appearing around the player's body. Further testing required to verify exact quantity of damage increase. The duration of the bloodstain of blood itself is infinite. The duration of the damage increasing buff that occurs after blood loss is applied is around 20 seconds, same duration as the Talisman Lord of Blood's exaltation. This means that the buff can be indefinitely be reapplied, assuming blood loss status effect is being triggered. Triggering the blood loss effect to negate activate the damage increase buff just needs to happen in close proximity to the blessed individual and does not need to be applied directly to the blessed individual himself. For example, a host player which does not gain the effect of the blessing of blood can trigger blood loss next to an allied spirit that he summoned, and the blessed spirit will receive the damage increasing buff anyway.
FromSoft. 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 Why? Why would you make it this way?
So, I do like
Why?
the idea of this in that it's kind of geared towards having
Why?
summons or
Yeah?
or like ashes or stuff like that, and it has like the blood buff thing, but
How do you
eh,
even.
it it means it's kind of markedly useless if you're not using ashes or summons.
Yeah. And how do you describe this to a player in a way that's intuitive and makes sense?
Obviously, the effect is that it grants a wait, the description. The great rune of the Sharbearer Mog. Its blessing grants a blessing of blood to summon phantoms and imparts a phantom great rune upon successful invasion.
None of that makes sense. Uh,
In-game description. Wow.
so, what if, leaving Moog's Great Rune alone for a second, because
Yeah.
that's just a whole ass mess. What if we moved the current effect that Radahn's has to Morgoth? Or
Yeah.
the, increasing all stats by whatever. Um, I'm totally fine with putting that on Morgoth's.
Hmm.
And for Radahn specifically, we do something tailored towards strength builds.
Yeah.
Because Radahn do be a big, strong boy.
It'd be a thick one.
Yes. And so having a great rune that, you know, comparatively gives him the power to hold back the stars.
Hmm.
What can we do to give the player some sort of power and benefit from using this item?
Hmm. So, like, Radahn's whole thing is gravity, right? So, what if his rune made the stamina cost of heavier weapons like it lessens that?
Ooh, that's interesting. We could have it. We could have it be twofold. One is it lessens the amount of weight that everything you're equipping costs by like
Oh yeah.
half. and two is that it
Decreases the
lessens.
stamina cost of heavy weapons.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we wouldn't even necessarily have to limit it to heavy weapons.
Or
Um,
just like all weapons in general, yeah.
yeah, just all weapons, but it would be most noticeable for heavy weapons. I can definitely see that.
I like the idea of like a personal gravity magic, considering that was basically what Radon is doing and why a lot of people like him, is that
Yes.
he's lifting himself at all times.
Yeah, which I find really interesting. Um, Especially as a magic system. It's like I have control over gravity as it applies to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's fucking cool.
It'd
You
be
can
like that
essentially
though.
fly.
By pushing yourself against the force of
Yeah.
the earth
Like
itself. Yeah.
this is such a neat idea and they do basically nothing with it.
Yeah,
Gravity
gravity
magic.
magic is very underdeveloped
Yeah. It
for how cool of a character it's attached to and how he uses
yes.
it.
And for how OP it would be as an actual power to wield.
Oh yeah.
It's like I can control gravity. I like my men with heavy weapons. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate that is thank you.
You see, you need those big guns.
Oh yes. Um Gravity. It is so fucking overpowered.
Hmm.
Like
I've seen it mentioned before that Radon could completely lift you up and eviscerate you from the inside out
yes.
by essentially just manipulating gravity around your on the flailing body. And
Yes.
the only reason he doesn't is because A, he's kind of mentally gone, and B, just follows the honor code that strictly.
Yeah. And why does this game not have a spell that you set out an area of increased gravity and anything within it moves slower?
Yeah,
And
like
in
I said
PvP,
before, I
this could
really
be
like
like you
the
make it
idea of an
hard
enemy
for the
that
player to
can
move.
like lock you in place, but you can still move freely. Like your X and Y direction is locked, but you can still like attack and roll in reaction.
Yeah. Why don't we have any of this? Why didn't they explore this idea at all other than oh it suck in, oh it push away, oh and throw rock.
It throw a rock though.
It throw rock. And as
Yeah,
much
that's
as
my
I
idea
like
for.
the gravity arrow things, like
Oh
how
yeah,
does that fit? What does it mean to have a gravity arrow? What the
it
fuck is happening?
you see it it's an arrow and it works with gravity.
But gravity goes down.
Not when it's a gravity arrow, it doesn't. Duh. Yeah, that's my idea for Radon's rune, pretty much.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot. It's
It's
it really
it.
benefits a tanky build, and it
Mhm.
will be. I think it benefits every build, to be fair, but
Yeah,
it will be most useful for tanky builds. It's like I want to use big weapons, I want to use heavy equipment. This will decrease the amount of stamina that I have to pour into just to be able to wear my friggin' armor,
yep.
and it will make you more nimble and capable as a heavy wielding. Yeah, I like that idea a lot. And we
Something's.
can tier the amount that it does. It's like
Yep.
when the Great Rune isn't active, it increases or decreases equip load cost, however it is you want to word that, by 25%. And when it is active, it does it by 50%. You know?
Yeah, or something around that range.
Yeah, we probably wouldn't
Pretty
do
much.
50%. Um,
Just enough that it
Maybe?
makes a difference, you know.
Yeah.
Like it's
Something.
arguable against others depending on like what you want to focus on in your build.
Yes.
Because that would mean you
Something.
would need to spend less on stamina, maybe, or whatever the stat is that raises equip load. And you can focus more on your other damage stats.
Yeah.
Considering, of course, the stat limitations. See, that's why I like these so much. They introduce these really complex, clever things or
How
questions. Like, okay, what stat do I want to focus on? Why do I want this versus this?
yeah. What can I do
I
to
don't
get the
like the
most out of?
I don't like the whole soft caps and like big stat ranges thing for this reason. Because there's never any reason for you to make a decision like that other than what do you want to level up first, which of course is still applicable. That's still interesting, but it the later you get into the game, the less interesting it becomes.
Yes, I agree.
Very unpoggers. Sorry.
Unmoggers indeed. That is not a Mogwin moment. It's not a Mog champ.
So yeah, the weapon efficiency does not scale off of levels, but instead off of Sekiro, like skill items that collects for their journey. Uh, sure. And then, yeah. Okay, so right then, for great runes, Millennia's no longer reduces uh healing cost
Yeah, we can figure out what
by
the
default. I'll say, yeah.
yeah, we can figure out what the cost to that is. I like
Radon,
the idea
uh,
of saying, yeah, your flask gets more shit, but any attacks that you do can help you refill your full health bar rather than just whatever attack you've just taken.
yeah. So kind of Rykard's effect.
Yeah.
Okay, so Millennia's no longer reduces flask healing cost by default. Radon's reduces equivalent and weapon attack stamina cost. Um, theme with his gravity magic, and well, you can totally see like adding a purple hue to Radon's rune for that.
Oh yeah.
That'd be sick. Okay, so then next up, let's do Morgott. How about that?
Yes. Morgott, my man's.
Morgott,
I
what do we got?
I like the idea of his being either current Radon's effect, where you get an increase to health, FP, and stamina,
Mm-hmm.
or it being the you can gain a flat boost to all of your stats because he is the like tipping point towards end game. And so I like the idea of his being very
Overall, like it
yeah,
applies to everyone who wants it. Yeah.
yes. And
It's also, of course, made more important in the limited uh, level system thing.
yes, and the effect of it is not going to outweigh um, something like Radon's,
Mm-hmm.
where you're probably going to have that before you get to Morgott. And if you are doing a heavy tank build, you're going to want Radon's either way. It's like given
Yeah.
the choice between those two, you're going to take Radon's because it's going to benefit you more to do that. Whereas if you're doing a very agile dex build, you're not necessarily going to want Radon's. So Morgott's will be more beneficial for you.
So in that case, then what would Godric's be if that works out for Margot? pretty well. And I think it does. I like that.
Godric, we could do, very basic bitch and have it just be gives you a flat health increase. Boost health by 15%, 20%, whatever. And that's it. But that's boring, and I
Yeah.
would much rather come up with something else.
I feel like talismans take care of that anyway. Just like basic stuff like
Yes.
that.
Yes.
I feel like the
Agree.
Dread Runes is a good idea for like to provide like really interesting things to choose between, like the gravity magic equip load thing. Like
Yeah.
sure, the effects is rather simple on its own, but the theming of it coming together means okay, well, we're down build. Let's go.
Yeah. I agree. I want it, if possible, thematically. I want it to go along with grafting because
Yeah.
that's what makes Godric really interesting to me. Is
I
his
am the
use of
lord of all
this?
that is grafted.
Yeah, his reaching for this uh
Terrible
heretical.
power.
Yeah, it's like I've committed a different kind of heresy from what Rykard has done.
Mhm.
And I've done this thing that everyone in the world disagrees with. There is no one in the entirety of Elden Ring that gives a shit about or supports Godric.
Nope.
The man's
I'm
is
sure
on
his
his
subjects
own.
will remember him fondly.
Yes. And so how can we make the Great Rune play into that or
Feel
be like a
disgusting, but
source of
also
his
gives you
power?
something grand, or the perception of something grand in a way.
Yeah.
Hmm.
How can we make it so that this thing gives you essentially the power that it gave to Godric to be able to get to where he is?
Well, sadly, I don't think we can add extra limbs to the player, as
We
funny as that
cannot.
would be.
That would be amazing.
Just oh great, man-made body horror imagery.
Yes.
Like the more limbs you graft to yourself, like the you get like 1% more overall attack power.
Yeah. Uh it would be really boring and stupid, but maybe having it equipped increases the likelihood that enemies will drop their weapons. It's like, oh, I'm taking the arms from enemies.
Uh, I do like it, but it feels kind of
It's
boring
it's
for the
not
theming.
enough.
Yeah, like
That would be like a supplemental effect.
I want something in its own way, kind of grotesque, but also enticing. You know,
Yeah.
like a bit of Icarus flying too close to the sun.
Yeah. For sure. So how do we hmm how do we manage that?
I was thinking something like the wind attacks he has that maybe the player would have a chance of deflecting attacks that come their way by pushing the enemy away with a wind whoosh.
Maybe
That doesn't really feel fitting to the theme.
it it doesn't. Um
More just something he does that is particularly annoying. Mm.
what what is it about Godric that makes him a great rune holder? It's like, other than the categorical, he has a great rune.
Yeah,
It's like, how did he get there? And our answer to that, I assume, is through grafting.
yeah.
And
Like he
so,
stacked so much on himself that it's kind of like Aldrich in a way, not for virtue but for might.
yeah.
Like you can disagree with someone that has that many hands.
But you're going to catch some.
At least a few of them.
I know that we can't, and you're not going to let me. But can we put in an NPC? that says if you anger Godric, you're going to catch these hands.
Literally, they're rotting off, and they'll probably fall off of them at any given time.
Yes. That would be hilarious. Um, Something about taking the power of enemies. Maybe. Well, no, because like taking the health from enemies is probably going to be
That's Melania's
Rykard's
kind of
thing.
thing. Or,
Well, it's Melania's
or
and Rykard
yeah, record.
specifically is
Yeah,
like,
it's opposite sides of a same coin.
yeah. So I don't want to do that.
Hmm. I was thinking maybe something that encourages a kind of not really a dirty tactic, but a very dastardly one, I suppose. You get 20% more when you Scarlet Rot them. I don't know.
Hmm.
Side effects might be nice, but it doesn't really have any associated with grafting, so it doesn't really work either.
Indeed.
Besides the fact that Moglord of Blood would probably also get that.
Yeah. It would be cool if we could combine it with like making the player character look ugly as fuck.
Yeah.
It's like equipping this makes you look horrible, but it gives you some boost in power because you're like,
Equipping this turns you into Dark Souls 1 fried jerky.
yeah, right? That'd be great. Especially if we like almost directly ported over the model for it, and so it would look shit compared to everything
Shit,
else in this game.
shit is all. Hmm.
Mmm. Low res beef jerky.
Or is beef jerky. Okay, wait. I'll be back in a second. Hold on. I was gonna
Gotcha.
sure bathroom, but I'm gonna keep thinking about this. I want to see if I can think of anything. Hold on.
Yeah, we'll come up with something. Grafting. Let's see. The idea of grafting comes from the very tree focus that this game has. So let me grafting or graftage is a horticultural technique whereby tissues of plants are joined so as to continue their growth together. The upper part of a combined plant is called the scion, while the lower part is called the rootstock. Interesting. I did not know that nomenclature, even having worked with grafted plants before. Agricultural technology is really cool. Like, man, humans are clever to come up with this stuff. The different ways that they've come up with to make plants be useful. And how we got corn and bamboo from grass. Like, man, that's cool. Let's see. Technique most commonly used in asexual propagation of commercially grown plants for the horticultural and agricultural trades. In most cases, one plant is selected for its roots. This is called the stock or rootstock. The other plant for its stems, leaves, flowers, or fruits. This is called the scion. Yeah, that makes sense. Generally, the fruit trees that we would graft together, we grafted on ones that had weaker forms onto the stronger based ones. It's like, oh, this one generally forms a thicker trunk and forms really good roots, so we'll stick on Some of these pear trees that don't grow
Right.
as well.
Idea
Oh,
for Godric's. You know the gold tinged excrement in the game?
yes.
What if there was a playstyle built around the Great Rune, allowing you to throw them for critical hit damage for a few seconds,
Interesting.
or something similar? Like, I don't know, for some reason, I like the idea of the Lord of all that is golden.
Having to throw
Great
golden
Rune.
shit.
Yep.
I can kind of see it. Um, I suppose mechanically how we could make that work is like throwing them does like a whole bunch of poise damage,
Yeah.
and so you're more likely to get a stagger whenever you throw them.
Yeah.
That could be doable. Um, Especially if we make like a crafted item or give the player a golden excrement item. No, probably we'd want to do crafted. It's like you need to
Yeah.
have two golden excrements to craft this solid poop that you throw, and people get staggered by the awful smell.
Yep.
Potentially, I I like the idea.
My other alternative idea I had, maybe a bit more serious than forcing the player to throw shit for the meta build. Because that was also just hilarious to me, the idea of the meta build literally being throwing shit in enemies' faces. Like, is
That
this
is.
really what you wanted, gamer? Is this really how low you're willing to stoop to get the perfect speed run?
Is this what you wanted, gamer? You wanted to throw shit at people?
Like, it was about the closest thing I could imagine to like a truly disgusting and vile act that wasn't necessarily unfun.
Yeah, yeah.
And in lieu, of course, of being able to attach extra arms to the player.
Oh, oh! I just got an idea.
What?
So, um, grafting. I wanted
Yeah.
to look at because I'm familiar with horticultural grafting. I grew up working on farms, and so I've grafted fruit trees together and seen many of various trees
Imagine
that are
like
grafted together.
splicing in a way, or I guess they would just that might be another word for it, like combining two things
Yeah.
essentially.
So what
For
I'm
like, oh, I want this tree to be able to resist this type of disease or insect better, so I'm gonna graft it along with this tree, which can do that.
Yes, that's basically how it works. Is you graft the scions onto the rootstock, which are official terms that I discovered today. I've never known
Nice.
them to have that term, but that's pretty neat. So the rootstock or the stock is the part that you've attached something onto, and the scion is the bit that you've attached to it. Um, and so, taking off of this idea, what does Godric do from grafting? Is he gains power.
Hmm.
Like the more stuff he takes from people, the more power he has. So the advantages of grafting is like it adds hardiness, sturdiness, gives resistance to diseases and pests.
Right.
It
Right.
increases, the ability for plants to get different sources of pollen. So, what if we made it so that when you killed enemies with this, it increased your defense or your resistance by some amount for a little bit? You're essentially grafting their power as your own.
Yeah.
think there's potential there.
I think so actually.
And we could have the buff be relatively small but stackable up to a certain point,
Hmm.
and we could have it last for a long time.
Like I like the effects of that, like resistance and sturdiness.
Yeah.
Like especially what if they give you something like a lot of scarlet rot resistance or
Yes.
something similar. So
Yes.
you can
And
essentially like walk through a swamp without too much worry.
yeah, and that would be really interesting. Is like, oh, if I fight a bunch of these mushroom dudes before I go into the Aeonia swamp, I won't have to deal with Scarlet Rot. Like that's pretty interesting.
Though the only thing I think it's missing is like the disgustingness to it. Like the grafting part to like because like I think the effect is right, but the like, how does it come about? How does the player feel like okay, I'm grafting this thing to me?
Mm, very,
Or
very
in lieu of
true.
like something grafting in particular, just something that makes it feel kind of reviled.
Yeah.
Require bleed build to do it. And Bloodhound Step,
Oh
Rivers of
God.
Blood.
Oh God. You must become that which is reviled.
It's not. Probably yeah, yeah, definitely not that. So what else? What else?
What? Hmm. I suppose something that's reviled mechanically in these games is like using this would increase the weight cost of your equipment, or it would decrease the effectiveness of something that you as the player need.
Hmm.
You're engaging in this vile act, and as such the universe is punishing you. there's
Hmm.
something there.
I
There's a
think there
nugget.
is. I know, but
There's a
it's like
nugget.
it's hard to. How's this gonna work?
What is the what is the risk reward aspect of this? What are you risking by
It could also require the player to do something that they might not normally want to do. They have to kill turtles. They have
well,
to kill turtles in order to.
that actually, um, we could make the specific buffs that you get be related to which enemy it is that you're killing.
Yeah.
And so, like, if you want
So
this
like the more
higher
innocent a
defense,
creature is, the better a buff you get.
yeah, like if you want increased defense, you have to kill turtles.
Yeah. Because that I like that in particular. I like the and Dark Souls 1 kind of also did this too with humanity. I don't think it did it very well for how it presented it. Like, oh, if you want gobs amount of humanity, you gotta kill some people. And it didn't really.
No, you just
You
farm
get
rats.
you got more humanity from rats and tiny baby skeletons.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, tiny baby skeletons is a little bit more depressing here, but they're annoying
Yeah.
little shits anyway. So,
It's like, here, let me re kill this infant.
but
This feels good.
I do
Thanks,
like the
Dark
concept
Souls.
of like humanity from people that you might not want to do
Yes.
emotionally, of course, because that you feel reviled doing that. You don't want to
Oh,
kill
fuck.
Solaire, obviously, but
Uh,
that
what if
sweet,
it's
sweet
related to
humanity.
killing NPCs?
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
God.
And you see what I mean.
Oh, I
Like you don't
do.
feel like a good person for that.
Oh, I hate it. Oh no. We would have to make the buffs permanent. As long
I
as
don't
you
think
have
so, or
the.
at least extend maybe the table to stuff like the more aggressive it is, the less it gives you. So like forest creatures and stuff, turtles, turtle pope, maybe like the deers and stuff or rabbits around.
Yeah.
The more of those you kill, the more the buff you get. But probably like NPCs give you the most.
Yeah.
Kill
Well, if we
Blade,
were going to include
kill him,
NPCs in it,
kill
I
him.
would. I would want to make it so that the game like kept a counter of how many NPCs you've killed, and
Oh yeah.
so that just creates a flat boost anytime that you have the rune equipped.
Hmm.
It's like that would be a essentially a permanent boost. Uh oh, I hate it. Oh god,
It, I like this stuff
I
as much
like
as
it,
I
but I
hate it. You
hate
know,
it.
like like thinking about killing Turtle Pope, for instance, or
Yeah.
fucking well, you can't really kill. You couldn't really kill Hugh, could you?
No, I
But you
don't think
could kill
so.
Roderica or
Yeah.
Raya. Could
Can
kill
you
Raya.
kill Rodriguez? Because she has a shield on her.
Does I don't know if you can like break the shield.
I don't either.
I was
Um,
assuming you could, because like it would just stop you from hitting them with fall damage or an accidental hit.
yeah. Either
But I'm
way,
thinking
we
you
could.
could still kill them,
Oh
or we
man,
could make it breakable.
to make it worse, when you have this rune equipped, you can kill NPCs.
Oh yeah,
Like the
and
no
like point that out in the
attacking thing.
description.
Yeah, the no attacking thing no longer applies to you.
Yep.
Oh man.
Like you feel terrible about it, and
Yep.
like I certainly don't want to stab Raya to death, but
No. I like her.
then you're like, okay, well you're not. Well, if you do, you're immune to Scarlet Rot, eh, or and like you're mostly immune to Deathblade now. You're permanently.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
How
like
about it, Tarnished?
if you kill Millicent, it's like, "Oh, congratulations, you basically can't get Scarlet Rot." Um oh man.
I
All
don't
right.
think I
I
would want it only applicable to NPCs. I do prefer the idea of
No.
it being like all rounder.
Yeah, it would be for everything, right?
Because
We
then
would
it gets the same problem as it does for me, like the grabbing weapons and things. Because like, okay, this only applies to NPCs.
yes.
Towards invaders, I guess.
Although, to be fair, Lifesteal Fist does work on a surprisingly large number of things in this game.
Okay, that is nice. I like that. But
Yeah.
still, it can make it an item feel worse than it is because you're like, okay, well, this isn't going to work on everything. So
Yeah.
okay, all right then. But I would say like the more innocent a creature is, like a rat wouldn't give you anything, but turtle would. Come on, Tarnished. Stab the turtle. You know you want that scarlet rot immunity.
Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. All right. That's going to be Godric's great rune.
A little apprehensive that is. But it's something very important to me in a game that for one you can care about these characters to
Yes.
such an extent, or like the creatures that inhabit the world, to the point that you feel remorseful about harming them in a way.
Yeah.
And there's an interesting question that comes up. Well, what if you could and you were rewarded for it? But it's made explicitly clear that you're a dog shit person for this.
Yeah. And certainly there are players that like don't care about that.
Yeah.
Um I've I'm a pussy. I've never felt good about killing all of the NPCs. I'll just like look up what their dialogue is or what the quest line is if you do the thing. I don't want to do it.
You have no idea the shock I felt when I accidentally hopped on. Oh God, was it like the fire cube in Dark Souls 3 for the first time? It's like, oh God, no, I damaged you. I'm sorry. Fuck. Are you okay?
Yes. Yes.
And it gets across the idea of being like this reviled person because you feel it, or at least you understand why. Like you're not just a pixely beef jerky. You feel
Yes.
disgusting. It's like, yeah, that's Godric's, I guess.
Yep.
Godric's God 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 Godric's rune
God damn it. That's what that is.
now rewards you for being
Shit.
a worthless fucking individual. But yeah, I'm gonna leave that. Godric's rune now rewards you for being a worthless fucking individual by uh increasing your resistances for every harmless NPC slash creature that, that that you find. Yeah.
Yeah, we can tailor it specifically. It's like maybe rats give a little bit of boost to poison immunity or something, or the bunnies and the deer give general defensive boosts.
Hmm.
Something.
And like
Well,
maybe the NPCs could be permanent, but the wildlife could be temporary.
yes, wildlife will be temporary. NPCs, if we can manage it, will be permanent. So you can become the strongest possible with Godric's rune. Like you'll have the highest defense and resistance to everything by using that and killing every NPC.
Yep.
Oh, I hate it. And especially, like, we could make each NPC give a specific boost. Like,
Hmm.
Turtle Pope and the jars would all be good for defense.
I would imagine Turtle Pup could give you holy resistance, and
Oh,
like
yeah.
Millicent could give you Scarlet Rot resistance. Actually, a
Yes.
lot of NPCs could give you holy resistance. Corhin, Gold Mask.
Yep, them too.
Are we having fun yet?
No, no. I hate this.
Oh, yep.
I don't want to do this. I don't want to be the bad guy anymore.
Are we the baddies? No.
Are we the baddies? We were bad, but now we're good. Taking off the
Rats.
Godric
Rats.
Great Rune be like,
We're the rats. We stalk at night with Zack and night. We're the rats.
yeah,
At least I prefer to like I would definitely prefer I would say grafting, like visual grafting, but for this, now you are indeed the most despised one in all of fucking the lands between.
yeah. This would make the player character worse than Poop Man.
Yeah, true Godric roleplay. Being
Yeah.
hated by absolutely everyone.
Yep.
I guess
Yep.
it's less of a true Godric roleplay because you actually have the guts to do something and the ability to do it. So congratulations, you're better than Godric. Not really though.
Yeah. You're better at being worse than Godric.
Yeah. Yep. Congratulations, you are the dictator Godric always wanted to be, or the monarch, I should say.
Yeah.
Are you proud of yourself yet?
I
No,
feel like
I'm glad.
I feel like if we have Cody play this, she's immediately gonna go find Nephili and kill her.
If it might not be surprising, but 'cause it's actually where I got the brunt of this idea from because they are a huge fan of this. They played a lot of games with uh concepts similar to this. True RPGs especially do this a lot. Games like Disco
Yes.
Elysium or Katana Zero to some extent. We remember choices like this and kind of push back at the player for it and kind of
Yeah.
toy with the idea of like how far is the player willing to go for emotional reward versus gameplay reward.
Yep.
It's all human nature based, which is of course why game design is often so fascinating because it's dealing with a lot of things that revolve around what people want to do and why they want to do it.
Indeed.
FromSoft has granted this, which is also why their games are so annoying because they know how to annoy you.
Yeah.
Maybe for the wrong reasons sometimes, which is something
Mm-hmm.
why I don't like some experience in this game. And you definitely feel that when there's less thought put into a situation. But even something as simple as an imp being around a corner,
Yeah.
like
It's
they
like
know
that's
you're gonna get
annoying.
tripped up by that at one point.
Yep. Yep. Or in Fort Faroth, how the ghost dudes on the top floor of it will appear after you've passed by them,
Yep.
and so they'll come up behind you. It's like that's annoying, but it's pretty good, I think, in terms of making forcing you to be situationally aware,
Hmm.
and I like that aspect of it.
There's a level of like required situational awareness in these games if you're not using Rivers of Blood, I guess. That makes it so much more engaging for me. Jesus, use that word
Subtle shade.
endlessly. It makes it so much more engaging for me because you're not just walking through a fort, you're inspecting what that fort's gonna fucking do to you.
Yes.
How's this thing gonna attempt to render me dead today?
How
What's
am
your
I going to
flavor of
get
death?
fucked today?
Poopo loopo, poopo loopo. Okay, here we go. Bonk.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And like all these guys coming out of the woodwork, knowing that you're gonna be attacking this specific dude.
Yeah. And how there's the explosive barrels all around.
Hmm.
And so you have to be careful with your placement. It's like, yeah, that's pretty good anticipation and forcing the player to change up the typical response.
Yeah,
And I find
that's
that
all stuff
interesting.
that FromSoft is generally good at when they have the time put into encounter to make it good.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I like these developers. But anyway, yes, it's a thing that code likes a lot in general game design and like creative works in general is the act of like messing with the user's brain and heart in a way, like
Yeah.
asking to care for and then like a character or a situation, and then seeing how you can mess with that to the point of sheer emotional distress.
Yeah.
Like in the same way that Hugh just
Spec off the line.
oh boy. And like in the same way that Hugh just like completely throws you for a loop. Or yeah, Onion Bro from Dark Souls 1, how he will commit the die if he doesn't feel
Yes.
like he's done enough.
Yeah. He will
And
commit
how much
die.
that absolutely wrecks you. Or at least
There's.
it absolutely wrecked me, because
Oh, yeah.
holy shit.
I don't think there is any way to get Onion Bro to live to the end of the game. Because I think either way he will die.
Yeah.
If he succeeds in what he's trying to do, he'll feel satisfied and he'll lose his goal in life and he'll hollow. And
Hmm.
then you and his daughter have to kill him.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't succeed, he'll get depressed and go hollow. And then you and his daughter have to kill him. Or he dies.
Oh boy.
Like, there is no good ending for that man. And
Ah.
that sort of depressing thing, like with the Selen's quest in this game,
Mhm.
like you help her take back Rhea Lucaria essentially, and then you respawn the place and she's been turned into
Deep ball.
yeah,
Congratulations, you are now ball.
yeah, and it's horrific, especially once you like, because prior to that you can figure out what those things are and how they were made. Like those used to be people.
Used to be. Emphasis.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
something
heavy
about that, like,
emphasis on used to
used to
be.
be a person with thoughts and aspirations and is now ball.
Yes, and has become this almost thoughtless monster, and it's really interesting to have the player like do this and to get close with her. I find her quest one of the most interesting in the game. I think for many reasons, but among them is like the level of interaction that you can have with her, and that she like asks for your help. She's like, you don't have to do this. Teacher and student don't have to travel down the same path, but
Hmm.
I want to go down this path. This is a goal of mine in life. I want to see this pathway of knowledge restored to what it once was, and see it gain a new era in this world. And since this game is about you starting the next era, I think that goes perfectly in line with that.
Yeah.
You're making friends and you're helping them gain power. Same with Nephili. It's like, if you do her
Like
quest
Ruler of
line with the good
Limgrave, let's
ending,
go.
she starts to rule over Limgrave. Like, that's dope as fuck.
It is. It feels like you're actually making significant progress in the world, even if you don't really get to see the ramifications. Because,
Yeah.
like, yeah, someone's here on the throne. There are NPCs that talk to you about this and are involved in this procession. I wish you could see more of the after effect, but in a way that is like often the case. Like, oh, I want to see more of this. I want to see more of this. Okay, okay, okay. Look, it's been done.
Yeah. There's only so much that you need to be shown, I guess.
Yeah, because often the
And
better choice is, of course, is let the player figure it out. Like, how do you think it's going to work? Well, you don't know, and often you won't know. That's like that's a case in life, and that's a grand thing to put into a game. Like, okay, well, you don't know how this is going to work out, but you kind of just gotta trust in it and feel how it's going to go yourself.
yes.
So who knows? Maybe we could put something in there for our supposed revamp to the game. It's ending in a way.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Like maybe some people will feel free enough to move back into Limgrave after hanging out in the Liurnia for so long.
Potentially. Yeah.
Who knows?
We can
Yeah.
definitely tie that in.
So that's Godric's Great Rune.
Yes. Godric,
It's horrid
Melania,
mess of a
Radon,
rune.
Morgott. So Rykard.
Rykard and Mog are left.
Yes. Rykard. I kind of want to lean in because his thing is, health steal, I guess. I kind of want to
Yeah.
lean into that and just have it be like, oh, you can steal health on hits, um, but it will cost you X.
Hmm. I think because it's more consistent than Melania's is, we could apply the healing debuff to that.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
you're not waiting
It's
to
not
get
reliant
hit.
on getting hit. Yeah.
Yeah. It's relying on you making the opportunity. So I feel like that would just work well enough for records. It's a significant change enough from how Millennials operates that both feel like they have their own purpose.
Yeah. I agree.
So I think that might just be as simple as that. Right
Probably.
cards. We'll see.
Yeah, we can see if we want to add anything to it. Especially if we can do something that will really lean into a different kind of play style from the other ones. Like lets you be it lets you benefit from being aggressive and hitting a lot,
Hmm.
but it doesn't take away, like with Melania's you're very discouraged in the same way that you are in Bloodborne from trying to be slow and use your shield and whatever, because you're on this time limit of the rally system.
Yeah,
And
very much
that's
incentivizing aggression
yeah.
on reaction.
Yeah.
But I think this Rykard instead incentivizes aggression on initiation and
Yeah.
then pulling back to be able to restore a safe spot. So it's a bit of a different rhythm for each.
Yeah. And I think we can justify the like drop in flask effectiveness and healing effectiveness and whatever as like
Mhm.
the universe is punishing you for your blasphemy.
Blasphemous. You blasphemy.
Yeah, I
So
think
for
that
now,
will
I
work
suppose we'll
fine.
leave Rykard's as it is, and if it feels too similar to Millennials, I suppose we can change it around.
Yeah,
Because, blasphemy, it can go a lot of ways.
indeed.
I already like the ideas we have for Godric and Rykard. Or Godric and Radon, I mean.
Yeah, me too. I like those a lot
So,
better than they are normally.
yeah. Mog. Lord
Mog.
Blurred.
Blurred or blurred.
Mog Blood. Mog Blood Lord. Lord Blood.
Uh,
Mog.
oh man. I can't, like, I don't even fully understand how it works. So
It,
I haven't.
like, well, it, so, um,
Yeah, yeah,
when, when,
yeah.
when it, when a summon kills an enemy, the player gets health back, 10%.
Yeah.
When blood loss is inflicted in the same way that the Lord of Blood's exaltation talisman does, which is also similar to the Kindred of Rot exaltation thing,
Yes.
the player will gain a damage buff for 20 seconds. And that's pretty much it. So your summons, basically, doing things for you
Yeah.
or killing things for you, gives you HP.
I
And if blood loss is inflicted, you gain damage.
I think we could almost keep that basically the same. We'll have to describe it better to the player
Oh yeah,
because this is the first time I've ever had any feeling of understanding about what the fuck is going on with it.
it's surprisingly simple, but explained really weird.
Yeah.
Like both by the wiki itself and the game, but the game does it not at all. So okay,
Yeah. Um,
it's really just as simple as your summon partners give you health when they kill things, and if blood loss is inflicted near you, you gain damage, like the talisman. It's basically two effects.
yep. I say we stick with the blood loss giving you boosted attack,
Hmm.
and we lean into the boost that you get in health from stuff that summons do. And so this
Yeah,
can play in well with like trying to create a summoner class and
yeah.
changing up the way that summons work so that they're more interesting
Because if
and
you can get
dynamic.
like up to three or so, and you combine that with this room,
Yeah.
I don't think it should be on kill though, since obviously in bosses then it has the
Yeah,
same problem as records.
it would be
Records.
mostly useless in bosses. The only thing you would get is if all of your summons do bleed damage.
Then you would get the damage buff, which is, to be fair, at that point would probably wouldn't be insane since it wouldn't stack. I would assume it would just you would just have the 20% pretty much the entire time.
Yeah, which is good, but
Yeah,
it's not as good as having that and
stack
getting health back.
and the health. Yeah. So how should the health work? Since I don't want it really to work in the same way Records does, because I don't know, something about that feels weird. Like it's just okay, instead of you getting this, it's them getting this.
So what if we tied it to the bleed?
Yeah.
Is like you get health back when you cause bleed. You are in a similar way, I guess, to the way that it works in lore in Bloodborne. Is like you are feasting on the blood, and so when you cause blood loss, you get a huge boost of health back. And we could
Hmm.
also relate that to in Moog's fight. If he causes blood loss on you, he gets a boost of health back.
Yeah, that's true. So, and yeah,
And we could have that.
technically we could like reverse the effects in a way. Like, no, 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 that still works. Like you procking bleed gives you health back, and if blood loss happens in the vicinity, you get the 20% damage and it doesn't stack.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that could work. And that will be beneficial to people with summons if the summons do bleed stuff,
Hmm.
and it will be beneficial to people without summons.
We could also make the damage buff stack technically up twice. It's like 20% on 20%, and not and multiplicatively or not. I'm unsure. Just to retain its like co-op use.
Maybe?
I feel like that would just reinforce the bleed meta though, and
Yeah.
let's just keep it at that. I'm fine with it not really having a co-op incentive too much anymore, but it still does because the blood loss thing.
Yes. What can we do to still have it encourage the use of summons? Because if
Ooh,
just causing bleed, and not
eh.
every summon causes bleed,
Just don't
so
encourage summons.
maybe it.
This could be the effect when it has a great rune on, and everything else is applied passively to some extent. But like when you get the great rune, it also activates this.
Oh, so it activates like the getting health on kill thing when the Great Rune is active. From like
Yeah, or it's
if
something like that, where like
yeah
an extra mechanic is added on top of the other ones only when the great rune is active. So just so it's not that overpowered by itself.
yeah I can see that.
So I wonder, what could it be? Well, health on kill. Yeah, I could see that being just from the great rune.
Yeah, because
Maybe nerf to like 5% or something like that. But yeah,
yeah
because it's hard to
I
correlate
like that.
to anything else considering the theming of bleed.
Yes, I do like the very solid through line of the idea of cursed blood, and
Hmm.
that Moog embraced it, and that's where his power comes from. So yeah, I like that, and having it benefit the summons when you're using the rune arc. We can tool around with how that feels,
Yeah.
because I don't know,
We could
maybe
also
that
make
will.
it so something like when it's active, the rune arc is active. Then the summons also gain the damage buff from proccing bleed,
Yes, that would be that would
which
be
I
pretty
might like
good.
more than giving them the health restore because then it encourages a time of kind of team play.
Yeah,
It also sounds hilarious just to see someone proc bleed and all of a sudden everyone's just busting the health part down.
yes. Just imagine Melania is already super weak to bleed.
Oh yeah.
It's like you and your summons proc bleed on her and just annihilate her in seconds.
Oh, what's this? Someone proc bleed? Everyone gets a 20% damage buff. Let's fucking go.
Yep. So I can definitely see places where this is going to break the game,
Hmm.
as in the case I think it would with Melania. But I'm
But keep in
kind of
mind,
okay with that.
this would also be in the case of getting the three summons at
Yeah,
most, or like two summons. And we've
yeah,
already have ideas for like this only being allowed at significant cost to the player.
yes. And so
Like it,
you
this playstyle is all about breaking the game, but taking personal costs to do so.
yeah, you have
And
to invest in spirit summons. You have to invest in bleed.
mhm.
Yeah, I'm
I
okay
am
with it.
totally
Making
fine
it
with
so that
the idea
one
of an
playstyle
army,
can.
like a personal army, taking down the entirety of the game with good strategy and
Yes.
like the investment for it. Like I'm totally fine with that. That's completely okay with me. That's
Oh yeah.
essentially what's happening with Seamless Co-op. But like just the camaraderie to it is distinctly fantasy.
Yeah.
Again, you're literally a part of the round table. This shouldn't be discouraged, I think. Just it, it's something you can go for.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty moggers, I think.
I agree.
So yeah, sorry, I interrupted you for a bit there. So if you had any thoughts,
No thoughts, head empty.
no thoughts, said empty,
Just
all
vibing.
agreeable, just vibing. Okay.
Yep.
Um, Mogs gives you HP when you proc bleed. It gives you HP when you proc bleed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And also boost damage by 20%, not stacking, when anyone in your party procs bleed as well.
Yep.
Uh, the rune arc effects makes it so that everyone in your
Yeah, all allies,
party
I
gains
guess.
that damage buff.
Because we can have that apply to even like summoned NPCs, or if somebody's doing this with seamless co-op, you could apply it to all of the people doing it.
But yeah, I'm just saying here, like everyone in your party. God, can you imagine like doing spirit summons, like 3 spirit summons with 4 people in your co-op party?
Yeah,
20% damage buff.
I don't know. That would. Oh man, talk about shredding your way through the game.
And balancing. Who cares about balancing? We have 7 damage dealing sources right now. We don't we don't keep kindly to balancing.
We don't take kindly to your kind here. Yep, I just said kind twice. Get over it.
Get over it. So yeah, that's all the great runes. I mean, at least all the important ones. What, we're gonna give
I
them back to the fucking great rune of the unborn?
yeah, which like I was so depressed when, because after Godric, I was like, oh shit, this great rune thing is amazing. Oh wait, you have to use a rune arc? Oh well, that's kind
Yeah.
of dumb, but
Yeah.
okay. And then you
Maybe
get Renalis,
they'll
and I was
definitely
like,
balance around that, right? We're gonna have really cool rune arcs later in the game.
yeah, no. And I was really excited to see what all of the next great runes would be. And then Renalis is like, oh yeah, this just allows you to do the rebirth thing.
Yeah. I mean, to be
Oh,
fair, I guess it's kind of implied that the rune allows you to do it without dying or like going
without
insane.
having to
Yeah.
forget your life and existence. Yeah.
So that's pretty cool, but I guess mechanically it's underwhelming because that's the rebirth, I guess. Yay.
Yeah. It's it's kind of boring.
Fexture comments. Given the rarity of rune arcs in this game, especially early on, I've never found a situation where it felt worthwhile to use it. The buff you get is more complicated than humanity, human effigy, and emperor of previous games, and that only makes things worse. As the
Yep.
scarcity of rune arcs makes me not want to try out the effects of the buff so I can get an idea of when I should use it. Humanity and embers were usable as powerful emergency healing items and granting you the huge benefit of being able to summon and aid into your world. In this game, the
Yep.
item used for that is in great abundance. These are indeed powerful buffs, but they're too broad and aren't strong enough to feel like they can give you the boost to get past a hard boss. And if you use one and will fail, you have strikingly few chances to try again with the buff. I'd much rather try and learn the boss or rethink my strategy than gamble on a very limited resource with granted an unfamiliar bonus.
Yep. And if you don't engage in a lot of co-op stuff or online stuff at all, because your reward for any engagement online, if you succeed, is a rune arc and a finger paste so that you can do it again.
Yeah,
And if you don't engage with that at all, like your
there are
rune arc
not many
supply
rune arcs in
is
the game.
no. I think there's under 50
Yeah, I only had like
that,
what 30 by the time I ended my first playthrough.
yeah, uh, discounting the fact that you can get them from farming rats.
Yeah.
Um,
Because, rats, the ultimate holder of everything grand in the universe.
Pretty much. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of how few there are. I definitely want to make it so that you can craft them, and I would like for them to be more plentiful in general,
Yeah.
because it's something that it
Crafting recipe for
feels.
them is gold tinged excrement and gold tinged excrement and gold tinged excrement and also rivers of blood.
The entire weapon.
Yeah, the entire weapon. You
You
can only get
need.
one rune art craft per playthrough. Congratulations.
Uh, Awful. Hate it. Thanks. I was thinking we could make it like, 10 early flowers and a
Oh yeah,
sanctuary
probably.
stone or something.
Something something like actually findable in the world.
Yeah. Like,
Like theme appropriate.
Reforged has it as a couple early flowers, a sanctuary stone, and a golden firefly, I think,
Yeah.
which is
It also
pretty
makes
good,
it
except that golden fireflies are relatively rare in places in the game.
you can also make it so that maybe specific enemies will give you the ability like a bell, maybe not a bell bearing, just like something to craft them infinitely, I guess. Who
Yeah,
knows?
I was,
Like you can convert runes into a rune arc.
yeah, I definitely think there's an option there. That would
Mm.
essentially just be like buying them.
Yeah. No, but
Um,
it's got a different name, so it's totally different.
right?
You got to rename it alchemy instead of crafting. It's totally different, don't worry. I've long searched for a proper me alchemy system that feels fun and engaging and cool and nice in a game.
What? You're not
Especially,
engaged by Skyrim's trial and error way of doing alchemy?
yeah, no.
You're not
Don't
engaged
even
with?
fucking talk to me about its spell system. God.
Yeah.
Like, for some reason, Dark Souls is more agreeable to just find a book and then essentially buy the spells off of a person.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but I just wanna be up in my tower as a mage, studying the ins and outs and intricacies of how to burn an enemy's mind inside out. I guess I'll just need to argue on Reddit more to do that.
Pretty much.
Yeah. See, I can achieve
Pretty
the same
much.
effect if I say that Margaret is just like Artorias.
Oh god. No. No. Why? Why would anyone say that?
I don't know, man. Like there's a specific crowd out there of people who consider every fast boss in any Souls game past one to be an Artorias clone.
Man, every enemy in Bloodborne, Artorias
Holy shit,
clone.
Artorias. It's like saying every character in the game is guts, but
Yeah.
that's actually more realistic, I guess. Holy shit, it's guts. See that troll over there? That's definitely guts. That one too.
Yeah, I mean, look at those swords. Only
Yeah,
Guts has
those
a
are
sword
gut
that
swords.
big.
Yeah. No, 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 wait, it's not a sword. It was more like a huge lump of iron. Don't you understand? That's a Berserk reference because it's guts, and he's from Berserk. You know that
Oh
manga
shit.
that has guts in it. That's also named Berserk. I doubt you could have ever guessed that.
Oh man, I never would have guessed that. Wow.
God, at this point, I'm just trash memeing for the sake of it. So, we got great runes, and I really like the ideas that we got for them.
Yeah?
I like how they operate. I like the feel of each of them. Bright cards, I guess we'll have to figure out if it feels odd or too close to Mogs and Millennius, because I definitely think there's something to be done with blasphemy
Yeah.
if it ever comes to that. But for now, let's keep it as is.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
We can make it the God devouring serpent route because it summons the entire God devouring serpent
No,
whenever you're in
no,
combat, no matter what
no,
arena you're in.
no.
Can you just imagine getting into a combat encounter and all of a sudden like your entire screen is filled up by the God devouring serpent who's half clipping through the floor?
Imagine doing that in the boss room of like the mines and the
Or like you're in
caves.
a random like hallway in Stormvale,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden it's just like bigger than the building you're in.
Ugh. Why? No, thank you. That
So
is a.
yeah, that is to say the Great Runes I think are in a good spot right now. I like Radahn's in particular for some reason, despite it like being relatively simple.
Well, I
Probably
mean,
because gravity magic is underrepresented, so any element of it is cool, fun to me.
yes. In the eventual process of adding new spells and stuff, I'd like to add more gravity things that do gravity related stuff.
Hmm.
Like,
Especially since we have a jump button in this game and the ability to
yeah.
go vertical.
And enemies in general have the ability to jump.
Oh, yep. Like we're not restricted to the ground anymore from Shock. You can,
Yeah.
funnily enough, you need to like we know you're capable of changing around gravity. So when you put a gravity class of spells in the game, why is it a projectile?
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense to me. I
You
guess
see, you
the
see,
like.
if this hits your head, you move downward and also upward and sideways at the same time. To be fair, that sounds painful as hell, and I can see why it would be damaging.
Yes. I mean, to actually attack someone with gravity stuff, like if the gravity arrows are essentially I'm shooting a black hole at you,
Oh, look at
like,
that. My skin has been eviscerated and my entrails are now all over the floor.
yeah. It's like that would legitimately be horrifying.
It would. Like, I'm surprised the, like, one of the most horrifying developers out there on, like, a game-wide scale, because, of course, we got a lot of horror-focused developers. Resident Evil guys, the,
Can you even call Resident Evil horror games anymore?
Silent Hill, PT, all that, like, there's horror games for days out there.
Oh yeah.
Or at least scary games. And
Yeah.
FromSoft is quite a guy in a lot of them, and they didn't consider the fact that gravity magic is terrifying.
Yeah. It's like they just didn't utilize gravity magic at all,
Like, what are you afraid of? You made Basilisk
right?
easily more scary than anything in Resident Evil 7.
Easily. And definitely scarier than anything in Resi 8.
Resi 8 is horny. I will not stand for horny.
Resi 8 is very horny. I would absolutely fuck the shit out of Lady D and probably the dude in the fedora hat. Can't remember his name. I just love that man's voice. It's
Oh,
so good.
voices be good though.
Voices do be good though.
I did fall out of Lady D early because like there was so much about her around when that game released or when the first trailers came out. Like
Yes.
every video is getting recommended on YouTube was how much everyone wanted Lady D at their doorstep to do the
Yeah.
step.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, you know what? I don't like this character anymore. I had no emotional attachment. I still have no emotional attachment to the Resident Evil series. So I was like, okay, you know what? Okay, fine.
I don't
I'm
understand
going
how
to be the
anybody.
contrarian. You have forced my hand, YouTube. And I still am. I still don't like that character.
I don't. Well, I mean, the character is basically nothing in the game, which sucks for how much the advertising builds her up. It's
Yeah.
like she's basically nothing. And then the mechanics of the game really let her down. It's like, yeah, no. The best part of her was all of the fan art that was made. That was it. That was really it. There's nothing else.
Like, and it's like almost in the same vein. Like, I couldn't say this for sure because obviously the circumstances are completely different, but it's almost the same. I feel like if I wasn't in the Dark Souls and I saw Ronnie absolutely everywhere,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, just please calm down
Yeah.
for a moment. Or internet. I know this is a whole thing. You gotta calm down sometimes.
Yes. Internet, I know that you're horny, but let's take a chill pill here.
I'm hopelessly a contrarian when it comes to these things, and I realize that's kind of dumb of me considering like it doesn't really harm me in any way. It's just people doing the thing. And it's just really a matter of exposure. It feels like getting angry at the kids for listening to that new rock song, but
I
instead
feel
it's
like I can get angry at kids for listening to WAP.
it's like all
The
right,
more that
look,
kids consume a thing, the more that that thing will be made.
and you do not want more WAP to be made.
No.
Oh man, I could have totally have thought that you were a huge fan of that song.
The only version of WAP that I am a fan of is Gilbert Godfrey reading it. That is the only reason that that song should exist at all. It's just for that one video. But
It's in the
beyond
same
that,
vein that the book "Go the Fuck to Sleep" should only exist to be read by Samuel L. Jackson.
yeah, yeah,
Every other purpose it has is just terribly inferior to
pretty much,
Samuel L. Jackson reading that book.
pretty
Oh boy.
much.
Okay, see that's my mini rant. I'm sure I would have had more words on that a few months ago, around when like that game was newer and like more about it. Specifically
Months.
not about
I
the
think that
game, but
game
about
came
the
out like a
character.
year ago.
So yeah, that is old news by now. It is practically in the same vein of why I just like the word simp,
Yeah,
despite the fact that I almost practically use it now and again.
yeah.
Like we have words for this, I swear. We could, these are nice guys, but sure, why not? That being said, we should totally rename Fia Champions Fight to Fia Simps. Fia's
Yes.
tier 3 Twitch subscribers.
Yes. Tier 3 OnlyFans subscribers.
Does OnlyFans even have tiers? I don't know.
I think. I have no idea.
Of course, we wouldn't know.
I should know because I've helped friends set up OnlyFans.
Ah,
I still don't know.
I legitimately do not. All I know is that Twitch has tiers, and I think YouTube does as well.
Yes. Um, I
It
I
would be
feel like that would be an
it would almost
inherent.
be more hilarious saying tier 3 YouTube subscriber. Because, like,
I feel
yes, of
like.
course, everyone cares about that YouTube subscription money.
Oh yes. The tiered thing is just like the standard business model for having a subscription service.
Yeah,
It's like if you pay me more money, I will get you more stuff every month.
yeah. Like, I could totally see each of them being named like different platforms. Like Lionel the Lionhearted is like, oh, he's the Twitch one. Oh, the Mage, oh, he's definitely the YouTube guy. But who
Yeah.
gets the tier 3 OnlyFans subscription? That's
Yes.
the real question.
Lionel the Lionhearted. Third tier of the YouTube subscription. Third tier YouTube simp.
Like, we either remove that boss, completely alter it to the point that it's
Is it
not shit,
is it even a
or
boss?
it's okay. Just imagine my disappointment going through deeper depths, like this
Yeah.
really murky, creepy area with like roots and stuff. Right, it's kind of small, but like trying to figure out where the hell the boss is, and and I come across this arena. It's like, holy shit. What is that fucking thing? This is terrifying. I don't want to go in here. So I'm like
Yep.
tentatively stepping forward. Oh God, is it gonna come alive? It's definitely gonna come alive. I hate this. I hate this.
I
Please
thought
tell
it
me
was
it's not
gonna
gonna
be
be
a
an ant.
dragon fight or something.
Please tell me it's not gonna be an ant boss. Oh God. And
Oh
then
no.
he is simps.
Yeah.
And wait, is this it? It's like, no, that can't be it. And then I kill the second guy. No way, that's it. Then the trio appears. And oh, that's it. That's the end of the boss. I quit out,
Yeah.
and I still haven't actually defeated it. Like I got to the third phase, and I didn't want it. I just quit out and moved on.
It's it's pretty disappointing as a fight.
Like I want something terrifying there. I want something worthy of like the atmosphere that the game area sets up. Like sure, the dragon is his own thing.
Fighting a
What's that?
hundred basilisks.
No god ahead. I did actually read that message in that area because there's that one room with like 7 basilisks in it.
Yes.
And I saw that message and I looked over and saw the basilisk. I was like, oh, a true savior.
Yes.
Whoever wrote
Appropriate.
this down. Like that is one of my favorite messages that I read in that game, just for how appropriate it is.
Yeah.
So good. That being said, now that we've got the Grey Runes, let's talk more about bosses. How about that? Because we got time.
But yeah. Yeah, I don't think we finished up talking about bosses, but I can't remember
No,
what
because we
else
only
I
got to
had.
like what fucking like some minor bosses, and we ended up at Gideon. Like
Yeah.
we didn't well we technically we got to Malekith as well, but like Lich Dragon, uh, or sorry, not Lich Dragon, Archdragon. What the fuck is his name?
Dragon Lord.
Dragon Lord. Yeah, Dragon Lord.
Flaccid Hex.
Flaccid X.
Yep.
Just Dragon Lord Flaccid X. And like, yeah, there's a whole bunch of bosses to go through. But for now, let's start with Fia's champions, Fia's Simps.
Mm-hmm.
What do we do with them? Because we either alter them entirely or we give them that name, and I'm not budging on that.
I'm totally cool with, at least to start, giving them the name Fia Simps. And maybe after that, it can unlock like a different boss in that arena. And we do something else there.
Yep.
Something death related.
I would quite enjoy making it a bait and switch where it's like, oh, they just renamed this to a fucking meme. Okay, well, thanks, developers. My immersion is lost and broken.
Yes.
And then it turns out like you beat them. It's like, okay, but the fog wall is still up. Like I would love something like that where you think it's gonna be just absolute bullshit and turns out like actually really good. And of course, the like it when you actually defeat them, they stay defeated. So
I can definitely see that. That would be better than turning it into another.
multi-phase kind of boss
Yeah.
where you have
It's
to
not
like go
a.
through the bad part to get to the good part.
Yeah, it's not
No,
a Radigan Elden Beast situation.
like no, this would entirely just be for like the implied joke of them being fetus simps, and then turns out, oh no, there's actually something horrifying beyond my mortal comprehension here.
Yes.
So let's focus on that then, since them being set up to a bait and switch is actually something I quite enjoy.
Yeah, me too.
So what would the actual boss be so that we're free of the constraints of trying to make an NPC boss work?
A giant rune bear that does Deathblight.
Horrifying, but not in the same way I think we want to
um,
actually make that horrifying.
what if we did? What is the Leech Dragon again? Is that a thing? I can't
Lich
remember.
Dragon 40 sacks or That guy.
Yeah. What is he?
'Cause I'm pretty sure he's only a boss if you follow Fuse quest line, and he takes up that same arena.
Okay. So I'm
I haven't
not
fought him,
crazy.
and I don't know if you fought him either. And from what I know, he's
Ah,
hard to get to.
can't remember if I did, which
He's
probably means that I
essentially a
haven't.
reskin of Lanciax, I think, with some different attacks.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Why? 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 Why so much reuse? Why would you do this? Why? Why? Why?
Ah, yeah.
Why?
Like apparently his music is really good and stuff, but
I can believe it.
like I've seen a lot of people mention his music, but like I haven't listened to it yet because I haven't fought the boss, and some secrets in the game are left to be discovered. So I suppose we keep Fortis Access his own thing for now. And
Maybe
what
we
could
just
be there? What would be
have
spooky?
Fortisex happen without doing Fia's quest.
Eh, because I kind of like that he's behind a quest thing and there's actually something else there to come back to for.
That's fair.
Like it would definitely be, I suppose, less work to make him be a boss either way. But I also like the idea of like putting in something there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So what can we do that's death related?
Something that's Deathblight. Let's see. A reskin might be up for grabs, I think.
Yeah,
Like
I
something
agree.
that's so obviously just not right. Like in an intentional way, of course. Like it doesn't seem to move the way it should. It's very like off-putting in that way. I think a reskin might be very good for that. Like
Yeah.
so what kind of moves in that like very off-kilter kind of fashion?
What if it was like a size boosted, slowed down Royal Revenant type thing?
Ooh, size boosted slow down right Royal Revenant.
Because that thing, other than Rune Bears, that thing like instills the most fear in me.
I certainly see it. And I think it could very well work, especially with like the frequency of attacks of the Revenant. There'd be a lot to work with in terms of like canceling attacks and such, so it's not totally overbearing. Like I don't think
Yeah.
it like I don't think it as it currently is as an enemy would work, but like using its moves essentially in a new way. So like the rhythm of the fight is different. Like
Yeah.
the animation and like how it uses animations is different than it was. I was also thinking something like a crab, like a large crab, but instead of being a crab, it's like a human material kind of looking thing
Ooh.
with a really engorged arm and like fingers it walks on. Pretty
You know, we could also stack stuff on top of each other with the
Oh,
attachment
that is
points.
true.
We could
Like
have a horrible
maybe we.
mangled mess.
Oh yeah, really
Stack
going the
a
one reborn over here.
stack a
Like I
grafted
really like
scion
the
on top of
idea
a crab.
of something that like is moving like a crab, but very obviously is not a crab. And you're like, what the fuck is this? Why is this coming towards me like this? Like the crabs
Yeah,
in the game obviously have very like disproportionate proportions. Like they it looks like a crab obviously, but doesn't look like a human. Doesn't move like a human. So why does it look like a human?
I can see that. Maybe we
Right.
can create a special enemy that uses the crab AI but has a different model.
Yeah, essentially in the same way that the Dragon Slayer armor reskins work
Yeah,
from Cinders. Like it uses that same skeleton, but it's a different entity entirely. My only issue here then, from like a conceptualization standpoint, is that the crab moveset itself feels very simple.
it does.
Like it's got the swipes and some ground smonks. That's pretty much it. Also, like yeah, the shooty projectile thing, but certainly not a enemy with a lot to go on. Whereas I think Revenants might offer more.
Yeah, I agree. Hmm. I think there's potential.
Mm.
That may be a longer term project as far
Yeah,
as doing it in the mod. And for now, we'll just replace the name of Fias Champions with Fias Simps.
yeah. In in lieu of anything else, I think like there's an idea here for like a boss that we want to make terrifying to fit in with the theme of the area because I do think Deeper Depths is environmentally strong enough and has like the presence of a very residual fear. I think a
Yes.
very horrifying boss would work wonders. I want to give people some nightmares.
Yes. I completely agree.
Like I definitely wish we could like skeleton the body of or like rig the body of Godwin and use that.
Oh, that would be fun.
Oh yeah.
I,
And technically we could in a way, like it's a solid enemy
yeah,
that you could fight, but it wouldn't move.
yeah, we'd have to do something. We'd have to take the model and find a way to skin it onto an existing skeleton.
Yeah.
And I don't know how we would do that. Maybe we could skin it onto something like a Margit, Morgot type thing because it has the big tail.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know.
Be interesting to
There's.
put on like a horse enemy.
Oh man. Yeah. Something that moves very unhuman like.
Yeah. If there was opportunity to skin it onto like entirely new skeleton with new animations, like it would certainly be difficult. That would be that would feel much better, I think. As
Yeah.
obviously you can only get so far with like the story you can tell with a reskin, even if it's the new model.
Yeah.
That'd certainly be a lot of work, and it would have to go through iteration. Like conceptually, how do we want this to look? How do we want it to feel? What's it gonna be? That kind of thing.
Yes. That would be a large amount of work. Um,
So we'll keep that for a later stage after like we have preliminary balancing done and like gameplay functions.
yeah.
Because stuff like that feels more like additions on things that uh we want to be new more than improving the base game or like reshaping it.
Yes.
It's
I
like adding a
agree.
new clay instead of molding what's there, essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
We'll keep it on the burner for now. Fia Simps is not really getting a change because like even if it's disappointing, it's certainly not difficult or like too broken. It's well designed, I guess, but
Yeah.
it's very unmemorable and just not good as a boss.
I forgot it was a boss until you mentioned it.
Yeah. So let's keep going back from Sir Gideon off near the all rowing,
Yes.
the all drolling. And so yeah, for Malekith, I think what we got. got to was that his second phase kicks in at 80%, pretty much.
Yeah.
And Beast Clergyman is nerfed to a degree.
Yeah. I think
At
that will
least getting
work.
rid of his double swipe or slowing it down to a point.
Yes. Yes. If at all possible, if we can slow that down, that would be fabulous.
So that cuts Black Blade second phase gains around 75 to 80% of the main boss health bar, and Beast Clergyman's problem moves are fixed up as
Burst
we
clergyman.
Beast Clergyman. So yeah, that's Malka. Not much needs to be done with that, I don't think. Most problems people have are with his Beast Clergyman phase
The beef
and
clergyman.
Beast Clergyman, yeah, and like their ability to react to his more erratic style of movement, which I
Yes.
think is also, yeah, of course, the damage, but a lot of the bigger problems come mainly around on in-game scaling in general, and also things that we plan to fix with other implementations.
Yes. I think like the changes we're thinking about to vigor and the changes we're thinking about to late game damage scaling and stuff like that, that will sort of fix a lot of other problems
Mhm.
that exist in that realm.
So yeah, it's definitely a difference between like how much damage this thing does and like how mechanically does it function. Like if you fought this fight for like double what it has of its health bar and like 50% less of its damage, would it be fun or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Just less about like the pacing and more about like the mechanics of it.
Yes.
And then pacing itself is solved by its damage and health. So yeah. So Malakath, very conceptual or mechanically solid.
Yep.
Not much really needs to be done with him. Dragon Lord, Blasted Sex. What
Yeah.
do we think about him?
I still have fairly limited thoughts about him because I haven't fought him more than the once. I really need to get on that.
The only thing I want to give Dragon Lord is Steak America.
Yep.
That's it. I don't even want to change much about him. If anything, maybe I feel like he has too little health.
Yeah. I think that's
Or
totally fair.
I know people have said he has a huge tanky health bar, but maybe actually no. I'd bleed. I can't say anything about that. I do not have good reference for this from
I
my
will
gameplay experience.
I will test it out in a few builds in
Mhm.
vanilla and in reforged, and we'll see. But definitely putting a stake of America there
Yeah,
because I
like there's
do
no lore there
remember
that he shouldn't have a stick America,
no, and
as far
I
as I'm aware.
the one thing I do remember about him is that painful run.
Yeah, and like p- just overall pacing wise, like everything about that fight, from the mechanics of it to his attacks to everything like that. Even the fact that you can't really hit his head, I don't care about. Like you may be hitting his side and that shit, but and and like that's kind of sad in its own way. But that fight is just very nice. It actually keeps you at his front for every point where it matters or where it would be most visually appropriate, like his teleport or like the air cloud dash thing he does.
Yes.
Like those move you both around enough that it doesn't feel like you're just attacking his legs the entire fight. Like I really like that fight, and I think it's one of those perfect examples of an endgame fight that is challenging but isn't overbearingly quick or requires a lot of damage to work. It's just
Yeah.
very good. I really have no qualms with that besides giving him fucking Steak America. Holy shit.
Yeah. So we'll do that.
So yeah, Dragon Lord. Classic gets a steak America. And then back from that, the everyone's favorite boss fight, Godskin Duo.
So we've talked about changes to this.
Yeah, it's a
I
lot of different ideas. So I suppose now would be the time to like figure out maybe a path we want to go for, or just like one or two options
yeah,
or some sort.
I so especially in context of the latest patch that they've done, changing the way that duo fights work and the aggression of some of them.
Hmm.
I kind of want to lean farther into that and
Yeah,
have Godskin Duo basically function it like the twin demon princes. It's
yeah,
like one of them will be in an attacking phase and one of them won't be. Um, and the one that is attacking you maybe can't do ranged attacks, but the one that isn't attacking you can. Like I think there's stuff to be done there.
yeah. I think that would be like the bare minimum balancing for it,
Yes.
like making sure that they take turns and they will not, otherwise, they will not stray from that. Like they will take turns through the fight,
Yeah. And I
but as much as we can manage forcing them to stay away from each other,
yeah.
or like jurisdiction, I'd say.
How do you feel about getting rid of the fact that it summons in two more? Because you have to fight at least four of them in order to beat it.
Godskin Quartet.
Yeah. It's like I'm not really a fan of that. I would much rather just change
It doesn't
the
really
health of the
do,
individuals to just be the two.
yeah, it doesn't really help the fight in any regard. It doesn't really bring in any benefit, and I think it just feels worse because like the enemies you thought you killed are not actually dead, and it doesn't even make that much sense. Like, why does it have a why does it have a two health bar if it also has more health bars?
Yeah.
What's it tracking? Like their will to fight? Do they just give up? Like, oh man, I guess she's not gonna die.
Yeah. And it feels like as janky as the Four Kings fight was in
Yeah,
DS1, it's like, "Oh, you just didn't kill me for 30 seconds. So here's another copy of myself." But if
four
you
things, more like infinite. What the fuck?
yeah, yeah. I think
Like, it just doesn't feel right. Like you don't understand the health bar is representing anymore. Because at
no.
least like with something like this fight or like a stock fight, you can like maybe justify it with like, oh, I guess like this is a measure of how long it is to the critical blow, like in Sekiro, I guess.
Yeah.
Like that last one is the actual killing blow that fucking sends it off, and everything else is just glancing off or whatever. Who cares? But uh, with something like Gods Can Do or Four Kingdoms, it's like, well, what's it tracking anymore? Motivation. This is their motivation counter. The more you hit them, the more the motivation goes down.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, why not?
They're college graduate students and they weren't offered free food to be at this event, so they don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, their valedictorian is actually just Melina, I guess. So whatever.
Yeah. I don't know, man.
Okay. Oh,
It's a
no
rough
wonder
fight.
everyone hates Godskin Duo because Melina sucks. Conspiracy. That made no sense. That is the worst joke conspiracy I've ever come up with.
I mean, to be
Oh,
fair, you did come up with it like 4.5 hours into a stream, so
yeah. So for Duo Godskin, Unos Duos.
unus
One,
duus,
two.
unus
Um,
anus.
here's what I want to do. Like this is a bit more experimental. Because my thought is I want them basically to swap out like a sort of tag team fight where like they'll do a transition of sorts and then you're fighting the other one.
Yeah.
Like I remember mentioning something like they would jump, and as they would jump up, it would come back down as the other one. And the difficulty kind of resides in managing the rhythm of both through one encounter technically. Like for the for the first half of their health bar or so, they would swap every like minute, or not minute, sorry, 30 seconds. Or it's not like you would only get one or the other essentially, but as their health bar keeps ticking down, they would swap more repeatedly.
I can see that. I think there's a way we could make that work. But I don't think it would fit with the actual Godskin duo fight, because that fight, I would like to make it feel more like you're fighting actual people. Um, Whereas I think that sort of a thing would work better with like the spirit collar snail.
True, true. It's like you're coming up against an order, I would say, of like the god skins, and they're coming up against you to fight you.
Yeah.
Mm. Now here's what we do: we make it into a Deacons of the Deep fight. There's actually 30 god skins,
Oh no.
but they're all weak as shit, and you only get one for the actual health bar god skin.
No.
Can you just imagine like 30 fucking godskins clogging up the room like they're colliding into each other?
Just imagine Godskin Noble, all 30 of them, like rolling at you at the same time.
Oh God.
It's like I would just turn off the game.
Oh yep. All 30 of them like, oh great, welcome to the military.
Yep.
Godskin military. Holy shit. I do like the idea of like the final order of Godskins, organization Godskin, being this fight in a way. Not
Yeah.
to the not like how it currently has it set up where they like respawn each other, but it's still only two. So how about we experiment with that for a second? Like how could like an order of Godskins work? It's probably more similar to a Dishwatcher's in its execution or the presentation, I guess.
Hmm. Do we want it to be like an army? Or do we want to just keep it to the two guys?
I mm, well, for an army, I could see the problems being a few. One, both of them are very large.
Yeah.
The arena is rather, it's not that big for having multiple of them in there at any given time. Maybe three or four, but that could get very camera crowded very quickly, I think.
Yes.
Especially with how the Dark Souls camera works, it works best on having one or a few in your peripheral.
Yeah. I'm not. So I think we should leave Godskin Duo to be a duo, and we'll make that a better duos fight by having them tag team off of each other.
So just
Um,
keeping it simple, a simple change.
yeah, and I would like, because I this may be a hot take. I like the Deacons of the Deep fight.
No, I do. I think it's actually well designed. I only really don't like its second phase because like the building abyss mechanic feels a bit too rushy. I don't know.
Yeah,
Overall, I really like it, but the
I
pacing of it in the second half feels kind of odd.
yes, I will absolutely give you that. But I like it a lot, so I'm totally down for trying to recreate that somehow.
Maybe improving on it if we can. Who knows?
Yeah, it's like you
Because
could even do it.
it's a good framework to work off of, and for a mob fight, it's really nice.
Yeah, it is. You could even do it with like the soldiers of Godric, right? It's like you have a bunch of
Army
foot
of
soldiers.
Godric.
Yeah, you have a bunch of foot soldiers and you have a bunch of the Godric soldiers, and then you have a Godric knight who is like the main dude, but he'll only show up once you get the collective health bar down halfway,
Yeah.
and you just have an invisible one stored underneath the floor who's taking all of the damage for everyone.
Yep.
Like I could totally see that working, and that would be kind of interesting. In the same way that I find Gatefront to be a really interesting encounter, is like I'm taking on an entire platoon of soldiers guarding this thing.
Hmm.
That's pretty cool.
It is
Turning that idea into a boss fight, I think it could
very
work.
nice. Yeah.
And we could do it that way with the soldiers type thing, or maybe we
Especially
could,
since they're small enough that it makes it so that like it's not as crowding. Like they
yeah,
don't really have the projectiles or anything, or like the big fat blobby moves.
yes, or
Duo is
maybe
very much so weird because they're very much about a single character fight in a way.
yeah. I think that the combat system in these games work best for one-on-one encounters.
Yeah, absolutely no disagreements there. Especially on an enemy designed to be fought one on one.
Yeah,
Like you definitely couldn't do the Deacons of the Deep thing, I think, with giants.
no,
20 of them in a room.
yeah, that would not work well.
Oh God. So that's the main reason why I suggest Godskin Duo being like a Godskin swap out fight, where it's just the one technically, but it's two mechanically.
I can see that working. Um, if we can find a way to do it, I say we try out both and see how they feel.
Hmm.
Because, like, I like the idea of there being the two people present,
Yeah.
but the one is more in an off state and will only attack you at best with range stuff.
Hmm. Like no, that's perfectly good, and I think it worked. It's a good formula for a duo fight. Maybe we could also like throw in a tell somehow for the Black Fireball, only for that fight.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm not sure how in particular, considering it's like a projectile thing. It's pretty easy to keep both of them in camera enough to see if one's charging.
Well, that does bring a question. If the one that isn't currently attacking you, say, like, doesn't even move much, they have limited movement when they're not the one attacking you, would you even need for there to be a tell? Because you
Not
could just
really.
see the animation from a distance. There's
Yeah,
the
keep
symbol
just.
that pops up. There's the whole I have to wind my arm up and prepare to throw it, whatever.
Hmm.
It's like I feel like you don't necessarily need that.
No, I wouldn't say so. Especially if they're technically or like just obviously enough staying moderately still.
Yeah, yeah, I think that would work for that.
I could
That's
see a mechanic
my
built around it too. Like one Godskin will stay in the center of the arena while the other one will chase you around wherever they
yes,
go. But if you choose to fight the one currently offline, they might have like damage resistance taken down.
yeah, or
Like
maybe
trigger
they can
certain amount
use
more health.
the noble presence thing.
Yeah.
It's like they can belly bump you or just like knock you the fuck away.
So it could be a risk reward kind of thing where you're allowed to attack the second one for more damage, but or well the offline one for more damage, but you're at risk of
It
keeping
pulling out
yourself.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Like if the Godskin Apostle is the one in the middle, if you start attacking him, he'll do his big black flame tornado
Hmm.
immediately.
Or maybe
And
not immediately or
yeah,
like
like it,
it
it
like
would be
there'd also
fair
be
for you to
challenge
get
in
away.
keeping the other guy in your in view enough that you would know when to avoid him because you're focused on the one and attacking it.
Yeah.
I can see something like that working, I think, where it's built
Yes.
around the rhythm of being one then the other
Yes.
in the room itself.
Why didn't why didn't FromSoft just do that?
And I don't know.
Why didn't they just
But
make it not shit?
for now, I think that'll work best is the idea of like building the fight around like mechanically and tuned around fighting one then the other. And maybe
Yeah.
we can like provide a sort of like cool visual effect or gameplay thing that happens with that to encourage the player to like engage in it or mess with it more. So let's see, Gutskin Duo takes turns attacking player with one completely offline, maybe with the ability to throw projectiles, and the other going ham. And that's already a much cooler fight, especially since the music helps it quite a lot, I think. Now,
Yes.
when you kill one, it turns into Super Godskin.
I I could see the potential for that.
My only problem, or well, my main problem is that what do you do with a Super Godskin?
Yeah.
Make it big? Have it do Deathblight?
Just make every move that it does cause an AoE that will fuck the player in the ass if they do anything.
It's a grab attack that literally fucks the player in the ass
Yep.
if they're caught by it. You get the whole animation for it and everything.
Yep.
Speaking of which, here's Margaret. But no,
Speaking.
I don't
Yeah.
think I could see like a super god skin working. Because then it's like, oh, okay, so this is Ornstein and Smell, but actually worse. I could see
Yeah.
another fight getting a super version though.
I think that's
Maybe like
certainly an option.
maybe some super version. Who knows? But anyway, yeah, that's got skin zero. We can test out more around that and see how it can work.
Yeah.
What's the boss before that? Fire Giant? Fire Giant.
Yeah.
Talk about Fire
I
Giant. Camera
uh
and
camera
hitbox issues.
sucks currently.
Camera and hitbox issues are the main problem with Fire Giant. And I think we agreed on that pretty
Yep.
much.
Yep. Those need help somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know how at the moment, but somehow they need help.
So the player can effectively see and avoid what 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 the giant doing.
Yeah, pretty much. What that giant do?
What's the giant doing? There's not much more he needs along with the balance adjustments for the whole event game. Like he's pretty slow, he's kind of chunky, but honestly, like if the player is able to avoid like the shovel scoop and like dash around stuff like the big pot slam, jar slam, lid slam, bowl slam, whatever that is, and like actually see what he's doing at any given time, then that fight is already leagues better, I think.
Agreed.
So then the fight before that is, I think story wise, Morgott, right?
Yeah. Yeah, story wise, that's Morgott.
So yeah, I guess we're going story bosses backwards in order then.
Pretty much.
Uh, Morgott then. What to do about Morgott?
I I
What's he
think
need?
the fight is basically fine. He just might need a little bit more health. That's
Yeah.
really it.
He's not really much of a challenge getting into the end game, especially with the end game being tuned like it is. And I don't think he's much of a challenge for most builds by that point in general. Like, of course, that may be different for some, but I definitely remember having an pretty easy time with him.
Yeah. I I won't say that I had an easy time, but
Like, it still took a few attempts, of course, but and he was definitely an invigorating fight, but not in the same way that something like the end game fights immediately felt like afterward.
Yes. I think, as I've said previously, Morgott is the perfect fight to finish on if you are a casual player and you don't want to dump 400 hours into the game trying to get good.
Hmm. I think I think we should definitely, yeah, just really increase Morgoth's HP. Even if we don't, even with taking down the end game scaling rise, I still think he deserves to be a very climactic fight
Yeah,
that demands a bit more out of the player than it does now.
agreed.
As it's not really a good gatekeep for mountaintops and stuff.
No.
So yeah, Morgott gets some chunky HP, the real chunks, and the fight before, well, right before that is the guy who we're gonna take out, Goldfree.
No, yes, gold free. I am quite okay with taking him out.
Yoinked. So I guess the question then would be, do we want to put anything in his place where he is right now, or do we just want to make that empty?
Um, hmm. Temporarily, I think I'm okay with making it empty. And
I would say so, because I mean, like, especially if there's gonna be like a huge climactic fight thing right after.
yeah, we could potentially put the Deacons of the Deep fight in there
We could.
and make it be like the Knights of Landau.
I could for sure see that working. Maybe something like the High Council of Lando,
Yeah.
and it would also just make the contrast that much better between like these human regal opponents in this big collection versus fucking Morgott up here, the literal omen, taking care of the entire city. Because like, of course, his entire story is about essentially hiding who he is from everyone.
Yeah.
So the High Council of Lane, since especially I don't think we're gonna need to like make any new models or anything for that, and we can just
Mm-hmm.
focus on the gameplay aspect of it. How do we want to approach that fight? This fight, how's it gonna work?
Well, to start, I think we have, the basic soldiers, foot soldiers for Landau, and the regular soldiers. And we'll have to, like, put something in there that makes sense that more of them will spawn. We'll see what we decide to do with that.
Hmm.
But we'll have those guys in there. And, oh, how do we. Maybe we can find a way to spawn a bullet that
Travels from one to the
shows.
other.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like shows which one you need to attack. And whichever one has that status, if you attack it, it'll do damage to the whole health bar.
Hmm.
I'm sure that there's some way we can give a rough um, way of doing that. And then you get health bar down to half health, at which point a knight will drop down from the upper area.
Chapters. Yeah.
Yep. And it could be one knight, it could be three knights. I don't know. We'll play around with that. But big old knighty boy drops down, and then to do damage to the main health bar, you have to attack him.
Hmm.
And it would be good too if we can give them. I don't remember what the magic thing is that the Leyendell Knights can do, but if he can do like the Golden Vow thing and give
Yeah.
everybody like a buff in attack power,
Ooh, that'd
like
be
that would
pretty neat.
certainly be interesting.
Hmm. I do also like the idea of like hmm, like like the lower members of High Council crowding around the higher members, and maybe the higher members are the ones that you need to attack between. There's like
Yeah,
kind of managing groups and how they move around their commanders.
yeah. If we can find a way to do that, that would be great. It's like we could even then have. Well, I just had a thought in my mind of like, isn't that if we could do it, it would be the skeleton lords fight from Dark Souls 2, but done better. It's like have three people in the room who are the head honchos, and
Yep, of the High Council.
yes, and you want to attack them to take out the collective health bar.
Yep. And once these guys are down, then the main knight comes in.
Yeah,
I wonder if that could mean that we could change up the pacing a little bit more when the main knight comes down. Like, because this would imply, of course, that the High Council members are dead.
yes,
So then, how could the knight change up the tide of battle so that maybe it clears up more? Since then we would have the group from earlier now, if it's still there, pretty much crowded around the knight.
yeah, and when the player is not in range of attacks, the knight could do the thing to buff up everybody in the vicinity that's on his team, increase his attack, maybe can do some slow healing for everybody.
Hmm.
He can do those types of things until you get in close, and then he can focus on attacking you.
Even my thought, okay, so if we have like say three groups for three High Council members and like a few in each group, what if on the first two all the guys in that group die and won't respawn once those group leaders are dead? But for the last one, they end up following the knight once he drops down.
Okay, I like that.
So that would kind of be a way to thin up the chaos of the initial fight
Yes.
and focus it down to the last group.
Yeah.
I could also see something like the knight issuing commands, maybe to his girl. I'm not sure how this would work, but I'm seeing something like he would back off and then but push the troops forward or have them crowd around you.
Yeah, potentially. We'll have to see what changes we can make to the AI in order to
Hmm.
enable that.
Because that would definitely work best if we could like strategy team them.
Yes.
Like they would take orders from the commander's AI, and that would tell them where to go or how to move. Just so I guess in lieu of that, if that can't be done, how else could we like more in tune with the current game mechanics? Uh, help that portion of the fight. So since the knight himself would obviously be a bit of probably sorry not probably but obviously be a tougher enemy than the High Council members were before.
Yeah.
And I imagine that players would obviously want to fight this guy more one on one.
Yes. Just as a side note, what if we made the High Council members the dudes with the big horns?
Oh yeah, Oh
That'd be
yeah, that would
fun.
that'd be awesome. Since that would also work like they're sending out signals for the group following them,
Yeah, definitely.
and they move slow enough that they can't really get away too easily because
Yeah.
they roll the boys roll around. I do like that, and I like the atmosphere it would provide.
Yes, I
So then
agree.
the knight drops down. He's
Mr.
able to
Knight drops down. He gets
buff these
whatever
guys
was
up.
left on the last.
Maybe he can no longer like respawn his troops.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
I think that's a good
you're
idea.
able to thin them out.
It's like
But
anybody
the
that's
more troops
left.
you thin out, the stronger he gets somehow through rage.
Ooh, maybe. Maybe, maybe. I like that idea. It's like every one of them you kill from the point that he enters the fight boosts his attack by 2% or something.
Mhm. In the
Yeah?
same way that I like, or like a similar way to how like the Abyss Watchers would transfer their strength to the main guy, but it would happen
Yes.
gradually. So you can see the particle effect moving from the guy you just killed to the knight itself, and you get like a red eyes effect.
That would be cool if we can make that work.
It's like, oh, you fucking with my boys?
You done fucked up, boy.
Oh boy. It'd also be cool if you could get like more abilities, maybe, if that were to happen. So you can fight him one on one, but it might be more difficult than hitting him as you're thinning the crowd.
That would be interesting.
Yeah,
I assume that all of the moves that they can do exist in a move set pool for every single one of them.
I would assume,
Like
yes.
the magic things that they can do. So we can just have him able to do like all of the magic things and change up
Yep.
the visuals for them.
Oh yeah. So Godfrey is replaced by the High Council of Lingdale fight. A group similar to Deacons of the Deep with crucial differences, including that. Hmm. Including that there are three around okay around three. There are around three specific big trumpet boys who act as the leaders to individual groups, damaging the trumpet boys damages the boss health bar,
Yep. We could
and
work out the math so that each one of them has their own health bar essentially that feeds into the bigger one.
mhm, damaging the damaging the trumpet boys damages the boss health bar, and when one is killed, their group is killed with them, otherwise respawning.
Yeah.
When the third is killed, a knight will drop down from above, leading last group, leading the last group, who can then buff his troops, and if any of them are killed, they no longer respawn, but instead buff the knight through rage.
Yes.
Nice. I like that. I like that whole idea.
Yeah, I think
If it
that
can work
can.
out in that arena, then I certainly enjoyed the thought of like a group fight like that being split into several targets that are
Yeah.
available at any given time.
Yeah,
So
I
it's generally
agree.
about like picking and choosing what fight will be easiest to you at any given moment. We can also, of course, give the surrounding dudes low poison stuff, so they're not too much of a hassle to deal with.
Yes.
In the same way that the deacons have very low poise and can be staggered really easy, making
Yeah.
that fight really satisfying with a colossal weapon or an alternate sword, whatever.
Oh yeah.
You can just like cut them like grass.
Big bonk.
Big, big bonk indeed.
That is my favorite way to do the deacon's fight. Is big bonk.
Big bonk or big slash even. Because like any kind of great sword will just clear them out. And then of course focusing it to the with the night phase. And especially allowing the player to clear out the extras at the cost of making the main guy more difficult.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Because obviously it's not, or maybe not obviously, but in my eyes, it's about focus for a group fight. Like, how do you make the focus fun?
Yeah. How do you prioritize your targets?
Because
And how do we make
otherwise, it's
that a
just like a
challenge for the
big
player?
mess of every enemy coming at you at once. You have no idea how to handle any of them together.
Yeah.
Because like range boys and the melee boys and all these different kinds of boys, and holy shit. So yeah, making the focus specific, I think works best in big group fights like that.
Agreed.
Right, DS2? With your Belfry gargoyle, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Everyone knows you like fighting six boys at once.
DS2 just shat itself with like all of the multi-person fights.
Oh yeah. Skeleton Lords was pretty okay. It's got some problems. Like
Yeah.
the bone wheels, the bony wheels.
Bone
There's just
wheelies.
so much going on there. At like every range sucks. Okay. So then moving on from there, because that would be Goldfree. Who's the boss before that? Because I'm pretty sure. Well, technically for story, well, Draconic Tree Sentinel isn't really required. I think, as far as I'm aware.
The one outside of Landell is required to get into Landell.
Okay, because I thought that there was that one teleporter that you could technically use to circumvent it.
Is there?
Because I know there's a teleporter that gets you into Lando, right?
Um, there's the trap chest that takes you into Landell, but you can't go anywhere except for that one area.
Oh, okay, so that's the one I was thinking. Then otherwise, no, 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 no. So Draconic Tree Sentinel is required
Required.
for it. So do we want to do anything with him?
I'm mostly satisfied with him, except maybe like the only things I want to change is the amount of damage that he does, but that'll be rectified by other stuff.
Scaling,
It'll be
yes,
down
no.
to carefully balanced tweaking that.
Like that's comparative,
Yeah.
which makes damage really fun, isn't it? It's always comparative to like scaling and like many factors throughout the game that kind of pile on each other.
Yep.
Yeah, boys. So then we'll skip on Draconic Street Sentinel for now. Mechanically, it's very fun. I like that.
Yeah,
I like the
I'm
fat.
I'm relatively fine with it.
Yeah. So then before that, I'm pretty sure the are those the only required fights in the game? Besides like the demigods, like two demigods, and that's it.
I can't currently think of any because there's Mr. Margit, but I
Who's
don't even
technically
know if
not
he's.
required
Yeah.
because you can defeat Rykard and uh the other. sorry, Rykard, Radon, and Renala before that if you want to,
Yeah.
and that's more than the two that you need. So Margaret isn't required. I guess Grafted Scion is technically required. But other than
Yeah.
that, nope.
I'm, I guess, fine with the initial grafted scion thing.
Yeah, I mean it's cool. It's difficult, I guess.
Yeah. I don't really like the way that it's difficult. It's just difficult
Yeah,
because it
like
flails the
honestly,
fuck
like
around.
why not just like you said this before, why not skip that whole introduction? It's kind of non-required.
Yeah. I don't like it being there because you haven't even had your introduction to your controls.
Yeah, like just load that cutscene with Melina right after getting into right after getting out of the intro cutscene.
Yeah.
Like you wake up, you get blinded by the light, and all of a sudden you're like face down in a fucking pool of water, I guess.
Yeah. I don't see a
Then
reason for the Chapel of Anticipation at all.
yeah, there's only like the finger there, and that's it.
Yep. And surely we can just auto give that to the player.
Yeah,
Not like it's even usable because you can only use that when you're online.
it's really only just getting like the beginning out of the way. Like, oh yeah, we gotta kill the player. Okay, okay.
Yeah. It's like I don't
We already do that with Margit. Let's move on. Or
true.
the tree
And
sentinel more so.
death is not a required aspect of this like Demon Souls. You have to die to enter the Nexus.
Yeah, like no, like you can experience the cost of death or like the training about death anywhere else in the game.
Yeah. I I don't
Tree sentinel especially, like it's fine.
right? I don't understand why
So
the
we
Chapel of
skip the chapel,
Anticipation is there at all. So
and
I'm
from that point on, there's no required boss other than Draconic Tree Sentinel, and that's where that all begins. So let's talk about then Rykard, I guess, because he's the demigod closest to Altus Plateau.
yes.
Rickard, Lord of Blasphemy. What we do about him?
I think one of the main things we have to do is like increase the amount of damage that his lava does so that you can't just do what I did and stand in the lava and stab him and
Yeah,
never get hit ever. Like his AI just is not capable of dealing with you being that close.
so I'm
So,
fine with increasing the damage of that. Like you'd be able to out heal it if you really, really wanted to, but you're certainly not going to be doing that when you first get there, I would assume.
yeah, I at least want to punish the player for doing what I consider to be the stupid way of fighting it.
Yeah. Like you could do it if you want to for a challenge run, I guess. But it's like yeah, giving it more punishment is I'm totally fine with that because otherwise you're totally tricked into thinking that you could be tricked into thinking at least that that's how you gotta fight him.
Yeah, I tried fighting him more at range like twice, and then I was like, what if I just went up close? And then I stood in the lava a little bit and it did like nothing in damage, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna stand in this. Do 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 do.
Oh boy.
And I just
And
stabbed him to
I
death.
have read stories of people who didn't get that the weapon you get right at the start of the fight could be used to damage it. So they went the old fashioned way.
Yeah, I
Oh,
have
oh
beaten
boy.
him without using it, and it was painful.
Now I recommend it. But yeah,
I think it
it has been
collectively has like
hilarious seeing
80,000 HP.
yeah, boy. It's been hilarious seeing people mention that fact that they didn't know that you needed to use the serpent under spear.
Did well, to be fair, a lot of people are playing this as their first Souls game.
Yeah,
So they didn't do Storm King, they didn't do Yorm.
Yorn.
So I
I
will kind of give
I
that to
can't
them.
hold it against FromSoft though, as it's pretty explicitly obvious for the
Oh yeah,
game.
no, that's not on FromSoft. That is on the player for
Like
sure.
it's on FromSoft in terms of Yorn, because that's like
Yeah.
one of the most cryptic things to get. I swear. Like, oh, this
Yes.
item by the throne, and not only that, you need to use the weapon art, but not only that, you need to charge it.
Yeah. It's
Like I remember using the weapon art so many times and being like, "It's doing nothing. What are you talking about?" And I know I saw people get Storm Ruler, use the weapon art, but because they didn't know they had to charge it, it did nothing. And they're like, "Oh, okay, this sucks. Okay, we're gonna do this the old-fashioned way."
yep. That's what I did my first time. I didn't know that it even had like the good charged weapon art thing until probably my third playthrough of Dark Souls 3.
Oh my God. Like that I could definitely blame FromSoft for. Like, why did you make it charge? What is the why?
Yeah, but the serpent hunting great spear, whatever it's called, you have an NPC who tells you about it,
Hmm.
and the effect of killing
It's
the
on every
great
attack.
serpent is on every single attack.
Yeah. And it's given to you right at the start of the fight. It tells you that is the serpent hunting spear.
Yeah,
And what's the boss named? God Devouring Serpent for the first phase anyway.
yeah, it's like, and the boss isn't even aggro onto you. It's not attacking you
Yeah.
when you
Like you're
first get
given
in
all
there.
the time in the world to consider what you just picked up and what's in
Yes,
front of you.
yes, they did that mechanic right this time,
Yeah. Like I
and
said, it's like my favorite iteration of that. And while I
yeah,
suppose you could say like the other ones weren't very good, that that means that because the concept is pretty solid, I love that fight.
yeah, I
It was
I
just done really dirty in the other series
I
games.
really
Maybe that's what
like the gimmick aspect to the Yorm and the Storm King fights. Like, it's
Hmm.
only the one in the entirety of the game, and I think it's a really interesting way of almost being like a puzzle boss
Yeah.
while still including, oh, I have to survive long enough and engage with the combat system well enough to not die while I'm using this press button to win strategy.
God Devouring Serpent, just it's just that. It's just that. It's good and it's great and I love it. It's rather fantastic. And like
Yeah,
besides like having the lava deal more damage, I don't really have complaints about that boss. No
I
wait, no
don't.
wait. Sorry. Wrong. That's wrong. The skull attack exists.
Yeah, the skull spam is a problem, I think.
I'd rather just be like a few big skulls
Yeah,
or something like that.
but it
Or
could be mitigated by our other aspects of like increasing the amount of health the player gets and increasing your opportunities to like boost your defense and whatever.
that is true.
So it may not necessarily be a problem, but I definitely want to get rid of the spamming
Yeah.
in that as much as it
Like I'm fine
is
with him
basically sending you
having
to hell.
yeah, I'm fine with him having like ranged soul attacks. I just don't want it to be so much.
Yes.
As to me, it's like the same pacing problem with uh, waterfall dance. Is you're just running.
Yep.
You're just running for however long it takes to run. You're not even sure that you need to run, but I guess it's more obvious here. It's just running. Okay, are you done? No. We're still running and running and running, and they could still hit you as you're running if
Yep.
you happen to be running the wrong way. So I feel like I would just have it do less spam. That would be fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I'm relatively okay with Rykard otherwise.
So then, yeah, I mean, he has minor problems, I'm sure, like specific attacks and things. But other like than the skulls and the lava, I suppose I don't really have any major problems with them.
Agreed.
Red cards. Gold spam reduced, and the lava damage increased moderately, moderately. Okay. So then before record is that Godskid Noble in the church.
Oh yeah. I am relatively fine with him. The only issue I have is
Belly
the belly.
and the
It's
roll.
the rolling and the noble presence attack.
Yep. Those are my main problems too. His rapier stuff is a bit fucky, but that's made much better by the fact that we can deflect.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
So
So I think
yeah,
if we put the rolling on a cooldown and we can figure out what to do with God's, like, the noble presence attack,
yeah.
probably just get rid of it, honestly.
Uh, you could also like delay the time he rolls. Like if he's not going to be hitting you, what he shouldn't keep rolling.
Yes.
It's like it's just a awkward time staring at a pillar while he's just flattening himself against it.
Yeah. Yeah. I I would want to absolutely cap it at like 5 seconds that he can roll, and not just I'm gonna roll until I either hit you or I'm absolutely entirely incapable of hitting you.
Yeah. Godskin numbers while attacks should be put on cooldown and duration caps, and noble presence belly bump removed.
Belly bop.
There you go. I can't remember a boss before that if there is one.
The not for Volcano Manor.
Okay, so then I suppose we can move out of Volcano Manor then and to the Urnia with Renala.
Yeah.
And the
I
first
don't.
boss of that dungeon is technically Glitstone Dragon Adula, but we can also just skip that for now. Or not Adula,
Yeah, that's Smaurag.
Smarag, yeah. So we could talk about Smarag or move on
I
to
I
the Red
I want
Wolf.
to save our discussion of dragons for offline,
Oh yeah.
because I think the things that we want to do with them are going to be far more interesting for people to
Hmm.
experience. So, at least on stream, suffice to say, the dragon fights are underwhelming and
Yeah.
need help.
They need a lot of help. They
Um,
need mental care.
yeah, I need
And
mental care after having to fight so many fucking dragons. And the fight
uh
is exactly the same
God,
every single time.
I could I could never get over Maxter's video. Just because I'm now reminded like the dragon counter thing he did. Where it's like,
Yep.
you know, we're gonna put a dragon counter on the screen. And dragon raises like 37.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That video is so good.
It is. It is indeed. The editing is god tier.
It is. Okay, so yeah, dragons are getting help. They're getting help. If anything else is done, they're getting help.
Yes. They
And
they will be
in the meantime,
sent
then,
to the uh, mental hospital and come out as better people.
yep. In the meantime, then the Red Wolf of Radagon.
Oh. Oh. We need to slow that pupper down. It moves way too fast and jumps and spams the stupid sword things too much.
Yep, and has in that case too little health.
Yeah,
It's
and
both an underwhelming and overwhelming fight.
yeah, and we're getting rid of all of the clones of it. I would like to make that the only time you fight it.
Yeah, can't remember. Do we have Red Wolf in any of the?
No, don't
No, we
believe
don't.
so.
Okay, good thing.
I
So yeah,
I do not
Red
like
Wolf of
that fight
Radagon.
enough to put it anywhere else.
Yeah, Red Wolf of Radagon is only encountered in Harry Potter world
Yep.
and slowed down, but health increased.
Yeah. Yeah. He definitely has too little health. Because if you do decent enough damage or you have a bleed build, like, the fight's going to be over relatively quickly.
Yeah.
I just want to slow him the fuck down. Because, man, that pupper moves so fast.
What the dog doing? The answer is stabbing me.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So yeah, Red Wolf of Radagon is slowed down and he only appears in Harry Potter world. Nice. Renala is right after the dog. Um,
Yes. So I think my only problem with Renala is that the second phase can summon like a Bloodhound Knight and a dragon.
yep.
It's like, bitch, what the fuck?
There's-
No. No.
Yeah, yeah. I prefer she just summons, I guess.
Yeah. And certainly there's something to be said for her being more powerful than us and being able to summon things far
Greater
more powerful
things.
than we can.
Yeah.
But like those the Bloodhound Knight and the Dragon stick around for a really long time compared to how large they are and how
Dragon, I
capable
just
they
want to
are.
get rid of in general because this game does not need any more dragon repeats.
No, no.
Like, if anything, I want to make her magic itself more fun or
Yeah, I'd like for the magic to be far more
awe-inspiring.
engaging than
Yeah.
here's some pebbles
Like, she
that
basically
will
just
come
does
at you.
every spell the player can, which is cool. That's nice. I'm glad that that's a thing in a way, but I also don't like it.
Yeah,
Because I want the Queen of the Full Moon to be able to do something that's just like, what the fuck, what the fuck?
yeah.
Like
And I,
that kind of reaction where it's like, wait, whoa, oh, okay, that's why you lead the school. Okay,
yeah. And I think her using, like, the only thing that she does that the player really hasn't seen before is the full moon sorcery.
yeah,
Because you are perfectly capable of getting, and I did get, um, the Azur's Comet before fighting her.
hmm,
So, like, I saw that and I was just like, oh, you can just do this too. Okay,
yeah.
I guess that makes sense.
The full moon spell she does, I would actually like to make it bigger
Yes, I agree there. Make the
because
object
I
bigger.
really like the idea of something like filling up the screen, especially if it is just if it's like delayed. It's not really going to immediately obscure your view of bullshit, you know?
Yes.
Like I like stuff like that that actually has enough presence to be like, holy shit, she's throwing a fucking moon at me.
Yes. Also, I find it interesting that she uses almost exclusively, besides the full moon sorcery, almost exclusively glintstone sorceries.
Yeah,
Primeval current glintstone sorceries. I thought those were looked down on.
that could be why that people don't like her in charge of the thing, other than the whole Radagon stuff.
I I thought they liked her in charge until Radigan left and she became a
I'm less
sad,
I'm less
frumpy
knowledgeable
housewife.
on the specifics of that, as I haven't really followed the mage stuff or done those quest lines yet. So
Because the whole thing behind Sellen's being banished from the academy and whatever is that she wanted to revive the primeval current of glintstone sorceries.
mm,
She wanted glintstone sorceries to like be studied again,
yeah.
and they weren't. They were looked down on and deemed as
'Cause I know there was like a revolt thing that happened to Renala where like she was locked up essentially
yes,
in the library. Yeah,
yes.
that probably happened after the Radagon stuff, as far as I'm aware.
As
Which,
far as
to
I'm
be
aware,
fair,
yes.
which to be fair was probably a good idea. for them to do.
Yeah.
Like, okay, okay, lady, you have a good time in there, but
Yep. Just gonna
and then
lock her in there.
a little bit. So let's see. For Renala herself, I want like even if she's doing glintstone stuff, I want her to be doing like the cool glintstone stuff.
Yeah.
Like if it kind of feels bad that her biggest is awe-inspiring moves are coming as Zora and the Moon,
Yeah.
and even then they're not much different than the player versions.
Yep. So if we can somehow set it up so that she can do like if we're gonna lean into the um, primeval current of glintstone sorceries,
Hmm.
then we could also include stuff like the rain of stars and
Oh yeah.
the shooting stars thing. Oh, excuse me.
I'm
There's
totally
there's
imagining something like she summons in a whole nebula of glintstone,
yeah,
and you're like, wait, is that stars or that's not stars, that's not stars.
yeah, that would be cool.
It
There's
wouldn't even have to be like a super complex attack that requires you to like run in the same way Elden Stars does, but like imagine if it just got closer and closer and closer, and you're like, is that the skybox? Why the fuck is the skybox moving?
yeah, that'd be
And just like
that'd be
big
pretty
blank of
cool.
instance. I just can't. I could never get over the idea of something attacking you with forces that you can't comprehend at first, but then like the
Yes,
reality of it dawns on you, like the moon thing. Like,
yes.
is she conjuring a fucking moon?
Speaking to that, I don't know how we could do it because I don't know if the moon is a part of the skybox or if it's something else. But when she conjures the moon, if the moon in the background could disappear and essentially like be replaced by her summoning the moon out of the sky to throw it at you,
That'd be the shit. That'd be the
right?
fucking shit.
It's like this bitch is Thanos.
Like I kept saying that actually every when I first fought her, and I actually died to some of the stuff and on the run back because that run back is painful. If actually more accurate, I guess, because America and all that.
Yeah.
He went off to go fuck himself. I kept repeating that quote from Tony.
If you throw
Like
another moon at me,
yeah,
I'm
that one.
gonna lose it.
It was practically my inside joke for that one, like the same way that Judgment Nut is some people's inside joke for Millennia.
Yes.
And I love the thought of that. Like she's throwing celestial bodies at me. What the fuck?
Yeah. That'd be pretty neato. I
Grave Lord
would.
Nita, you say?
Yeah, Rave Lord Nito. Yeah,
So
I
like the
would.
more of that stuff we can do, like just kind of messing with the player's perception, I suppose, of what they're seeing. After all, you're kind of in her pocket dimension then.
Yes.
Ronnie's pocket dimension, Renala.
I still don't know
I'm I eh? Like Renala doesn't seem to acknowledge the fact that
any of that
you,
happened.
yeah, like it essentially killed her. So I, eh?
Yeah,
Let's just
my
go with the idea that it's essentially like a version of Renala. Like it may as well be Renala.
I assumed it was Ronnie sort of summoning a past version of Renala.
Yeah, like check this shit out. Look at what she could do.
Yeah, like you.
Considering that she's like the summon person, that would make the most sense.
Yes,
Does that imply that she went through rebirth that technically died so that she became a spirit?
maybe.
That's
I I'm pretty
that's
sure that
actually fucking interesting.
it's implied that Renala has gone through rebirth and she does actively like I'm pretty sure that Selen kills her, but because of the shard, um, the shard of rebirth or whatever, she comes
Yeah,
back to life and forces Selen to turn into the Graven
the
Sorcerer
ball.
Ball.
Yeah, ball. Like
Ball.
that's really interesting to me. Like the idea that not only she goes through rebirth, which is cool by itself, but like like the fact that Ronnie has a spirit ash essentially of Renala all stocked up.
Yeah,
Like that's a special kind of Dark Souls fucked up, which I like.
agreed.
Yeah. So we'll go with the fact that it's essentially Renala, like the juiced up, powered up Renala in the same vein that Ishin is when you fight him.
Yeah.
And I definitely want her fight to be like very awe-inspiring in that way.
Yeah. Make it a little more
Similar in
visually
vein to
interesting. And
similar in vein to like how Elden Beast is very miraculously awe-inspiring,
yes.
but for like sorcery builds without, of course, the Elden Stars.
Yeah.
About like her first phase, then do we want to just like keep it, I suppose, as it is?
I'm pretty satisfied with it. Once you
Yeah.
understand the mechanic to it, it's just about being able to do DPS to her.
Hmm.
And I think that's fine. I wouldn't
Like
say
I do like
it's.
the atmosphere it sets up. I just don't think it pays it off well enough with the first phase as it is. While still being
Yeah.
really good, but just I wish it was more of the shit.
Yeah.
The biggest problem I have outside of Renala, while still relating to Renala, is the fact that the run back is not the most fun. In a way, worse than Dragon Lord because you get like a lot of enemies on the way back.
Yes. There are
So,
there
do
are
we
a
want to
lot of
do
enemies.
something about that, especially if we plan to make second phase more difficult by extension?
Yeah. Uh I think making some of the enemies that are on the way there, like the sorcerers to the bridge shortcut, you can make
Yeah.
them a one-time kill thing.
I could also totally see like putting a Grace somewhere in like that hidden wall area next to Renala.
Yeah, for sure. We could put a potentially put a Grace near the warp thing to Turtle Pope.
Yep. Because I do like the idea of having a bit of a run up, because obviously lower importance. I just don't think it should be as large as it is.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be that painful.
Yeah. Which is funny considering the run ups the series has had traditionally. Getting down to
Yes.
Madeir every time. Holy
Uh,
fuck.
yeah.
Not only do you have to go down a whole bunch, but you have to jump off of an elevator at the right time every time
Yes.
on one of the most difficult bosses in the game.
And then you have to slide down a ladder.
And then the whole drop thing.
Yep.
It's like, okay, time. I know there's probably worse one in DS2. I think it's had the worst run ups in the series from what I recall.
Yes, as far as I know, DS2 has the categorical worst.
The
Fucking
Gwyn
Dark
is also
Lurker.
pretty bad.
Gwyn is
Considering you have to go through the whole kiln to get back to him.
yeah, Gwyn is pretty long. I don't remember if that's ever bothered me.
It is, to be fair, the end of the game, so it's not like you're worrying for much else at that point.
Yeah.
But it is long. I'm pretty sure it's like multiple minutes worth of backtrack,
Yes.
especially since you definitely don't want to get stabbed up by the Black Knights.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of thin platforms you can find them on. Holy fuck. There's also Bed of Chaos.
Uh,
Bed of, oh my god.
Yeah, the run to Bed of Chaos is pretty bad.
If only for the fact that you actually have to fight Bed of Chaos again, which is never a pleasant experience.
Yes. And at some point they realized how terrible it was, so they made it so each step of the fight couldn't be
Yeah, it actually
reversed.
saved your progress.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank God for that patch. Imagine if we had to do the whole thing every time.
Uh,
Yeah, that would be the worst. It still is the worst, but it would be like the worst. I cannot
yeah.
imagine playing the game and your experience with Bed of Chaos being that version. Can you imagine?
I would hate that. I have only successfully done it in one shot one time. And I can't even tell you how many times I've played through that game. I have taken that game to New Game Plus 9.
Wow. Shit. I've not taken any Souls game to even like New Game Plus 2, I think.
I let's see. Dark Souls 3 in vanilla I took to plus 5, and then in Cinders I took it to plus 7.
Strange to me, like I would love to be a person who can play these games just over and over, figuring out like every build, every possible method of taking down a thing. But God damn, my brain just does not work that way, and I really hate it sometimes because there are many things that I would love to play again in that same regard, and like my I want to, but my brain doesn't want to.
Yeah. I
Like I want to do this thing, but like I do it, and it's like this isn't really fun, but I want it to be fun.
yeah, I don't blame you.
Like I'd love to go through these games with like every weapon type over through on like multiple playthroughs doing New Game Plus and all that. Unfortunately, I'm yet to find a game that allows me to do that as much as I want to. Even
Yeah.
loving these games as much as I do, it's often just like getting the experience I get out of that first playthrough and then just harvesting it eternally in my brain.
Hmm. Yeah, I think I have played through Dark Souls 1 with most of the weapons. I have played through Dark Souls 3 with every weapon, and even more with Cinders and how some of the weapons have different move sets and whatever.
Oh yeah,
So I
I should
definitely
try
went.
out Cinders again. Actually, now that I've not been forced to play Dark Souls 3 every time I got like a Dark Souls itch or Dark Souls
Yes.
1. Because I quit out of Cinders for quite a while because like I said before, I knew I wanted to play it. I knew there were changes being made that were different and stuff going on, but like I knew the game itself. Like I knew where everything was, and even like doing like a difficulty modifier, it's just like okay, this is the same game. This is just I just take more damage.
Yeah. Yeah, that's totally fair.
Yeah. So in the way, I'm very jealous, and even for like more moderate amounts of that people are able to just like a few playthroughs and be able to have a good time. I want to do that.
Hmm.
I wish I could get like as much game life as you guys do out of this game for many things and generally because that applies to a lot of different things like hobbies and things
Oh yeah.
that I try to
I
do.
I
Like I
hate
want to do more
that.
drawing.
Yeah.
I can't do more drawing right now. My brain's burnt out on that.
Yeah. I hate that the want to re-experience thing only rarely happens for books, cuz I love to read, but I want to read new stuff.
Yeah. Even like even if you want to read the same thing, like you can't really make it through it. Like again,
Yeah.
in that same way you could the first time where you're like flipping page after page and like give me the rest of the story. Come on, I know there's more here.
Yep.
What's this character gonna do next? What the fuck are they gonna do? Tell me.
Yes, indeed.
So yeah, Renala. I gotta write that down. Renala should get a grace.
Yes, we need to set a
Closer
grace.
to the boss room.
Yep.
The second phase should go fucking ham in all caps.
Yeah. It should go ham with magic, and the summons, I think, need to be changed up.
Summon should be made simpler. Yeah, just simpler, I guess.
Yeah, and
Well,
if
not
if we keep
maybe
like, oh, it summons a big thing, it does one attack and then it's outie.
uh, summons like Bloodhound Knights and Dragons stick around for too long.
Yeah.
I think is the better way to word that because they can summon. She can summon that for sure, but
Yeah, I'm
like,
not against summoning the
go away.
dragon. I'm against summoning the dragon and it stays there for 20 seconds.
Like, yeah, go away. Especially if you make the actual fight with her more engaging. It's like I want to fight her. I don't want to fight you.
Yeah.
Wait your turn. Uh,
Wait your fucking turn.
moon spell. Yeah, moon spell, if possible, should disappear the matte moon while active, and the spell itself should be way bigger. Imagine if, like, also like the camera zoomed out and your character's like fucking tiny, and there's like this giant moon
Moom.
hurtling
A
towards you.
giant moom.
Obviously, we couldn't make it too big, as it would be practically not outrunnable at that point.
Yeah.
But I do like the idea of like the camera needing to zoom out. You're like, oh fuck, oh no. Herbal, um, it's dynamic attacks, that kind of thing. And with that, Renala, I think will be much, much more beans. She got more beans.
More beans.
Oh yeah, all the beans. So,
Mm,
geez, what's after that?
more
After that, Radon,
beanies?
Radon, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Radon is an interesting boy.
Indeed.
So
I'm
there's,
not a huge fan of the fight, I guess. But I think it's, in general, fine.
it's
Especially after the nerf.
yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Like some of the like one nerf change I don't agree with, which is that you can outrun the arrow, the gravity arrow on horseback
Can you?
with the new patch, I think.
Oh, shit.
And I don't really like that. Like I do like that you have to roll it pretty much to avoid it, although it's made more weird by the fact that you can dismount to avoid it.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not a fan of it being so intensely accurate. Really, really not
Yeah,
a fan of that.
that's what I mean about this fight being weird. It is weird. Like it's not really like millennia levels of like what's too much, but it's more like what works for this fight and what it is like it kind of harms it and how its idea. Like like the summoning mechanics are really weird to me. Like the fact that they will disappear and reappear to get closer to the player, even when you're on the way to move towards one, and then it'll disappear and then reappear where you were. So you turn around and go to get that one, but then that disappears and reappears where you were heading before. And that's painful.
Yeah.
The summons themselves also aren't unlimited. There is a
I
specific pool of summons that the game chooses between. Like you, they have a selected amount. They like pre-selected signs they can appear at each flag, and once you use up a summon on a flag, then that summon is gone from that flag.
Interesting. See, what I'd like to do, I think, is have the player be able to choose which summons they want in the fight uh,
Yeah,
from, like, the courtyard thing. It's like you can interact with each of them, and you have the option, do you want to summon them for the fight? And
yep,
then they'll just show up at the start of the fight, and they'll have, like, not shit health and
yeah.
not shit damage. And so then when they die, it actually means something rather than just, oh, I have to run around to find the next spot where I could summon them.
Here's what I would like to do in that same vein. I think it would be good to like be able to choose who you can summon and like increasing their damage and health. But I would also, I think, like to still make them resummonable at the flags or unsummonable from the flags to begin with. Because I do like the commander aspect of the fight where like you're able to send in your troops to battle and like bring them back and strategize around that. But
I
I
feel
don't
like
like is the fact that
that
their ability to
strategy
survive.
aspect is ruined by the fact that you're moving too fast to even know who it is that you're summoning
Yeah,
unless you have the spots memorized. It's like, I don't know who I'm summoning. I'm just trying to summon fucking
whoever
anyone.
is here. Yeah,
Yeah. Like, help me. And I don't know. I don't find that engaging in the sense of feeling like a commander, where I would feel more like I'm building a team if I can choose which summons I want to use.
yeah.
And, like, maybe we can cap it to you can only summon 3 of them. So choose who you want.
Maybe we could change like how the flags work. Like you're not like clicking on a summon sign.
Maybe it's just when one of them dies, they'll automatically resummon after like 10 seconds or something. And they'll
Yeah.
resummon like 3 times, maybe.
Hmm. Because I don't really like having to run around on your horse that much during the fight. Because like looking for the signs themselves really does suck,
Yeah.
especially when they get further and further out, and you're like, okay, where the fuck are you? I see yellow. Is that not is that summon? No, that's patches. No, no, that's my grace points from last battle. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, runes.
It's even worse in vanilla when players can drop signs on the ground in the battlefield.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
Okay.
so if they drop a sign near where one of the summon signs is,
Like you're just clicking it, and then all of a sudden, all the other summons, or like you're knocked off your horse. It's like, oh fuck.
yeah, you can interact with the messages instead of the summon sign.
Oh no.
It's so dumb.
So I would, yeah, I would prefer to get rid of the messages mechanic entirely, and I would just prefer them to be summoned as close to Radon as they can
Yeah.
from the flags. Um,
I think like the initial summon when so you decide who you want to take into the fight in the I forget what it's called.
that
But
like
that
the
area,
festival grounds, that
yeah,
area, the foyer or whatever,
yeah. So you
courtyard.
choose who you're going to summon there, and then
Yep.
everybody starts at the same place far away from him. But when they die, they'll resummon closer to him.
Yeah.
So you get the collective of the team running up to him. It's like a raid boss, you know. But then when
Hmm.
they die, they resummon relatively nearby. If we can make that work, I'd like that personally.
Yeah. I'd also like for the player to have some input in like the commander aspect somehow.
That would be nice, but I have no idea how to implement that.
Yeah.
I wish.
Like my best thought is that when you're at a flag, you can like choose some of them from the menu of sorts who you want to resummon back in the fight, and like you're able to see how many uses each one has.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
But I've
I have no
UI, of
idea.
course,
Because you don't really have time to
especially
be
when Radon's bearing
super.
down on you in particular.
Yeah, it's like you don't have time to be strategic about it. As fun as that would be, this is not like a strategy game in that way.
Yeah.
This isn't what is that series from Nintendo? Fire Emblem. This isn't a Fire Emblem game.
Hmm. Maybe,
I
maybe instead of being like through a strategy attempt, like who you're summoning and when, maybe you get a buff tool for the fight for your compatriots.
that could be interesting.
Maybe that could have specific uses, and it's all like it applies for the Radon fight in the same way. Like the Serpent Hunter only applies for record.
Yeah.
Like I could certainly see a specific weapon you get that has certain utility, and you can choose how and when to use that utility for the best push. And they could operate in the same way to the like the Nile, the Commander Nile halberd thing,
Yes.
where you get like an AOE effect. So yeah, like kind of like a miracle support build.
I can definitely see that.
On top of the fact that I like the imagery of like the player having like doing the flag weapon art. My soldiers rage. My soldiers charge. I forget what that. Oh God, I forget what that the quote is for that fully. I don't know if
I
you've
don't
ever
remember
seen
either.
Attack on Titan.
I have. I saw the first two seasons and then I gave up.
Ah, crap.
Which I understand it gets good after the first two seasons. So
In the same
I
way that JoJo's for sure definitely gets good after the first 5 seasons. Don't worry.
mm-hmm, yeah, definitely.
No, but
Uh,
I do legitimately like Attack on Titan for a multitude of reasons. But there's a specific scene I'm talking about, where one of the commanders, to the army leads a death charge essentially
is that
on
the speech that he gives standing on top of the wall?
not nope
Okay.
no it's later in the series.
Okay. Then I probably haven't seen it.
Yeah, I think around season 3. So I'm trying not to spoil who it is and what the situation is too much.
Yeah. I might
Uh,
eventually get back to it.
yeah, I think it's a good show to like get back to. It's got cool things, but yeah, that's your choice. But yeah, the moment is anyway. Like essentially, it's a hopeless death charge for like just to give another player in the fight one chance at being able to secure a victory, kind of
Mm.
thing. It's a very powerful moment in the show. The whole cool soundtrack towards it, and a wonderful speech from the commander. And of course, it all ends in a uh, brutal Attack on Titan fashion.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Everybody fucking dies.
So, and that's always what the Radon fighters felt like to me, and I always liked that for that feeling it gives of like a hopeless charge into the face of certain death to secure a victory against all odds.
Yeah. I
Which of
can.
course is an extension of like the regular Souls gameplay stuff. Like charging
Yes.
into a fight yourself, like using everything you can to come out against all odds. but this kind, of course, with a troop and army. Uh, so that and that's still essentially why I would like the buff idea to like keep like the commander aspect to it, and like you and your troops are taking this fight, and you got to use whatever you can to the best of your ability in this dire thing.
Yes.
I could
I
totally imagine giving like the buff or like one of the buffs maybe that you can enact being like that the bubble tier physic, which would allow them to negate a hit or two.
yeah, for sure.
But it has a cooldown and stuff, and like only a few specific uses, so you got to be careful when you actually would want to.
Yes.
Like, do you let this person get hurt now if you can hopefully save all your troops in this like blender attack later in the fight and that kind of thing?
Yeah. I definitely think that there's potential for that.
Hmm.
I hope that we can implement it in any way that it actually feels like you're forming a strategy for the fight rather than
Yeah.
just, God, I need to throw all of the bodies I can at
Throw,
this fucker.
yeah, throw all the buffs on. Throw all the bodies in. Radon blender.
Yeah.
I think at least it would feel like a cooler strategy than just repeatedly clicking Y every time you come across a gold thing,
Yeah. Yep.
and you're just like barreling around on your horse and not really paying attention much to the fight. Because that would at least encourage you being in the thick of it, so you understand the dynamics of what Radon is doing and what your action should be.
Yes. I agree.
And just having them respawn at the nearest flag to a certain amount, who knows? I think would make that fight a lot better because like his health and stuff is already in a really good spot for like the whole summon balance.
Yeah, I think so. I don't really have any complaints about how much health he has.
Yeah. I've
Feels
heard
pretty
people say
reasonable.
he feels like he has too little health now.
Well,
It,
post nerf,
yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah. But like otherwise, like damage wise and stuff, I think he's in a really nice spot right now
Yeah,
overall in the game.
I agree.
So clearing up the summon mechanics and maybe getting rid of that one fucking attack that is just a gravity thing that's practically unreactable.
Mm-hmm.
The one that pulls you in or something like that. That one's bad.
Yeah, it is.
Like
And
I,
the
I,
area of effect of that thing is insane.
oh boy, and the fact that it just comes out whenever it wants to.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy, Radon, we get it. Star Scourge, but you can opt down. I feel like just decreasing or like increasing the startup on that would make it much more manageable. Like maybe decreasing the range.
Yeah. Yeah. We might not even have to decrease the range if we just make it far more. Uh,
Noticeable, like, oh, he's doing the oh shit move.
yeah. It's just like, oh, I have to get ready to either roll at the right time or I gotta book it out of here on the horse. Something.
Yeah. So, Radon, uh, the player is able to choose to they want to summon for the fight in the courtyard. Uh, those fighters will respawn automatically at the flags throughout the fight. And possibly the possibly player is given a war banner in which with which to strategize using buffs and buffs and damage negation. That would still be a buff. Buffs and support. tools. Uh, Run their summons and the right stuff. Uh, Redundant gravity attack with
Slow that bitch down.
wide range and tell is slow down. There we go. Uh, there's not really a other required boss to get to him and Caleb, as far as I'm aware.
Don't think so.
At least not at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, there is the
Uh,
other boss in the Red Main Castle, but we'll deal with that eventually. It's
yeah.
a duos fight that just needs to be reworked and maybe
All right.
swapped out for something else.
Oh yeah. Not for Godric, or I guess before that, Margaret, the Fell Doman, Margaret Thatcher.
Yes, I'm actually pretty okay with Margaret Thatcher and Godric both. Like, I think
Yeah,
we need to slow down the one
Godric's
move.
whirlwind thing he does.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
otherwise, I'm pretty cool with both of those.
Margaret's exploration arc thing I think actually fits that early in the game because it does encourage you to like get your build up and running a little bit before you're add in.
Yeah,
So Margaret Thatcher. Let's think.
good old Marge Simpson.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if there's any attack he does that is weird. The best
Um,
I got is
the
the two
dagger
swipe
that he can
sword.
whip out.
Yep, that one. And the timing on that is I've never been able to get it right.
It is very very tight. I would say that that is at the absolute limit of what you can find really reactable.
Yeah. I would like to slow it down or like change the pacing of it so you can dodge it individually.
Yeah, I'd
As
totally
I
be down
don't
for that.
as I don't think otherwise it fits well into his kit. It feels like a gotcha kind of tool,
It
which
is
I don't
almost
think is
certainly a
necessary.
gotcha.
I don't think it's necessary at that point in the game. Specifically the double swipe, which you'll follow up with like the cane or fucking something.
Yeah,
Like that is just ugh. But other than that, I don't really have qualms with them. So Godric's tornado spin should be slowed down. Margot's double swipe dagger to cane should be slowed down. And those are pretty much the required kind of bosses.
yeah, yeah.
And there are a
I
lot more to take care of, but
yes, but I think
that's the major ones that we want to get in. Like that required path through the game that needs definitely to be fixed. Ah, well, fuck. We forgot Hailing Tree.
I mean, did we forget it? Hailing Tree?
Uh, yeah, at least I have it. I don't have it written down, and we didn't have Loretta. We didn't talk about Loretta last time.
Oh, well, I guess we could talk about Loretta now. I'm
Yeah,
pretty okay with the fight. I think she spawns too many sword projectile things.
I'd like that to be put on a cooldown, but other than that, I'm pretty fine with it too. At
Yeah,
that point in the game, it's one of the better fights.
yeah. I think the Loretta fight is the best of the fighting a dude on a horse fights. And I don't know that I like her having the spirit version in Carrier Manor, but it does work lore wise.
Yeah,
So I'm okay with leaving it for now.
okay. If we can think of something that better fits there, then that'll work. But it's otherwise it's just like okay, it can be there. It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, the Red High Trees fights summon magic daggers should be put on cooldown.
Yeah.
Melania, did you know that she's the Blade of Mikola?
I did not know that she was the Blade of Mikola. Where? How could you acquire such knowledge?
I don't know. It's
Melania is
just,
the Blade of Mikola.
I also forgot about Maud. What the fuck?
Well, I mean, we talked about them last time,
That's true.
and we've talked previously about stuff we're gonna do to fix them. So I feel
Yeah,
fairly satisfied in our overall discussion, both on
yeah.
stream and off stream, about
I
those
feel like we
two.
generally know what we want to do with those two.
Yeah,
At least to the point of like, yeah, the rest of these. So, we're, I suppose just regarding bosses for now is that uh the minor ones are its own conversation,
yes,
especially as we get into like caves and stuff, which are going to be mostly replaced anyway.
yeah. We've already got a plan for that kind of stuff. Um,
That'll be in offline conversations,
yes. So as
like
far as
on an individual basis.
breaking down bosses, I feel like we've covered most of it. It's like most of the bosses in the game are shit and they need fixed, and
Yeah,
we're gonna try to fix them.
nice.
And we've covered pretty extensively the ones that we think are good. And
Yeah.
I would say, certainly when talking about like Melania and Moog, we've talked about what we think is good about those
Hmm.
and why parts of those work and parts of those don't. So I don't know. I
I feel
feel
like we're generally okay on bosses, unless we
yeah,
have like specific notes about them later for whatever reason.
yeah.
There it goes. It disappeared.
Yep. The fucking carts,
So,
man. I did not realize that they were destructible.
yeah. I suppose we're out on bosses for now.
Yes. And
Unless there's like a specific detail about one or like a specific one we want to talk about for whatever reason.
yeah, given that we are 6 hours into the stream and it is almost of the early, early mornings for me, and I have
Yeah,
things to do tomorrow, I am inclined to wrap up the stream here, methinks,
yep,
and carry on
totally
another
fair.
time. Hopefully
Indeed.
soon, but it will,
It'll
at
be a
minimum,
little bit.
be like Sunday or Monday before I can have time to stream again.
Yeah. All right, then. So I feel like we got like a fair bit of conversation done today. Like we figured out a
Oh,
way
yeah.
to like get fucking difficulty scaling into endgame rather well.
I think so. I think overall the discussion around that and the mechanics that we want to fix and tweak and whatever, I feel like those will take care of a lot of the problems with damage scaling in late game.
Hmm.
And so we'll,
Especially if we have another way to scale technically damage by
yes.
allowing the enemies to scale in speed with the player, as the player does. I should say.
Yeah, that will make it again be more of a skill based thing.
Yeah, especially with like perfect deflection, as well as the stuff for shields and that kind of thing. Like the player will have a lot more options for engaging in the rhythm.
Yes, absolutely. I just want to point out on stream this bit, I was attacking the troll, and look at my health bar. I have literally 1 point of HP left. I get
When in
over
doubt,
near.
by the skin of your teeth, because
Oh,
that's the
yeah.
only bit of skin you have left on you.
Yep. I get over near the Grace, and I'm pretty sure I stopped to check it because I was just like, I cannot believe this shit. How am I still alive?
Math is kind of funky sometimes.
Yes.
Hi, Bach, how you doing? Don't mind the skin I don't have on my body.
Mm hmm.
It'd be funny if we put in something for like, in particular, being at one health point.
If you can get yourself to 1 health point, you can one shot everything in the game.
I was thinking more something like enfeeblement, but I do like that idea. But I feel like you die to so much stuff from
Oh, yeah.
from 1 HP.
I mean, you could
If
die
you take
from
the wrong turn of
literally anything.
Albuquerque, you're gonna fucking die immediately.
Yeah. It is the ultimate no-hit challenge.
Yep.
Everything can one-shot me, and I can one-shot everything. Which of us
Now
can
that
get off our attacks faster?
now that's what we call the ultimate trade.
Yes.
I feel like for most cases you'd actually be the one to win though.
Oh yeah. It certainly
Unless it
with
was like
boss
a group
fights because you
encounter.
start from a distance, so you just equip a bow.
Pew!
Yeah. It's
Guess I
like, oh,
win.
boss is over. Although Verdun would be
How about
tough because
this?
you
What if
have
it
to get
only
close enough to
applied
do
to
that.
dagger or fist? To something with like absolutely no range.
That would be interesting.
Even then, I still feel like you get the win in most cases.
Probably.
Because only one hit that you need to land.
Yeah. You only need to learn how to do the approach.
Yeah, Duo Crucible Knights, however,
Hmm.
that boss is just shit no matter what you do with it.
Yes. I was browsing Reddit. I saw a video and somebody said that was their favorite boss fight in the game.
Oh, fuck.
Right? I was like, "What?" And they were really good at it. They just parried everything and stabbed him with a fire dagger. But I was like, "Oh man,
I guess people have their own opinions, even if they're wrong.
yeah, this is why I'm shaky on the idea of trying to use fun as any sort of a quantifiable metric.
Yeah.
It's like people have fun fighting duo Crucible Knights.
Even Ongball
So
thinks it's one of the worst bosses in the game. I don't see where they come from.
yeah, I don't know.
Ongball is the ultimate metric for skill. If
He
Ongball thinks the
is,
boss is too difficult or overtuned, it is too difficult and overtuned.
yeah.
But just partner.
I wonder if Angbal uh, recorded his thing before the patch to their AI,
Maybe, maybe.
and if it would be any different now.
Not that much different. I mean, it's still two Crucible Knights in the same room.
Yeah, it is. It is a rough fight.
Yeah. But yeah, I shouldn't keep you too long. You gotta rest, man. You gotta rest up and not die tomorrow.
Yes, yes. I think we've
But
had a good conversation.
yeah, I
I
do
look
consider this
forward to
quite the
discussing
successful
more.
stream for what we've been able to consider.
Yes, and
So that
I think we're even approaching a sort of end to the topic that we had listed out.
oh, maybe I feel like we got some other things, but yeah, not too much. Like, of course,
Yeah,
we can talk about like yeah, Ash's War, crouching stealth, jumping jump attacks, all those things, and
yeah,
like specific areas themselves. So we still got some more things, but like honestly, probably not like one or two streams more, and we'll have most of the major topics ironed out.
pretty sure. Yeah, and at some point, I want you to go on a huge rant about the art style of the game and the music, because that is
Oh
something
boy,
that you're more inclined for than I am.
yeah.
So I would
That'll
love,
likely need to be attached with the ability to like look through music and stuff as we go.
yeah. Won't be able to. Will we be able to play it? I don't know. I don't know how Twitch does with that.
Copyright law on Twitch, like as far as I'm aware, like you can play like game music and stuff, but and especially since we'd be talking over it or being sure to do that, it wouldn't be. We just couldn't like save it
Maybe,
to like a YouTube re replay. I don't think.
maybe. We'll see.
Yeah,
We'll see about
this is
that.
under fair use, Twitch. Don't worry.
Yeah, well, I mean, fair use only applies if you have tits.
Fuck,
Yeah,
I don't have tits.
I don't either.
Oh man,
I'm a
I
duck.
guess we
Ducks don't
lost.
have tits. Yeah,
Right.
so we're kind of fucked in that regard. But if we
Boom.
had tits, we could watch, entire shows and comment nothing and just sit there and eat, and there wouldn't be a problem.
Get the chips. Chips.
Yeah. Yeah.
that's my inspiring commentary on this game's music. Chips.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait for somebody in chat to say something interesting and then be like, true.
Oh yeah, those those uh those accordions in the background, those are my favorite.
Mm-hmm. What's
True.
an accordion? True.
I think it's an instrument for Texas.
My mom isn't here to make my nuggies, so I need to just leave this stream running while I go for a couple of minutes to go take a half-hour long shit and make nuggies.
And then make nuggies?
Yeah,
No, you gotta make the nuggies as you're in the process of
I gotta go
attempting this.
shit my pants while I'm making nuggies because my mom isn't here to do it for me.
There's something about like I am going to go shit my pants.
I I am planning the shitting of my pants. I wore
I
my shitting
just
pants
you
today
watch me.
because I'm about to shit my pants.
Like the definitive to that is like, oh no, I think I'm going to. No, no. This is a planned adventure.
I put on my shitting pants today. It's time to
Uh,
stream.
go. What's that? Oh, it's shitting day. Hurrah.
Yes. Uh, uh,
Guys,
the
don't you worry.
absolute
I got my
state of
shitting pants on.
Twitch. Yes, but I think that's a good spot to leave off.
Yep.
Um,
Probably the next few streams would be more like around like areas and structure, and
yes,
then
and
focusing more continually on like more subjective art stuff, I guess, as we
yeah,
get out of mechanics.
I think next time if we're gonna talk about areas and even some of the mechanics, we could do it while we,
Oh
um,
yeah, play through.
yeah,
Yeah, I think that'll work very well.
we could do seamless co-op.
Let's go, especially if since it probably gonna have another patch by that point if the track record's anything to go
Probably.
by.
I
If
would
so, that'll
not
be
be
sick
surprised.
because that'll be around like a few days.
Yeah.
Neat. Alrighty, so I hope you have a wonderful night
Well, thank
and
you. I
any
hope you do
stream
as
viewers
well.
we got. Yeah.
And
What the fuck? Why do we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Actually, wait. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 people watching the stream. Are those bots?
overall or what? Because I'm only showing 2 viewers.
Yeah, go on like the community tab over on like the top right of the screen chat. I'm
Uh,
being shown like quite a few more.
Interesting.
I don't know why I'm being shown those when you're not. It's very weird.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah, no, showing. Yeah, that's weird. It's like two viewers on the left, but the other people on the right. Funky. So, yeah, I suppose that'll be it for the night because you gotta rest.
Yes.
All right. So, see everybody. We're
Toodly
heading out.
doodles.
Bye bye bye. The way the stream goes.